Good evening, wonderful guys, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, Wakenya wazalendo, Wakenya wote ambao mko ndani ya hii show. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Poleni jana tulikuwa na mshiki, mliona ilianza Monday, but we are now good. We are back. We have a great show. Karibuni tu sana. My name is Jakes, the moderator, and we have a great great show lined up for you. Karibu sana, karibisha wawili watatu, wakaribishe kwa hii show yako, show ambayo umekuja kuipenda, show ambayo huwa inakukujia kila siku midaa ya saa 4. Asante sana, na wengi tayari mumejiunga nami mbio. Aha, karibuni sana wana Facebook, wana YouTube. Naona mmejaja. Karibuni sana. Leo tuko na show moja kali. Leo we have a great show. I am telling you, we have this great, wonderful discussion about to happen. We discuss waliochezwa ni kina nani? Wana hustler. Wana hustler, wana complain left, right and center, saying kumbe walichezwa. Wanamuita Ruto aliwakon, Ruto aliwadanganya, Ruto aliwachezea. Manze. Karibu sana kwa show, karibu sana kwa hii show. Let me know where you're watching me from. We'll be discussing a lot. We'll go back to the campaigns. We'll go back to the promises, each after another. We'll go back to the words that the president said, that I will not do A, B, C, D. Funny enough, he is doing exactly that. He said this, it will not be about viongozi, it will be about mwananchi. Did you see the list the bipartisan team presented? From Kenya Kwanza, what issues about the common mwananchi were raised? Talk to me. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Tuna show moja kali. Asante sana wewe ambao unajiunga nami, wewe ambao unajiunga na hii show from wherever you are. Karibu sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. We have a great show lined up for you. Asante sana kwa kutuwatch. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of this great conversation. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Jakes, the moderator. Karibu sana. Thank you for watching Mutembei TV. As usual, we never take you for granted. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi? Unajua tumebakisha siku ngapi tuanze kuona gasi ya shilingi 300? Leo ni tarehe 10 mwezi wa 5. Tuliambiwa mwezi wa 6 gasi itatoka shilingi 100 ngapi? 300. Tukaambiwa next week ambayo ni wiki ambazo zimepita, unga itatoka 150. Sijui. Promise after promise. Is it a promise or a lie after another lie? Uongo baada ya uongo. Is it the same story that we were told? Ni jamaa wa mdomo tamtamu, mdomo mzuri, mdomo wa kukuhadaa, mdomo wa kukuenjoy. Wana hustler vipi? Mliambiwa ni bottom up, pesa mfukoni. Mkaambia round hii, I'll make sure my promises are not broken. You remember, he was termed by Joho as Mr. Promise after Promise. Kumbe, it was a lie after another. Uongo baada ya mwingine. This man has turned out to be a tax collector. This man, he's raising taxes left, right, and center. I am telling you, the man we all believed in, the man most opposed, the man, the first time president who alifanya mara ya kwanza first stab na akakuwa preso because of how people believed in him. Kumbe wadau. Kumbe this man probably is Mr. Liar. The promise breaker. This man is a heartbreaker, breaking people's hearts, the many who voted for him. Do you find him to be a liar? In 20 days, do you think gas itatoka 300 bob? Let's be sincere, Kenyans, wacha sasa tuamue hata sisi tuwe serious kidogo. In 20 days, because today is the 10th, kutakuwa na gas ya 300, Mr. Liar. Allow me to call him so because ametudanganya vitu mob tulikuwa tuwe na free universal healthcare ambayo inaanza last year December. Saizi tuko Mei bado ijaanza. The promises ni kibao. If I bring the clips mtashtuka. You remember this? Alisema akiunda cabinet itakuwa 50-50 when he signed the women's charter. Kina dada mlikuwa mmeambiwa ni 50-50. If you count kwa cabinet, wacha kwenda mbali, is it 50-50? Promise after promise. Was it all a lie? I don't know. Tell me. The hustler narrative ilikuwa ni mambo na hustler. Him being the chief hustler. Wewe kama hustler number one ambaye una hustle kila siku, is this hustler thinking about you ama anajifikiria yeye mwenyewe? Hustler narrative ilikuwa scam mama. You know, tumekuwa conned in so many ways, and probably even this hustler narrative, probably as well, it was a scam. It was a scam. Oh, it was a scam. Because the people who will be playing here are the number one hustlers complaining. People who thought Ruto had it. People who believed in Ruto. Now, are now complaining. Wanaazimio vipi? I know mna enjoy sana. I know wanaazimio wanafurahia. I know wana Kenya Kwanza mnalia. Lakini mwisho wa siku, is this what we call political conmanship? Walikudanganya ili wapatie kura, lakini baada ya kura they did what they said they cannot do. They are now making positions for what? Political leaders. They have not remembered you. They lied. Oh. They lied that it is about you. Ilikuwa ni mambo na mama mboga. Mama mboga was conned. Ikakuwa ni mambo na boda. Boda was conned. Oh. Mama mboga wapi hizi story mama mboga? Are you feeling an effect mama mboga? Are you feeling an effect? Boda mafuta haijashuka imepanda tu. Hustler Nation wadau, were you conned? I remember one time Babu Owino said this, that it was a long con. That Uhuru played Raila Odinga and he termed it a long con. Kumbe the long con probably ilikuwa the Hustler Nation. I don't know about it. Nijuze hapo tu kwa comment section. I'll be playing many clips today. Nitawachosha na clips na nitachosha nyinyi na semi zenyu. Let me know where you're watching me from. Let me know where you're tuned in from. Allow me to have this show roll and have you coming into the show. I'll be playing many clips. Our topic today is political conmanship, and of course, we are tunamulika the promise breaker. The promise breaker. Amebreak si moja si mbili kibao. Tukianza kuzilist tutashinda kwa hii show. Lakini asante sana wewe unajiunga nami. If you know a promise that this government made and has already broken it, nitumie hapo kwa comment. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Naona wengi tayari mmeingia kwa hii show. Wengi mna like hii video from Facebook, YouTube. Let me know. Let me have you in this show. Let's have a decent conversation. Namuona Josiah from Kitale anasema ako tuned. Karibu sana Josiah. Nyarigo Anthony na kuona uko ndani, unasema ni ukweli kabisa. Asante sana. Tomo Dhiambo ninakuona. John Paul Akweri nakuona. Namuona Geoffrey Jumba unasema we were waiting for unga ya 150. Imekufikia wewe mwana Mutembei? Let me know. Probably ni mimi sijaona hizo promises. Labda wewe umeona Hii ni show yako wewe mwana Mutembei, wewe ambaye una support hustler, wewe ambaye una support Azimio, wewe ambaye hausupport either of the above. Karibu kwa hii show, wacha tufanye hii kitu. Like hii video, share hii video as many as you can. Let's make this video great because you guys have a way of making Mutembei great. Asante sana. Namuona Jacob Maoncha ako ndani ya show. Namuona Anthony Modan ako ndani ya hii show. Namuona Theorora Boralis uko ndani. Majina nakwambia. Namuona Jemu Joyas ako ndani. Anauliza wewe ulisikia wapi? Namwona Joseph Gitonga ako ndani, Otieno Modern Flowers nawaona, Shamil naona mnasema you are watching, karibu sana. Zadok Wanyagu na kuona, karibu sana. Joshua Otano from Eldoret, karibu sana. Namwona Nanka ako ndani from Kitengela, karibu sana. Namwona Zadok Wanyangu unasema 21 days to go. 21 days to go to what? The 300 gas cylinder. 300 bob, man. Size ni around 1500, 3300 depending on which gas you're buying, eh? Namuona Abdukar Aseli unasema uko ndani from Nairobi, karibu sana. Chebos Kiprotio uko ndani. Fred Eric Sags uko ndani. Wajei Kirui Abdivi uko ndani, unasema hivi Ruto is a one-term president. We sawa, ushadi predict, usharuka hadi 2027. Ni sawa sawa, we are in for great things to see. Namuona Marijori Otosi uko ndani. Unaona nani? Unasema hivi, I'm a very happy nigger. I never voted for this nigger. Marijori anasema hakuvotia huyu jamaa, so yeye anafurahia. Kibot Arab Kaitani unasema true. Maria Alusa unasema a very big liar. We sawa. Mr. Matthew Bet na kuona uko ndani. Wajei Kirui Abdi uko ndani, unasema ni mkora kabisa. We sawa. Wakenya mnafanya ile kitu na waona. Gladys Bosbori na kuona unasema I am a spoke clean language to all people. It's ameweka hadi hapo verse Revelation 21:1-7. Okay, sawa. Gladys, tutajaribu kusoma tu sahi. Fabian Kemboi na kuona, nowadays you have returned to the worst Azimio TV. We are not Azimio TV. We are just stating the obvious. We are just stating the obvious. Namuona Fabian Kemboi uko ndani. Namuona Grace Mboro unasema niko ndani, karibu sana Grace Mboro. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona John Oguno uko ndani, unasema every promise is a lie. We Grace Mboro unasema Uhuru my forever president. Wacha tu wadau, muko na comments kibao hapa. Ninamuona nani hapa? Grace Oguno unasema what sympathizer okay, sympathizer ama okay, sawa. Umeandika sympathizer, sawa. Cyber maisha cheap Kenya, karibu Kenya. Maisha cheap Kenya, karibu Kenya. That's what you have written. Jafeth Nzuki na kuona unasema the chief commander in armed taxation. Okay. Grace Ogutu ninakuona. Mongai Ngunyu ninakuona. Peter Ojuma unasema Ruto, haha, mtajua sasa Kenya si yenyu. we maoni yenyu nayaona. Let me have your comments coming in, wadau. Let me know what your take is. Is this leader that we have a liar? Our president, is he lying to us? He told us he will not concentrate na viongozi. From the list he has presented today by partisan, nimeona vitu mingi hapo zilikuwa za viongozi. Kuunda ofisi ya prime minister, ya official opposition leader, hiyo ni ofisi, hiyo ni mambo ya viongozi. Kuunda 2/3 gender rule, hiyo ni mambo ya viongozi. Kuhakikisha ati mumeweka CDF sijui iwe kwa constitution, hiyo tu ni watu wa MPs wanataka tu kufaidika. Hiyo tu bado ni mambo ya viongozi. Kuhakikisha sijui IBC iko sawa na kuna mambo tena ya kulalamika baada ya uchaguzi, hiyo tu ni mambo ya viongozi, kwa sababu ni viongozi wao wanachaguliwa. Sasa kwa hiyo list mwananchi ako wapi? Man, the president lied in churches, lied in campaign trails, lied everywhere, lied to you, Mwana Mutembei. Maybe you believe him. And why do you believe him? I don't know why you believe him. If you do, let me know. If you have seen his promises coming to be, let me know. But as far as this debate is concerned, this is a political conmanship game, and these are the promises that have been broken. He has now turned out to be the tax collector, Mr. Liar, the promise breaker. This is a political conmanship game. Wacha tu. Mama mboga, conned. Boda boda, conned. Hustler, conned. Hey, usisahau kulikuwa na story na pesa mfukoni. Kuna wadau, maybe kuna pesa, maybe after all is said and done, labda kuna pesa mfukoni. Maybe kuna pesa mfukoni. I don't know, maybe iko. But the promises wa kibao. Ilikuwa pesa mfukoni, kazi ni kazi. Sasa hakuna kazi. Na wale ambao wako na kazi, tax ndio hizo ziko juu. Wadau. Huyu alikuwa hasla ukweli ama alikuwa hasla mwitu? Good question. Good question. Let me know. Namuona Arab Kipchumba unasema huko ndani, karibu sana. Unani mwingine hapa? Naona maoni ya Arab Kipchumba. Sawa. Wana Azimio, wana hasla. Hii ni show yenu. Nikikuingilia usifeel ni wewe, mimi naingilia issues. We are discussing the issues and I begin with one person that campaigned seriously in Kisiland for the one and only hasla mwenyewe. I start with this guy, Panyakuo.
One I used to sit with when he was the vice president, deputy president. I don't understand whether the current president, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, is the one we used to sit in Karen and we discuss how the country should move forward, how the Uhuru administration has messed up the country. I do not believe it is the same William Samoei Ruto who I was sitting with when he was the deputy president. He has changed. He has become somebody else I don't even understand myself. I, in fact, don't believe I looked for votes for William Ruto. Because he is no longer the person I thought he's going to be. I wanted a president who is caring. I wanted a president who is listening. I wanted a president who will put health workers and all workers in Kenya, all workers on the table, and ask them, what problem do you have as Kenyan workers? How can we move this country forward together as Kenyans? But the president we have today is the one who is going to make pronunciations. I'm going to increase NHIF 2.7% for the employer and the employee. I'm going to increase 6% NHIF for the employer, for the employee.
Panyakuo. You remember this man campaigning? This was a Haslam Kali number one. Washaanza wadau, washaanza kucomplain one after the other. Maybe some of us pia tuna complain ndani ya moyo. Labda wewe uko hapo una complain ndani ya moyo. Are you feeling the pinch? Are you happy? Maybe you are happy. If you are happy, let us know. If you are sad, let us know. This is your show. Come, let us discuss. To join the show, it's not difficult. This is what you do. Kupitia hiyo link ambayo umetumia na StreamYard. Hiyo StreamYard inajiread Mutembei TV, Mutembei Official, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei YouTube. Ziko hapo kwa links ambazo hapo mahali una chat. Hiyo ndio link unatumia. Hiyo link ukitumia inakutuma hapa kwa show. Baada ya kufanya nini? Ya kuandika jina lako. Si lazima liwe rasmi, lakini jina ambalo utatumia kwa show. Alafu ya pili utafanya nini? Unawasha kamera. Kamera iko kwa hiyo app, so usihangaike kutafuta kamera, lakini lazima simu yako at least iwe smartphone ama kitu yenye iko na kamera hapo. Kama wewe unatumia kupiga picha, basi simu yako iko na kamera. Okay? Alafu unawasha mic. Hapo hiyo app iko na mic, Ukishawasha hiyo mic, unaandika jina yako, una click enter, as simple as that. Vitu tatu rahisi sana, rahisi kama pasi ambayo inatandaza kitu laini, alafu unajikuta uko ndani ya show. Lakini wadau, tukaambiwa manze, hizi issues zitakuwa ni mimi na wewe. Akajiita vile aliuza kuku, vile alitoka chini, tukasema huyu anajua shida, huyu anatuelewa, huyu si dynasty. Tukaambiwa dynasty mbaya, tukasema ni mbaya. Tukasema hasla atawale, hasla anatawala, lakini hasla mwenyewe ana feel kama hasla anamsaidia. Huyu hasla aliyejiita hustler. Yeah? Alikuwa hustler mwitu. Hustler mwitu, unajua kuna chipo ya KFC. Alafu hapo tu kwa street, hapo tu kando, kuna chipo zingine ambazo wamama fulani tu wanakuwa wamejitokeza tu vifiti, wanaziundanga vipoa sana. Chipo hizo zinakuanga tamu kuliko za KFC. So watu wengi wanazitanga mwitu. Ni poa na ziko hapo kwa kibandaski. Unaweza kuwa uendi Kempinski, but wewe unaji nice kibandaski. Hapo unakula chipo mwitu. Sasa hustler alikuwa jamaa wa Kempinski ama jamaa wa Kibadaski? Sijui. Karibu sana kwa show. Let me have you kwa show. Namwona Alex Media anasema baba just needs to be silent. Walie zaidi. Oh. Namwona Alvin Karino anasema let them feel like let them feel the pain now. We sawa. Aki wanaazimiwa watuhurumii. Wanaazimio tuhurumieni bwana. Tuhurumieni sisi wanyonge. Wacha nitumie maneno ya Tuoli. Hatuna nguvu sisi. Tuhurumieni sisi Namwona Rotich David nasema wanasiasa wote ni wakora. Rotich David unasema wanasiasa wote ni wakora. Frederick Osoti Ondimo unasema just accept Ruto or continue living in denial. He is now the president. Elections will be in 2027, God willing. Huyu anasema tukubali hali, hata kama ni ngumu tukubali hali. Sawa, sisemi kitu. Karibu kwa show. To enter the show, I've told you kupitia hiyo link ambayo umetumia na Mutembei TV, Mutembei StreamYard, Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook na Mutembei Official. Click any of the above, unajikuta uko kwa show na tunakuwa na show moja kali. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Tuma maoni yako, let me know what is your take. Usiogope kumtetea Ruto, usiogope kutetea Azimio, usiogope kutetea UDA. Hii show ni show yako. As I've always promised you, leo maybe naweza kuwa mhash kwa Ruto, kesho labda nitakuwa mhash zaidi kwa Raila Odinga, kwa sababu hii show sio ya Azimio, hii show sio ya gava, ni show yako wewe mwananchi, kusay as it is, talk as you feel, and above all to share your opinion. Bila kufeel unalazimishwa. Hasla mwitu amefanya ile kitu ama huyu alikuwa hasla wa kweli? Let me know. Namuona Eric Makori unasema uko ndani ya show, karibu sana. Let me know you where you are. Nieleze uko wapi. Fanya mi favor moja tu, like hii video from wherever you are. Like hii video, share hii video, and then above all join hii video. Kujoin ni kufanya vipi? Kupitia link ambayo nakutumia. Ingia kwa show. Usiogope wadau, msiogope kudiscuss urezo. If alisema, kama angenyamaza maybe atungekuwa tunamdiscuss. So karibu sana kwa show. Namuona watu wameanza kuingia. Karibuni kwa show. Lakini kabla sijaenda sana, Panyako, I think he's an ass or something, I'm not sure. But this guy alikampenia Ruto kule Kisii, alifanya ile kitu Huyu ndio alikuwa anatetemesha akina Alex Media hizo maeneo. Alikuwa tu ni UDA. Ilikuwa ni bottom up. Lakini sahi Panyako Panyako amefanywa ile kitu. Sikiza maoni ya the first hustler I'm playing my show.
And we discuss how the country should move forward, how the Uhuru administration has messed up the country. I do not believe it is the same William Samoei Ruto who I was sitting with when he was the deputy president.
Huyu jamaa anasema habelieve. Wewe una believe. This was the guy who talked with a lot of charisma. Maneno yalikuwa matamu. Nakwambia tulikuwa tunaingishwa box. Ukisikia hizo misamiati, mistari zilikuwa zinatoka, mistari moto. In fact, so far I'm yet to see a politician talk in a rally in such eloquence. My friend, Kizungu ilikuwa tamu, Kiswahili ilikuwa tamu, roho za wanahasla ziliguzwa, zikayeyuka kama mafuta. Lakini sasa we unasema hivi Alex Media, I tell you this guy was groomed to be Kibagendi. Okay, utatueleza Alex Kibagendi alikuwa nani, lakini karibu sana kwa show. Namuona Henry Heno ako ndani. Ukiwasha kamera itakuwa rahisi mimi kukuweka kwa show, kwa sababu ukiingia bila kuwasha kamera inakuwa vigumu. So asha kamera ili uweze kujiona live. Wengi wameingia lakini wameingia tu na sauti. Usiogope. Wana Hustler, I know mulifanya kazi. It was your political and democratic right to vote for him. Now I'm charging you to come out and speak, right? Kujeni kwa show mseme hapa hakuna haki. Haki tumenyimwa. Ni haki yako kuandamana hata kwa show. You can andamana kwa street, lakini pia hapa kwa show unaweza kuja na useme manze haki yetu. 3% is coming, or 3% levy on houses. Hata kama uko na hao, utachangia hao wengine. Sijui madau. Hii serikali ya Ruto inatufanya ile kitu. Glorious Ogamas anasema maandamano hoye. Gladys Bosbori, I see you. I see Laz Mogure uko ndani, karibu sana. Namuona Nancy Benson ako ndani. Unasema uzuri Ruto hajawahi tumia mamangu hata Bob. Yo. Sawa. Nancy Benson, nimeona maoni yako ni kali lakini ni sawa. Alex uko ndani, asante. Eli Makori ninakuona. Henry Heno unasema I guess next maandamano will be all counties. Huyo ni Heno ako kwa show lakini hajasha kamera. Ukiasha kamera Henry Heno utajikuta umeingia kwa show. Namuona Rotich David unasema wanasiasa wote ni wakora, asante. I think wanasoma hiyo. Frederick Ondimo uko ndani. Dominic Marube uko ndani. Alvin Karani uko ndani. Baba Queen, I see you. Namuona Vicky Jones uko ndani, karibu sana kwa show. Namuona nani hapa? Mason Sanders uko ndani. Unasema hivi Mason Sanders, Ruto hasn't changed. He was pretending then. This is him now. The real William Ruto in action. The Uhuru, the one Uhuru saw this. Unakumbuka Uhuru akitua mudomo tamu mudomo tamu mudomo fiti, mudomo kali, lakini wapi matendo nayo. Namuona Laz Mugari unasema hivi, we told them huyu ni mukora. Ruto is my neighbor at home and never voted for him. People from Central say they don't eat roads. Anatembea na pampas including panyako na bado. Maoni yenyu nakwambia leo hata tu. Namuona Magdalene Nyanjera unasema umesikia wapi tukicomplain? Sawa. Kuna wale ambao hawacomplain. Wewe una feel vipi? Prince J, ukiwasha kamera itakuwa rahisi mimi kuku-add kwa show. Au watu wote wako kwa show lakini shida hawajawasha kamera. So inakuwa difficult mimi kuwa na mazungumzo ya moja kwa moja. Namuona upcoming sponsor pia yeye ako kwa show lakini wadau mnaogopa. Msiogope. Hii show ni show yenu, you are covered. You are covered. Namuona Festus Wambo unasema shut up. We must speak. We must speak. Upcoming sponsor habari ya leo. Upcoming sponsor habari ya leo. Okay, wacha nizime basi mic zenyu kwa sababu bado hamjawasha kamera na sitaweza kujua kama ni nyinyi ama ni nani ambaye ako kwa show. Namuona Benson Ochengo nasema Azimio MPs walioenda UDA ni flying monkeys. Ati Azimio MPs walioenda UDA ni flying monkeys. Sawa. Damaris Kalia unasema getting you well and clear, watching you from Nairobi. Asante sana Damaris. Jael Okeke unasema remember we are punishing handshake government. I'm sure Uhuru and Raila are the ones suffering a lot. The rest, let's bear with the situation. We must finish what we started. 10 fresh watching from Qatar. Unasema Jakes, in case Ruto's army in case of Ruto's army for us. Sikuelewi lakini ni sawa. Namuona Collins Opondo unasema bottom Kai, nimesoma aje? Bottom up has become real. Sugar becoming 200. The earth is hard. Maoni yako wacha ingie mbio mbio. Let me know what your take is. But let me play one of the hustlers. This, I think, was immediately after the elections. These were your sentiments, wadau.
Vile tumeapisha rais mpya, kwa sababu tumesikia hata maisha itakuwa chini, kwa sababu siku hizi ukiangalia hata ukiwa na 1000 ukienda supermarket unatoka tu na vitu 2-3. Ametueleza pia atagusha bei ya fertilizer. Alafu pia amesema kwa sababu nchi yetu iko na deni kubwa, atameshwa by December 60% itakuwa imelipwa, na nchi ikiwa na deni kidogo bado maisha itakuwa mzuri na biashara zitaendelea kuwa sawa. Pia amesema watu wa KRA kama sisi watu wa biashara hawatakuja kutuhalas, they will come on friendly basis. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru na tumefurahi siku ya leo, na tumeona rais wetu Ruto ameanza na kazi.
Aha, hiyo ilikuwa hustlers. Immediately tu, unaelewa ako kajoto baada ya kuwin elections and all. That was their sentiments. Nitakuchezea now what they are saying at the moment. But let me hear from you. Naona watu hapo wanadai vitu mingi sana. Lakini zaidi ya yote, wacha nisikie maoni yako. Prince J, habari ya saizi? Kama unaweza washa mic basi. Naona unaniambia uko na challenge. Prince J, habari ya saizi? Okay. Kujiunga nami kwa show si ngumu. Kupitia link ambayo nakutumia hapo. Link inakuja kwa Mutembei TV, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Official na Mutembei nimesema Facebook, YouTube, Mutembei Official na Mutembei page. Ukilink hizo unajikuta umejituma StreamYard, unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa show. Upcoming sponsor, habari ya saizi? Okay. Upcoming sponsor, habari ya sai?
Nzuri sana, ujambo?
Ni si jambo, wambaje kaka?
Nashukuru niko salama.
Aha, karibu sana kwa show. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Maoni yangu,
Punguza kwanza mziki ili tukusikie vizuri.
naam. Yes.
Maoni yako ni yapi kaka?
Kwa kweli hali ambayo kwamba iko sasa hivi inajulisha kwamba wenye wako kwa uongozi kile chenye walikuwa wakikiahidi kwa wananchi hawakuwa wakiamini kuwa watapata.
Okay.
Sasa hata baada ya kupata zile promises zao zote hawakuwa wana promise, lakini hawakujua watatoa wapi hizo rasilimali zote za kuwafanyia wananchi. Sasa hii wanajaribu kumangamanga huku na kule, lakini promise zao zimeonyesha kwamba ni fake, kwa sababu jambo la kwanza, wakati rais ambaye ndio mtawala wa sasa Dr. William Samoei Ruto alisema akishukisha Biblia unga utakuwa chini. Hiyo ni mara ya kwanza aliyozungumza. Lakini baada ya kuweka Biblia chini akasema apewe siku 100.
Okay.
Tena akarudi tena apewe mwaka. Sasa hivyo ukianzelia kufuata hivyo, akaja akasema kutakuwa na hustler fund ambao ni ya bure. Okay. Akarudi tena akasema kwamba hiyo hustler fund hiyo ya bure ni lazima ulipe, tena ni lazima.
Okay.
Sasa kujulisha kwamba huyu jamaa hakuwa anazungumza kile ambacho atafanya. Na alikuwa anajaribu kuambia watu wampigie kura, lakini alikuwa anataka tu kura ajifaidishe yeye mwenyewe.
Okay.
Wala hakutaka kusaidia wananchi. Alafu tukiangalia wanasema walikwenda wakaona kwamba kaunti haina kitu. Kwamba hakuna pesa Kenya.
Aha.
Lakini sasa pamoja na kwamba hakuna pesa Kenya, wewe ndo umeachiwa nyumba hiyo, imefagiliwa, umeachiwa uanze wewe kuitengeza vizuri mpaka ikue. Lakini haimaanishi katika kukuza Kenya si uumize wana Kenya ndo ikuze, hapana.
Okay.
Kuikuza Kenya ilikuwa ni yaishikilie ili wale ambao kwamba ni wana Kenya wapate afueni na wafurahie kwa yule ambaye atakuwa ni president wao.
Okay.
Lakini kila mmoja analia, mpaka wenye wako kwenye serikali tena bado wanalia.
Okay.
Sasa tunashangaa hii serikali ambayo ilikuwa ikiundwa na pia tukisifiwa kwamba hii serikali itakuwa mzuri. Kwa nini sasa hivi hata ambao kwamba kwenye serikali bado ni kama wanalia? Je, sisi ambao kwamba tuko nje tufanye nini? Kwa hiyo tunawaambia wana wenye labda wako kwenye UDA rasmi, mimi si support UDA na si support Azimio, niko katikati. Lakini wenye wameshikilia moja kwa moja UDA, nawaomba mimi sana, hata kama watashangilia na kushabikia UDA na kushabikia yule ambaye kwamba ni kiongozi wao sasa, lakini bado wajue kwamba wanaendelea kuwafinyilia, bado hawajawasaidia chochote. Na hii Kenya bado inaendelea kudidimia vile vile, uchumi unazidi kuwa chini, kazi kutakuwa hakuna, na bado inaendelea kuzorota.
Okay.
Kwa sababu hakuna ambaye kwamba hajui kwamba ukulima kama utakuwa umeboreshwa, unga huko chini. Okay. Kwa sababu kila mmoja na mahindi. Sasa akisema kwamba tutatoa mbegu ndo sasa unga ushuke, anajua kila mmoja atajilimia mahindi atakuwa yuko nayo. Sasa unga utakosaje kushuka?
Okay.
Na hata wakati wa nyuma tena watu walikuwa wakilima, unga ulikuwa unashuka. Sasa tulikuwa tunaona kwamba hasla, kwa sababu anajua mambo ya mahasla, basi aushukishe unga pale ulipokuwa, pamoja na kwamba kulima bado, na pale ulipokuwa ajaribu kushukisha chini, tujue kwamba anaelewa masuala ya mahasla maana yake ni nini. Lakini alitumia jina la hasla na bado alikuwa hajalijua maana yake. Asante sana.
Lakini kaka ningependa kuuliza vitu kama kadha wa kadha. Kwanza kuna huu mswada ambao tayari uko bungeni ambao ni financial bill. Na leo Cheriot, ni leo ama ni jana, alisema huu mswada utapita bila hata kubadilisha hata koma. Na mle ndani kuna pendekezo ya kuongeza tax hadi ya vitu za wakina dada kama weave, kama manukato, kama unaelewa mapambo yao. Itakuwa ni gharama kuwa mrembo hii Kenya. Wewe unaona kana kwamba hii mswada ama hii bill imekuwa centered na mwananchi ama ni ya kummaliza zaidi? Kwa sababu wameongeza NHIF, wameongeza taxes kadha wa kadha, wanaongeza pia nini ya ujenzi ama ya kuwezeka nyumba. So hii bill unaona kama itamfaidi mwananchi ama itamfilishisha hata mara mbili zaidi?
Hiyo kitu itakuwa ni kumfilisisha mwananchi, wala haimsaidii chochote. Kabisa.
Na wewe kama yule ambaye unasema haukupiga kura, ndio, ama hakuna mwenye unaunga mkono, sema haukupiga kura, lakini ungekuwa wa kutoa ushauri, ungeshauri aje mwanahasla, especially kiongozi ambaye ni Ruto, na of course pia wana wabunge ambao pia hao ndio walichaguliwa na hawa hustlers, ili waweze kupitisha miswada ambayo inawafaidi, miswada ambayo ina manufaa kwao? Maoni yako ingekuwa yapi?
Mimi maoni yangu ningemwambia Rais Bwana Dr. William Ruto. Jambo la kwanza, hata miswada ambayo itapitishwa, iwe ni yenye kumfaidi mwananchi. Kwa sababu ikiwa miswada ambayo itapitishwa itakuwa inamfinyilia mwananchi, bado atakuwa hatambuliki, hatambui hasla maana yake. Kwa hiyo atakapopitisha jambo, kwanza aliangalie madhara yake na aliangalie uzuri wake. Itakapokuwa uzuri ni mwingi kuliko madhara, hilo jambo litakuwa direct linamfaa mwananchi.
Okay.
Lakini kama itakuwa ubaya ni mwingi kuliko kuliko uzuri wake, basi hilo jambo litakuwa linamfinyilia mwananchi. Nikiwa nataka kulinda heshima yake bwana Ruto, basi ni achague miswada ambayo itamfaidisha mwananchi vile vile. Alafu kitu chengine, huyu jamaa na hawa majamaa ambao kwamba kwenye viti ambao ni bwana Gachagua alafu na bwana William Ruto, kitu ambacho kwamba kimewafanya mpaka wako pale kwenye ile ngazi ya juu ambao kwamba ndo wanaangaliwa, tumewaheshimu na wao pia ni waheshimu wananchi. Lakini sasa ikiwa watafuata vitu ambavyo kwamba haviwahusu, kila kitakachosemwa bwana Gachagua anataka achangie, kila kitakachosemwa hata kikasemwa na mlevi anataka kuchangia, ambao kwamba atapoteza dira kule anakokwenda.
Okay.
Hataenda vile ambavyo kwamba inastahili. Lakini sasa ikiwa atakuwa anajua kwamba mimi niko katika ngazi gani na sawasawa na nifanye nini na majukumu yangu ni nini, hata angalia maneno ambayo kwamba yanakwenda kule na maneno ambayo kwamba anarushwa. Ni kama mchezaji mpira, akiwa kwenye mpira yeye kama anacheza, basi akiangalia wale mafansi kule nje hatocheza mpira.
Okay.
Sasa yeye tatizo lao hawa watu ni kwamba kila kitakachosemwa hata kikasemwa na mlevi wanataka kujibu, ambao kwamba wakati ule wanatumia muda kujibu, kuna mambo mengine yanakoseka. Kwa hiyo miswada ambao kwamba itakuwa ni yenye kupitishwa, muangalie miswada hii ambao kwamba tunaipitisha, je, inamfaidi mwananchi ama inazidi kumdidimiza mwananchi?
Na
ikiwa itakuwa ni
pole, lakini wacha nikuulize tu hivi unapoendelea. Ukikumbuka vizuri, wakati walikuwa tanga ama wakati yeye alikuwa deputy president, alikaa kana kwamba ana oppose vitu vingi sana za waliosema ni handshake government. Na unakumbuka walikuwa wa kwanza kuoppose ile mswada ya VAT, wakasema itaongeza gharama kwa mama mboga, kwa mwana bodaboda, itakuwa gharama ya juu. Na hiyo ilikuwa 8%. Leo wameitoa kutoka 8 imeingia 16, maradufu. Uhuru alipokuja na proposal ya nyumba yake ilikuwa 1.5%. Ya Ruto ni 3%. Mbona unaona yeye wakati alikuwa deputy alikuwa mwepesi wa kukashifu handshake government na kukashifu miswada yao. Leo analeta same miswada na hata haileti kwa ile gharama walikuwa wamepropose, analeta kwa mara mbili zaidi. Unaonekana kwamba alikuwa ni mtu wa double speak.
Kwa kweli huyu alikuwa akilizungumza hilo jambo kwa sababu ni kama analipinga kutoka kwa mwenzake. Ni mfano wa kitu chenye alikuwa anakifanya, ni mfano kwamba mtu utongoze mwanamke, halafu sasa ukisikia yule mwanamke kwa sababu ushampenda unamtilia fitina kwa sababu akataliwe ili wewe unamtaka, halafu wewe nao utamtekelezea vile ambavyo kwamba alikuwa anafanya. Sasa ndo bwana William alivyofanya. Kwa sababu alikuwa anatia kwamba hii haitakuwa inamsaidia mama mboga. Sasa ile miswada yake inamsaidia nini mama mboga? Kwa hiyo hilo kwanza linadhihirisha kwamba yale ambayo kwamba alikuwa akiyatetea alikuwa akiyatetea ili ajulikane mwema, lakini yeye ndo amerudi vile vile kana kwamba alikuwa amevaa ngozi ya kondoo lakini ni mbwa mwitu jamaa.
Ukikumbuka vizuri alibishana na BBI akisema BBI ilikuwa ya kuleta viongozi, BBI ilikuwa ni ya kunyanyasa wa Kenya, BBI ilikuwa iongeze idadi ya watu ambao watakuwa bungeni, iongeze prime minister na nini. Lakini pindi tu alipochaguliwa, pendekezo zilizokuwa kwa BBI hizo ndio anazipendekeza sasa. Hata uliposikia zikitajwa kwa bipartisan, mimi niliona tu ni kama BBI ingine inasomwa, kwa sababu anasema kuundwa ofisi ya mkubwa wa upinzani, kuongezwe viti vya kina mama bungeni ili kuwe na 2/3 gender rule, wakaleta mambo ya constituency. I think hapo ndio wanataka kuleta ile story ya one man one vote one shilling. Lakini zaidi ya yote, mbona uoppose BBI wakati wewe ni deputy president? Ukishakuwa rais, hata kabla hujamaliza mwaka, mambo yaliyokuwa kwa BBI including kumfanya Musalia awe chief cabinet secretary ilikuwa swala moja kwa BBI. Unakuwa wa kwanza kutimiza yale yalikuwa kwa BBI. Je, uone huyu kama ni jamaa ambaye ulivyomtaja ni jamaa wa kuvaa ngozi ya kondoo lakini ndani si kondoo halisi
kabisa.
Mhm.
Huyu bwana ni kama ndivyokuambia kwamba alikuwa akijaribu kuonekana kwamba ni mtetezi wa watu. Wakati wa mwanzo alikuwa deputy president,
Okay.
kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kunyakua kile kiti.
Okay.
Lakini ni kama mfano mtu anavua samaki, akivua samaki na ndoano ile ndoano ataitia chambo ndani ili yule samaki anase, lakini akinasa akitolewa nje hampi tena chambo. Kwa hiyo huyu jamaa alikuwa hiyo ni miongoni mwa ndoano yake, ametia chambo, lakini sasa ametoa nje, hawezi mpa tena chambo. Kwa hiyo sasa hii tuseme kwamba bwana William Ruto yeye anafaidika yeye mwenyewe,
okay,
wala hakifaidishi wa Kenya cheo chake. Na mimi katika fikra nayoiona, kwa sababu ni mengi aliyoyaahidi ya Biblia akiweka chini ya siku 100 yote ameyazungumza.
Na kuna ile inakuja baada ya siku 20 ya gasi ya shilingi 300.
Mwezi wa 6.
Mwezi wa 6 imebakisha siku 20.
Siku 20 tu Sasa hiyo nayo my friend, hiyo hakuna kitu. Mimi sioni gasi ya shilingi 300 sioni. Kama unga ilienda nikishukisha Biblia chini mpaka siku 100, mpaka sasa ni mwaka, itakuwa gasi shilingi 300 my friend hapo. Hasa gasi hata kama ikashuka ikawa 500, lakini sasa kama hiyo gasi itapikiwa nini kama ingwa iko juu?
Okay.
Unajua hawa watu hawatumii akili. Unashukisha gasi, sawa, shukisha gasi iwe hata kama ni 1000 iwe, lakini itapikiwa nini? Mbona watu hawatumia akili? Itapikiwa nini hiyo gasi kama unga uko juu?
Okay.
Yaani ukashukishe gasi kitu chenye hakiliwi, lakini ukapandishe unga.
Hizi basi zinaweza semwa kama ni ganga zile za mganga ambazo huweka mgonjwa kitandani na matumaini.
Alafu pia hawa watu ambao wanakuwa mtu akisema wanashabikia, yani wanashabikia kila jambo. Hawa watu wana akili timamu kweli? Kwa sababu unakuta hapo kuna watu ambao wanashabikia mpaka wanapiga makofi, wanashabiki kwamba amesema jambo la maana. Gani kitu cha maana ambacho kwamba amekwambia kwamba gasi itakuwa ya 300 halafu unga uko juu? Kitu gani unashabikia hapo mtu?
Shikilia hapo. Watakuwa upcoming sponsor naja kwako tu saa hizi kidogo tu. Nikubalie nimkaribishe Necessary Evil. Necessary Evil, habari ya jioni kaka. Jaribu kuwasha mic. Kando ya jina lako kuna kitu imeandikwa mic. Iko wazi, imewaka sasa. Habari ya leo kaka?
Wanisikia?
Kabisa. Habari ya leo ambaje?
Nashukuru. Habari za Kenya?
Tuko salama. Sisi huku tunajinais, tunashabikia tu matukio ambayo yanazidi kutukia kila kuchao.
Sisi tuwasomea kwa umbali, lakini bado unajua nyumbani ni nyumbani. So it's very saddening kuona what is happening. Mimi kwa ukweli mimi ni mtu wa Azimio damu.
Okay.
But once serikali ya Hasla ilipoingia, we had no option but kukubali.
Okay.
But sasa tunaona walisahau real fast. Ama kuna mtu alisema power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely.
Sasa wale walipofika State House wakasahau waja wao, hata wacha sisi wa Azimio, wakasahau hata Hustler Nation wenyewe.
Okay.
So mimi huwa sina tabia ya kuzomea watu mlimpigia kura. Maana huwa na assume kuwa rais akiapishwa huwa ni rais wa nchi, sio wala si rais wa party yake ama coalition yake. Right. But Ruto kwa kweli huyu jamaa, tangu anybody mwenye ambaye ashai kumfuatilia, huyu jamaa alichaguliwa na Moi for a reason.
Okay.
Alikuwa student, akaja akamshinda a stalwart wa KANU, ikamshtua Moi, akaitwa State House. And that is when he started to shine. Moi alishangaa ni nani huyu kijana mdogo ametokea nowhere.
Okay.
Akamshinda, nafikiri alikuwa anaitwa
Makto.
Alikuwa ni Chisire nafikiri. I think ilikuwa Chisire.
Okay.
Alikuwa stalwart wa Moi. Na so ilimshtua Moi na Moi akarealize huyu ndio ambaye ataendeleza KANU in a different name.
Okay.
It doesn't matter jina ni gani, lakini basically Moi alisema time moja KANU itaishi miaka
100.
Ndio hii ina happen. Sasa huyu ndio sababu walikosana na Gideon Moi. Maanake sasa huyu alikuwa kama mtoto wa kambo.
Okay.
But sasa Moi aliweka watoto wake ambaye amezaa kando, akaanza kumgroom huyu mtoto wa kambo.
Okay.
Which iliwakasirisha sana. But Moi alikuwa anajua anafanya nini. Ukiangalia tabia za Ruto ni exactly dictatorship za KANU.
Okay.
Once alipoingia akaweka roots game over. So mimi one of the things ile ni sudden alipoingia nilijua sasa Wakenya wataanza kuungua. And unfortunately tunaiona.
Hata hajamaliza mwaka kaka.
Ndio nakwambia, na ni smooth talker. Very smooth talker. Ni kama vile
maneno matamu.
Wanaita panya gani wale? Panya bukua, sijui Waswahili wanasema. Panya bukua anakuuma huko anapuliza. Anapuliza. But unaumia. Sasa Wakenya kama I think ameitwa nani sponsor alivyosema,
upcoming
sponsor alivyosema, hata hiyo mambo ya mafuta mtangoja sana. Manake yeye ataendelea kufyonza tu atakuwa ananyonya damu ya Kenya tu. Unaona, kwa sababu somehow lazima aendelee kujitajirisha na kutajirisha wenzake, the few.
Alisema serikali yake itazingatia kuanzia chini kwenda juu. Ilikuwa ni mfumo wa bottom up. In fact wakaita bottom up economic model. Wakakuja na the plan. Hii the plan ilikuwa ifocus na mama mboga na bodaboda. Ilikuwa ifocus na mtu wa chini ili walete pesa mfukoni. Lakini licha ya yote ni kana kwamba ili happen visivyo. Sasa sio pesa mfukoni, ni ile pesa ambayo huyo mwanahasa ako nayo, hiyo kidogo ndio ni kama wana target. Ndio kama sasa ndio wanataka.
Ukikumbuka siku ya nikurudishe siku ya debate. Si alikuja na mama mboga. Mama mboga alikuwa wa kamera tu. Walipoingia yule mama mboga akafukuzwa. Yani it was live, mimi niliona all the way from the US. Ule mama alisukumwa na security. Sasa kazi yako imeisha. Hiyo ilikuwa ni a sign kuwa hapa tunaenda kuungua. Ule mama mboga alikuwa ni kamera tu. Amekuja na mama mboga na bodaboda. Kamera sasa ziliposonga, alipoingia ule mama mboga alipotelezwa, story kesho. As soon as walipoingia serikali, how many markets zilianza kuvunjwa?
Nyingi sana. Na hata kabla hujaenda hata kwa market, unakumbuka wakati UDA walikuwa na present presidential candidate wao, kulikuwa na vijana wengine wawili, kulikuwa na mwanadada na chali moja. Na nikana kwamba hata tuliwasahau. Ruto akakuja ni kama yeye tena present papers. It was all for the camera if you remember. Akatuonyesha jinsi wanaenda through vetting. Yule mwanadada hata sijui kama ameshapewa post kwa sababu wengine washapewa vyeo, lakini yeye ambaye alijitokeza kama mwanadada aliyetaka kusimama na chama cha UDA. Mwanadada ambaye hakuwa akijulikana, hata simkumbuki jina, lakini alikuwa presidential candidate. So do you see it as a game that was ilichezwa vizuri sana, wana hustler hawakuweza kuona.
Huyu jamaa alicalculate very well. Jamaa alikuwa na muda wa kupanga.
Okay.
Ametaka hichi kitu for years. Sasa amekuwa calculate. Wacha watu wengi wanazingatia tu time alipokuwa deputy president. Huyu jamaa alianza kitambo. Ameipanga. One of the two books huyu jamaa ko proficient in. 148 Laws of Power. Na The Art of War. Ukimaster hivyo vitabu viwili, you can confuse anybody in the world. So huyu jamaa watu wengi hawakuwa wanamuona for what he is. Watu wengi wamesahau all the things alifanya. Watu wengi wamesahau vitu ambavyo Gachagua alifanya alipokuwa DO. Mimi nilizaliwa in a political family, kwa hivyo ninawajua. Siri zao nyingi nazijua. That is why mimi kura yangu singewahi kumpatia, whether ingawa mimi sikuvote, manake naishi mbali na Washington DC, so sikuvote. But hata kama ningalivote singewahi kumpatia kura yangu. Yeah, manake nilijua anawahadaa wa Kenya, which is very painful. Mimi najua politicians ni vigumu kukuwa straight. Hata yule ambaye amevaa kitambaa cheupe kichwani ni vigumu kuwa straight, lakini huwa nafikiria kwamba after umepigania sana hicho kiti, I usually think ukiwahi at least utataka uwe na legacy fulani, kuwa jinsi tunavyomkumbuka Kibaki. Kibaki alicheza Raila, akaapishwa usiku. But wengi huwa tunakumbuka what he did, nchi ilivyogeuka. Unaona, nakumbuka at first walivyoingia akaanza na ile mambo ya declaring wealth, watu wengi walikasirika. Nasema afadhali siku za Moi, but kwa sababu walikuwa hawajui. Fast forward wakaanza kuona taxes zao zinafanya nini, barabara hizo hapo, nini, uchumi unaendelea fresh. Hana kelele kibao, yeye ako behind the scenes anajenga nchi. So tutamkumbuka Kibaki forever. So I usually assume it doesn't matter ulifikaje huko, but at least penda nchi yako kiasi kwamba watu wakukumbuke. Huyu jamaa alivyoingia alitutengenezea nchi. Barabara hizo nini, uchumi ukaboreka. Unaona, maana sio kila mtu atafika university. Akaongeza, Kibaki aliongeza university kibao, technical colleges nini. So that just because sikupata B+ and above doesn't mean sasa ndio hivyo tertiary education imeisha. Unaona, wengi wetu tulitoroka Kenya kwa sababu ya hiyo. Maana mimi sikutaka kwenda kufanya Bachelor of Arts. Which hiyo ndio ambayo nilikuwa naenda kuitwa. So nikakataa, sitaki Bachelor of Arts. Mimi kuna degree ambayo nataka kufuata. Ndio ikabidi nikaondoka Kenya many years ago. Na mimi niliondoka siku za Moi. But I would have wished yeye na dhambi zake zote alipofika State House aseme okay, nimepigania hichi kiti, wacha sasa niwaoneshe wa Kenya what I can do for them. Instead sasa ni kuangamiza.
Na unaona kama kwa mfano hizi pesa ambazo anang'ang'ana kukusanya, je, ni kurudisha alizozitumia during campaign? Kwa sababu nakumbuka alikuwa akienda mahali anasema mama mboga ameachiwa milioni 3, wana bodaboda ameachiwa milioni 2, anaenda kwa kundi ya vijana anaacha pesa. Ilikuwa ni kuacha pesa, na hapo ndo akarudi akasema nitaacha sasa hii mambo ya kuacha pesa, alafu nitaunda hustler fund, na hapo hustler fund nikishaunda hapo nitaweka bilioni kadhaa, bilioni 50, wakati mwingine ilikuwa sema bilioni 100. So ilikuwa inategemea anaongea kiwa sehemu gani ya nchi. Lakini baada ya kuingia, hata hizo pesa alikuwa anapeana nikana kwamba hata hakuna hizo empowerment alizokuwa akiziita, hizo forums hazifanyiki tena.
Hata hizo loans za nini,
hiyo hasa fund alisema itakuja bila riba, na iko na riba already.
Na wanakusumbua kweli, nasikia wanakupatia hela kidogo, hakupatie muda hiyo loan kusaidia.
Unapewa shilingi 500, unafaa rudisha na siku 14, na hizo siku 14 unafaa uwe umefanya faida. Kwa mfano, unafaa uwe umefungua biashara, because wanasema hiyo ni pesa ya kufungua biashara. Ufungue biashara ya shilingi 500, uwe umepata faida, na baada ya kupata faida, baada ya siku 14 uwe umerejesha. Usiporejesha, riba inaongezeka kidogo. Ina pesa ambayo unakatwa hata kabla hujapewa shilingi 500. Kwa hivyo kama ulikopa 500, unakatwa shilingi 25. So hivyo basi unapewa shilingi 475. So shilingi 475, utafanyia kazi biashara, utaanza nayo gani?
Ndio hao kwenye market, hata ukisema utatafuta labda gomba la ndizi ukauze, lazima ulipe hapo kwenye market, sio?
Lazima ulipe shilingi either 20 ama 50 depending mahali wewe huko. Kama utabebea hiyo mzigo yako, shilingi 50 ya bodaboda itakatwa tu kwa ile pesa. Wakati una withdraw, hiyo pesa inakatwa na Safaricom.
Pesa
So mwisho wa siku ni pesa ngapi umewekeza kwa biashara?
Hii it is a big lie. Ni kuhadaa wananchi, it's a useless endeavor. Kwa hivyo they are just leeches kwa kimombo. Wana leech kwa wananchi, which it is painful kuwa wanatafuta kwa wale watu wadogo. Ndio hao wanataka hapo. Manake watu wengi wenye hela ambao wangefuatwa hawatoenda down easy. Mimi for example, mimi sio kuwa mimi ni multi-millionaire, lakini mimi hawawezi kunichezea wanavyochezea mwananchi mdogo kama jamaa wa bodaboda hivi. Nitawa dismiss. Unajua sasa, for example, mimi nikija Kenya, ukiingia Jomo Kenyatta by order, hao jamaa wanataka kitu kidogo. Ukienda popote, yani haitowahi kuisha until mtu mdogo apandishwe kwenye economic status.
Leo nimemwona Ole Sapit leo amesema vitu vingi. Kwanza kabisa, Ole Sapit unamkumbuka, alikuwa mchungaji wa kwanza kuongoza maombi baada ya Ruto kusemekana ndiye rais. Hapa ni Ole Sapit akiwa Bomas, akiomba na akishukuru Mungu. Hapo si makosa kulingana na mimi. Na alifanya jinsi alivyokuwa ameshauriwa kufanya wakati huo. Lakini miezi 6 baadaye, leo ametoa speech. Mwanzo anakashifu jinsi Ruto amekuwa akifanya uteuzi, right? Anasema ya kwanza Ruto amekuwa akifanya uteuzi wa kikabila. Amekuwa kama lugha yako ni aidha Kikuyu ama Kikalenjin ama lugha ambayo yeye labda ako na preference kwayo, wewe unapata kazi vya haraka. Lakini Ole Sapit anakashifu hiyo. Sisemi alifanya makosa kuomba, maana maombi ni bora, lakini kanisa ni kana kwamba sasa kanisa iliyomsupport William Ruto leo na siku ambazo zimepita, tunaona ni kama wameanza kujitoa kuwa wa kwanza kumkashifu yeye na tabia, na zaidi ya yote na miswalda ambayo analeta. Je, unaona hii ndio kuwa mwanzo wa yeye kuanguka?
Mwisho serikali yake itaanguka. Mimi naweza ku gauge vile, manake nimeona video naye Musalia Mudavadi amekashifu hii tax bill, hii finance.
Ilikuwa ya last year. Hii ya Musalia ilikuwa before awe prime minister. Ndio hii hapa.
The Kenyan worker
kwa hivyo hiyo ni tofauti.
purports to be an intervention that will provide comfort and shelter. Yet it is at once.
Unakumbuka wakati Uhuru alikuja na hii mambo ya nyumba, alisema iwe 1.5 percent. But sasa ya Ruto ni 3%, actually double. Tofauti ni kwamba wakati ya William ya Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa 1.5, hapa ni Musalia akikashifu, right? Maybe tutaweza sikiza kidogo.
Insensitive, burdensome, because you are taxing an already overlooked. It is also unlawful. This worker is already burdened with just about the highest income tax in the world today. Add to this value-added tax on a wide range of goods and services. Load on a myriad of levies on petrol and petroleum products. Then now, bring in this new levy. You are killing the goose that lays the golden egg. Kenyans.
So, hapa huyu jamaa Musalia, huyu ndugu yetu Musalia hapa hakuwa amepewa kazi. Hapa alikuwa anajitokeza, is the same character tumejaribu kudescribe alikuwa anajitokeza kama mjali watu, kama mtu ambaye anaweza tetea wananchi. Lakini fast forward a few moments later ndio huyu hata haongei, sijamsikia akiongelea swala, amenyamaza. So is it ni tabia ya wanasiasa kuwa conman ama ni vipi?
Ni tabia yao. Huwa kwa Kiswahili huwa wanasema wahenga walisema nyani haoni kundule.
Okay.
Wakati wa Uhuru walikuwa na kashifu, watafanya the same thing. Yani ni kama wana akili za kuku, yani walisahau. Lakini sio kwa walisahau, ni kufanya Wakenya wajinga. That is what it is. Wanajifanya wamesahau, lakini uzuri wa video kama hata nilikuwa sijui kama hii ilikuwa ya last year. Nilikuwa nafikiria ni ya juzi, nikasema huyu jamaa anamchokoza William Ruto na yeye anamfanyia kazi, itakuwaje? Kumbe ni kama ni ya last year. Sasa it is even worse. Manake sasa yeye is captured kwa video akikashifu 1.5 na sasa wao wanafanya double the rate. Unaona? Wamesahau.
Kuna huyu
mimi kama wamesahau.
Nakumbuka pia kuna wakati walikuwa wanamkashifu rais kwa sababu ya kupitisha mswada ya 8% fuel VAT.
Yes.
Na kukakuwa na mdahalo mkali sana bungeni na wakapigana, hata wengine wakamwagiana maji. Sijui kama unakumbuka wakati huo, wanatangatanga na wanakieleweke wakipimana nguvu. Right. Wakati huo akina Dende Nyoro walikuwa wa kwanza kukashifu. Hebu msikie hapa Dende Nyoro.
The leaders of handshake. I want to tell this government we are giving them an ultimatum. Within 1 day, leo hii ikiisha, lazima waite mkutano wa dharura na waondoe hiyo maneno ya kuongeza kodi katika mafuta. Watu wetu ya bodaboda wanaumia, watu wetu wa matatu wanaumia, wameumizwa na corona, wako na loans kwa bank, and it is very very uncouth for the government to purport to increase the prices of fuel products. Ya pili.
So hapo Ishongwa sorry, not Ishongwa, Dende Nyoro, unajua alikuwa anapinga nini? 8% ya fuel levy. Unajua leo ni ngapi? 16%. Double.
That is, we are talking about roughly a year.
Yeah, that was a year ago, or a year and a half or something like that.
Something like that. Very very unfair, because na sio kuwa mishahara iliongezwa mahali popote.
Payslip haijabadilika.
So kwa ile mshahara wako ule mmoja, wanataka kukutax zaidi. NHIF ndio hiyo wanataka, sijui houses nini hiyo, bills landlords sijui wanataka other than NHIF na nini zingine zinataka. Of course kuna income tax, hiyo ni kawaida.
Tayari imeongezwa, wale walikuwa wanalipa 30 watalipa 35%.
Unaona, sasa mna increase, maana wewe mnajitakia nyinyi tu as a government, lakini hamjali wale wanaotozwa. Maana those deductions you have no control over. Wewe unaenda kazini kama kawaida, payslip ikija unashinda kulikoni. Kwa hivyo ikipita maskini employees wa Kenya, salaried employees, it's a very sad state of affairs. Mimi sijui jamaa huwa wanalala vipi, lakini something has to change at some point. Sijui
talking of taxes,
but
when you remember taxes, I remember one time Ruto, I think hii hata si zamani, we may say 1 year ago, ni muda mrefu, lakini this is like 3-4 weeks ago. These were his words, his sentiments, and how he viewed issues of taxes.
Our development, so that it is not based on borrowing, it is based on our own revenues and taxes. Na mimi nataka niwaambie hivi, serikali ya Kenya hakuna hata tax moja tumeongeza, na hakuna hata tax itaongezwa. Mtaona katika budget yetu ya mwezi wa sita tutakuwa tunapunguza taxes.
Yeah.
Interesting. His own words. Mtaona tukifanya nini? Tukipunguza. What do you think this man, does he forget, or is it that he speaks before he has sat with the people who advises him to tell him this is what we will be doing? So does he speak before, or what would you explain his behavior?
Ruto is an averagely intelligent guy. Very smart guy. I will give that to him. I don't like him, but he's an averagely smart man as compared to his deputy. But he believes, I told you earlier, he's a smooth talker. You know, he's your typical politician. When he's talking to you, he will give you the best words so you can applaud and be very happy about it. But when the actions are actually happening, he does the total opposite. He knew all along what his plan is. These are people who are briefed on a daily basis. And Ruto is a very stern guy when it comes to such things. He's very stern. So briefings, both security, economics, all that, he's briefed. By the time he speaks, he knows what he's doing. You know, he has intentionally put, I'm trying to remember what that guy's name, he used to be a newscaster.
Hussein Mohammed.
A very innovative guy. He put him there intentionally. So his speeches are written by Hussein Mohammed. So he knows what he's talking about. So when he lies to Kenyans like that, he knows exactly what he's doing. It's just that he knows Kenyans are quick to forget. Unfortunately for him, there comes a time Kenyans get tired. When Kenyans decided that when Moi leaves, they're going to vote en masse against Uhuru, they had got to the end. I've been watching Maandamano. During around Moi's time, before I left Kenya, when those tear gas canisters used to start flying, most people used to run away. I have seen Kenyans now, I don't know where the bravery is or if they now just don't care. Some of them are even taunting police. I've seen a young girl taunting police. When there used to be a saying, if you're going to fight a cat, make sure you leave a pathway for that cat to run away.
Yeah, correct.
Because if by chance, if you corner that cat will kill you. So when you push people too much, eventually they will fight back. Eventually, what Karl Marx and Marxist theorists used to say, eventually the proletariat will have to stand up. The bourgeoisie, yeah. Eventually, they'll take it. Eventually, they'll be like, you know what? Why am I even living? And that is when Ruto's government will topple.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, before I go to Ariba Charles, who is also joining us live, and as well you mwananchi ambao unatutazama, karibu sana kwa show. I see Betty Lobot uko ndani, I see Caroline Ouma uko ndani, Godfrey Ambani, I see you my brother, I see Sunny Alila, you are in. Thank you for being part of the show. Chidi Love, I see you. Abi Yego, I see you my brother, karibu sana. Humble Nancy, I see you. Thank you. Chacha Mwita, I see you. Asante sana. Helen Maganga, I see you. Asante mwanadada wetu. Namwona Iman Koril uko ndani. Asante. Bosbori Omogambi Senior, I see you. Halima Kiponda, I see you. And Kidenji Kirimi and many who are commenting, including Sadia Iman. I thank you for your comments and also being part of this great conversation. I am in studio with Necessary Evil and Areba Charles. Asanteni sana kwa kujiunga nasi kwa studio si ngumu. Hivi ndivyo unavyofanya kupitia link ambayo unatumia na Mutembei TV, Mutembei official, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei YouTube. Hizo ndio links ambazo unajitumia ama unatumia kujiunga nasi hapa live kwa show. Asante sana kwa kufuatilia. Na discuss the expose ambayo Panyako alijaribu kutoa pamoja na Reverend ama ni Bishop Ole Sapit, na pia wengi ambao wamekuwa wakicomplain especially kwa sababu ya financial bill ambayo inakuja kwa parliament ambayo ita inform the budget of Ruto's first budget, pamoja na masuala mengi including the political appointments that amekuwa nazo. Leo Lesapita alisema ni very tribal, and then pia tuna discuss jinsi ambavyo hata kwa bipartisan we didn't see so many issues concerning mwananchi, ule mama mboga, mwana bodaboda, yakilipewa kipaumbele katika ile bipartisan talk ambayo wako nayo. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys are always making this show great. I see Joshua Omuga, you are in, saying you are listening. Karibu sana. Asante sana. Bwana Necessary Noise, I'll be coming to you with more questions, and I really must appreciate for your time and above all for your input into this discussion. Bwana Ariba, habari ya saizi? Na okay, before he
mzuri mkubwa yangu.
Uko tayari?
Lakini network inanisumbua kidogo, lakini nakusikiza.
Okay. Karibu sana kwa show. Najua ulikuwa mwana Azimio, baada ya Azimio kupoteza ukasema umeamua kumsupport William Ruto amalize kazi. Sasa maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe kama mwana hustler number 1 sasa aliyekuwa Azimio. Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu utendakazi wa Ruto na vile ambavyo sasa anaendesha serikali? Tumeona watu wakilalamika, lalama zinazidi kuongezeka kila siku tunavyoendelea. Kuna watu wana complain. Leo akiwemo Panyako pamoja na Ole Sapit. Maoni yako ni yapi kaka?
Okay. Mimi kulingana na mimi kwa maoni yangu hakuna kitu inakosanga challenge.
Okay.
Kila kitu iko na challenges. Hata kama ukienda kutengeneza ndoa ya kuoa pipi, kuna vitu inaendanga smoothly. Mpaka usikie mara mwingine amepeleka usaliti, mara mwingine amepeleka maneno, mara ilikuwa hivi, na mnarudi mkisoro kwa meza tu na mnaendelea mpaka mwisho mnafanya harusi. So nchi yenye unachukua uongozi without challenges, like hii maandamano is one of the challenges the government of Ruto is facing. And this kind of challenges, they are the ones to make Ruto, the government of Ruto, to uplift their socks so that they can raise the economic grounds of Kenyan economy. So wakati tunaangalia wakati Ruto for example alikuwa anatafuta kura, Najua kuna kuna ile manifesto Ruto alikuwa anatoa. Apart from manifesto, kuna ile maneno alikuwa anaongea nje ya manifesto. Akifika kuongea nje ya manifesto, anatumia just kama ndugu yangu amesema, anatumia ile language iko na sukari, mdomo yake iko na sukari. Na unajua hii kitu inaitwa hustler slogan. The slogan ya hustler ndiye ilimuuza kabisa mpaka watu wakaona yenyewe kumbe huyu mtu anatukumbuka. Kuna kitu moja nataka Mutembei sometimes tuangalie kwa undani.
Ndio tunajaribu hapa.
William Ruto amekaa na Moi, amekaa na Raila. Amelani vile watu walikuwa wanapenda Raila, ameangalia ni nini ilikuwa inafanya watu wanapenda Raila. Akagundua secret kwamba Raila anaongeanga to the hearts of the hustlers. Sasa na yeye akakuja ndiye akagundua kumbe Raila anaongea to the heart of the society, wale watu wa chini mpaka wanamsikiza wanasema enyewe we have met a Messiah who is going to take us from Misri to Canaan. So here Ruto now wakati learned about the aspects of Raila and the challenge, the strategies of Raila came out just using the slogan of hustler, and the people understood him clearly and started following him like the way they used to follow Raila Odinga. So this is systematic. Ndio nasema wakati Ruto alitengeneza manifesto yake, aliweka manifesto yake, lakini kuna maneno alikuwa anaongea nje ya manifesto yenye ambayo you can't hold himself, you can't hold him for accountable because hiyo maneno iko inaficha kwa manifesto. Kuna zingine alikuwa anatumia kwa manifesto yenye unamuuliza kama hii some other promises he was giving, kama hii saa hii yenye anaongea saa hii mara ya tax in 2 months time, mera gazi itakuwa inachachiwa 350. That thing haiko kwa manifesto. But naye akiongea hivyo anaongea aruke na budget vile naenda, aruke na economy vile naenda. Asema hii kitu tulikuwa tunafanya hivi na hivi, huyu Tinga akaleta maandamano ikasukuma economy mbele mpaka gazi tulikuwa tulifirie watu na mwezi wa 7 na 300, ilikabidi iruke miezi 6 baadaye ndukuje tukuliviri na 300. So this kind of challenges kwa ile serikali yote ndio nimesema in any government which is in place it has got these challenges. Na kile mtu anaongeanga nje si Kenya anapata kwa serikali ndani akishachukua uongozi. Unaweza ongea useme nitanunulia watu magari. Ukiingia kwa uongozi upata hakuna pesa ya kununulia watu magari. So tumekuwa tukiishi na language yenye ambayo mtu anatumia ashalani wa Kenya ni watu wa kusahau haraka. So ndiposa anasema kila mtu ameshagundua ndio utafute kura. Unajua politics is about propagandas and the rumors. So the moment you use propaganda, unajua ukienda politics useme wewe ni mcha Mungu, wewe ni Mkristo, wacha mimi nikuwe hivi nisitukane mtu, huwezi pata kura. So these people wenye wanatafuta kura washarani vile Wachakoya alikuja aligundua ile kitu naweza tumia kwamba nitumie pangi. Kuna watu wanavuta pangi, niwaambie pangi is too expensive, ikiwekwa kama machani chai tunaweza funa tukue na matachiri kuitina a minute. One pack of a pang is more than this can pay China debt. Just understand this. These scenarios he was only using. Wacha nikuulize sasa, Wachakoya angechukua ndio president saa hii, tungekuwa tumepanda pangi tumeanza kuuza, tulipe China deni. So these things, they know where they are orchestrated, they know where they are using this kind of tenses, where they are campaigning. They need to go to voters so that they look some people who can stand on their behalf and solve their problems, such that you engage their leadership, you give them amount to read you, such that wakati anakuridi sasa ndiye anaanza kukupanga, ndiye anaanza kukuambia no, ile kitu nilikuwa natarajia ile kikapu haina kitu mpaka nitengeneze yangu. Sasa madini inamaliza kulipa, nimepanga economy narudi sawa. Unga ndio hiyo inaendelea. Unaambiwa unga ni 150, 170. Bado hiyo unga ya 150, 170 ichafika kwa mtu wa common mwananchi. Mimi hii serikali ndio nilipatia kura, sikatai. Lakini some other things kuna kitu tungeomba. Unajua Ruto kuna problem yenye naona kwake. Technocrats wanakaa chini wana advise Ruto, wanamwambia do this, go and speak this. Vile huyu ndugu wangu amesema, Ruto speech yake inakuwa prepared. Wenye kuprepare speech, ulikuandika tu, auangalie the impact ya ground ni nini italeta. Which to resolve the officers on the ground. Kama ni unga Ruto akisema ni 150, wacha uhakikishe huyo unga 150 imefika kwa mwananchi.
Okay.
Sio kuongea tu. Saizi anasema NHIF sijui unalipa hii. Sasa hiyo kulipa hii hata angalia kama imelipwa. Sasa anasema kuna vitu mingi Ruto anaongea, anatakana awe na officers kwa ground wenye wanaweza kuwa kama for example kama Kenya Bureau of Standards wanapita wakiangalia isitiri kitu inauza ni genuine. So hiyo ndio vitu imemisi, lakini serikali kwa ukweli hakuna serikali mtu unapatanga hiyo serikali eti imeletwa na Mungu vile anakuambia tu yes Jesus is coming tomorrow and you wait and you see Jesus tomorrow. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Utaambiwa Jesus is coming tomorrow, eti umeambiwa ni tomorrow. Tomorrow means next. Which tomorrow means next is tomorrow means next from day, next from today. So which is next from today? Is any day. So I can add on top. That's what about my saying. Ningechangia hapo kidogo, but now kama sisi wa Kenya,
wewe kama mfanyikazi unaona kama hii swala la tax itakufinya vipi? Hawajaongeza mshahara yako lakini pay slip ni ile ile. Wewe kama mfanyikazi, naona unafanya kazi, unaona hii itakuadhiri vipi?
Na unaona mimi kwa ile ka bracket ka mshahara yangu nilikuwa nimejipanga vizuri sana. Hata kama haikuwa inasaidia hapana, haikuwa ina sort of shida sana. Unajua si lazima sort of shida zangu zote, but haikuwa ina meet even a quarter of my demands. Haikuwa meet kwa sababu ile kama mshahara nalipwa nitoe kabisa lipu yangu kaoneka kamekuwa kamenyoroka kameisha. So wakati Ruto anaweka taxi ambapo achaongeza pesa yeyote, meaning anagusa mimi kwa ile pato ninategemea ndio pata ananigusa. So is even more even killing me more. Is not even helping me, is even killing me more. So ile kitu Ruto angefanya, kitu number 1. Ruto naona kuna kitu naona Ruto anafanya. Ruto is busy connecting Kenya to other nations in terms of bilateral trade, in terms of agroforestry, agro-processing, in terms of it's just connecting to other nation, It's doing what more used to do. More used to travel to Germany, to travel to USA, to Canada, you to travel to UK. This is what Ruto is doing. In fact, ukiangalia vizuri, see the safari Ruto amemake within 6 months. Uhuru made for 5 years. Those travelers Ruto has made for 6 months. Uhuru made it for 5 good years. Uhuru hakuwa na move namna hiyo. Uhuru alikuwa anaenda for once a year, one or twice a year. Ruto is going even for a month. He made some travels around even 4 to 5 travels. So this connection Ruto is making ingekuwa imepia fruit kwanza. Those nations may absorb most of our manpower yenye iko excess in Kenya. Watu wamesoma nurses, walimu wakuwa absorbed to waende kama Botswana, let more to Zambia, let more to Tanzania, let more to UK, let more to Canada. Waende watafute kazi huko kwa hii bilateral trades wana make. Ndiposa ile system ya hapa Kenya tuko wengi kwa kutafuta kazi, watu wakwe wachache, ndio kazi watu waanze kupata kazi iko pesa mingi, ndio alete hiyo tax. Kama angekuwa ameongeza mshahara, kama si hivyo aongeze mshahara ndio alete tax. Lakini kuleta tax pia kumanage kitu yeyote ama kitu ile angetoa vizuri, unaona anaongeza tax na analeta bei ya yuani, ndio hiyo ameleta hiyo nyumba yote ameleta. Sasa nyumba kama mimi akinitoa nyumba for example, anetoa 3,000 ya nyumba. When am I going to be sure am I going to receive this house? Because miaka yangu maybe nimefanya kazi nimebakisha 5 years ni retire na ananikata 3,000 ya nyumba. Hiyo ni nani anaenda kupenda viti hiyo nyumba?
Okay.
Si hizo pesa zinaenda voicemail. Angeleta mpangilio mzuri, mtu anataka nyumba apewe form, ana sign, anambafukiwa mahali pesa yake inaingia. Ati
hizo pesa zinaenda voicemail,
Sasa hizo zinaenda tu ile kikapu inaitwa recovery. Hizo asset recovery. Unajua tunaendelea kupatia serikali pesa. Unajua hiyo ni mbinu ya kupatia pesa. We are financing our government private indirectly. We are financing our project indirectly. So because ukikata kila mtu, ukate police, public servant what, ukate private sector what, these people unakata 3,000. Ni nyumba ngapi hizi promise utawapatia? Nairobi County watu wanaishi hapa Nairobi County, they are over. Wale watu wameandika kazi, they are over. They are over around 3 million. Hizo nyumba 3 million Nairobi County atajenga wapi? Ndio kila mtu apate hiyo nyumba. Na ni lini atapata? Atachitoa mara moja ama kila mtu utatengewa room pale ndio ulipo malizo ingie ama achengo ingie? Ni vizuri hizo nyumba singechengwa. Hii anasema ya nyumba, taxi ya nyumba 3,000. Nyumba sichengwe, niingie kwa nyumba anikate 3,000, hiyo ndio ninalipa kama rent.
Aha, okay.
Lakini unanikata inaingia wapi? Hiyo si ni voicemail. Hata wewe ujui, wewe nikwambie rafiki yangu Mutembei, hata wewe ujui mahali inaingia. Hakuna mwenye anajua mahali inaingia, account yenye inaingia, eti ni kukatu tu na serikali. So kuna kitu Ruto anatakana angalie hawa hasara. Unajua kuna kitu pia nimeangalia Ruto anafanya. Because tunaelekea mwisho ya kusoma budget. Anataka amba sisi hivi vitu indende hivi kivika siku ya budget ndio isome itulize kila kitu na itoe hiyo tax irudishe chini. Hata hiyo nyumba usituko ukuta hakuna hapo, haitaongelewa kwa budget. So ni vitu anataka kuhamasisha kuleta hivi, anatega attention. Unajua anajua opposition inamwangalia as oversight role. So na yeye ana twist your opposition kidogo ikuwe na maneno within 1 week 3 week, wakati iko prepared kumuma akisoma budget anaimaliza, inaisha nguvu. So he maybe is very much organized strategically kuhit opposition. Maybe kama anatumia hiyo ndio mpango, lakini siwe mpango ya kutuma. Hii mambo ya taxi mimi sioni amali inanisaidia, sichafurahishwa nayo. Una William Ruto ajue vizuri yenyewe ni ngumu, angeongeza pesa kama wafanyikazi kama raundi. Angeongoja wakati ameongeza pesa tu ndio aweke hiyo kitu anasema vizuri sana. Ona kitu alifanya kwa university. Tell something William Ruto did to university funding. Ukiona ile wakati alisoma mambo ya, kuna kitu watu wengi wanafaa wafuta ideas. Kuna kitu wakati William Ruto alisimama akasoma mambo ya university funding, akapanga vizuri kabisa. Lakini kuna kitu alimalizia kusema university school fees haitaongezwa kama body chakuwa included ya university ndio inafaa kuchumishwa. Meaning what? So ile pesa vile aliongea mambo ya funding ameweka, mambo ya scholarship ameweka. So akafika mahali akasema a parent is going to pay around 7% for a foreign child student to go to university. So meaning what? If a parent can pay around 7,000 per semester, and they have been using to pay per semester around 17,000, meaning hizi 10,000 now sitakuja siongezwe kama school fees, ndiposo uchukue loan mingi ya kuketa for that school fees.
Okay.
So he made a roadmap ya kuongeza school fees ya university indirectly bila kujua kama imeongezwa. Sababu utakuja unaambiwa if you have a scholarship, kuna loan unachukua, hata school fees ikiongezwa unauliza nini? Sipato school pesa ni ya serikali unasomea. Unasema kwa vile loan iko na scholarship iko, hata wakiongeza wafike 300 haina problem, wacha nichukue mtoto aso.
Bwana Areba, kabla hajakuja kwa Bwana Omolo na Bwana Necessary Evil, kuna vitu viwili ambavyo nataka kukuuliza kwa haraka sana. Kuna hii bipartisan talk inaendelea, na leo walikutana wakatoa masuala ambao watakuwa kizungumzia. Kwa ile list walitoa, sikusikia wametaja vitu ambavyo vinamguza mama mboga. Sikusikia wametaja vitu ambavyo vinamguza mwananchi wa kawaida. Walitaja tu ya kwamba wataongelelea kiti cha opposition leader, wataongelelea kiti cha mama. So, kulingana na wewe ile serikali aliyoahidi itakuwa ya mama mboga, watu wa mikono, watu wa bodaboda, hiyo serikali itakuja lini? Ni lini tutaona at least aliyokuwa akiwazungumzia sasa at least wanatambulika, kwa sababu anapounda cabinet hatuoni akiwazingatia, anapoteua viongozi hatuoni akiwazingatia, anapoleta miswada bungeni hatuoni akiwazingatia, hata kwa bipartisan talk sijaona akiwazingatia. Wewe unaona ataanza lini?
Unajua Kenya Kwanza wakati walikuwa wanatafuta kura, ndugu yangu, wakati nimekuambia vizuri, walikuwa wanatumia a strategy which can attract and incent the society such that wataonekana ni wazuri kuliko opposition, kuliko the other party. So number one, hiyo kumbuke, kutumia mamba mboga, nimekuambia hiyo ni slogan William Ruto alikuja nayo, because aligunduanga kwamba Raila alikuwa akigundua wamama wanamsikia. Raila alikuwa anaenda anasema wamama, unajua kuna kitu nataka nikwambie, kuna ile slogan ilikuwa vijana tiarara, wamama wazee. Sasa hiyo slogan ndio William Ruto aligeuza, akaleta mama mboga, akaleta mtu wa kinyozi, akaleta mtu wa matatu. Sasa yeye alikuwa anasema tiarara, tipim, wamama wamama huku sikia William Ruto akisema huku sikia William Ruto akisema wamama vijana area huku sikia, lakini ndio hii akageuza akaleta ile slogan sasa inaitwa mama mboga, mtu wa kinyozi, mtu wa matatu. Sasa na yeye akakuja na hiyo slogan ya gusa hao watu wanaitwa tiarara na tipim, yaani alikuja na hiyo slogan yake. So na hiyo slogan wakati alileta hiyo ya mama mboga, unajua ameingia kwa serikali akakuja kupata, kumbe hii mama mboga ni bogi kubwa sana, kufuta uwezani nayo ni Kenya. From all sectors of life, ukitoka Mombasa uende mpaka Pwani, ukitoka Garissa uende mpaka wapi, hii bogi ya mama mboga na mtu wa kinyozi ndio the only contributors in the Kenyan economy. Sasa na yeye akiamua kuibeba, meaning the economy of Kenya will shrink because these people will not pay taxes. Akirudi anataka kuwasaidia kabisa, kuwafurahisha, wampigie makofi, William Ruto ametusaidia, Kenya itaendelea, because these are the contributors wa Kenyan economy through taxes. Ndio wako na mamboga pale wanalipa shilingi 30 pale ni city county ya Nairobi inakusanya tax peke yake almost 96 million from this mama mboga na hizi small offenders, small business traders. If William Ruto could stand with the small business traders and mama mboga and so that amue kuwapepa kwa mgongo, awatolee taxes, wasilipe kila kitu, waseme sasa amesaidia mama mboga, do you think Kenya itaendelea? No, we will not have development in Kenya because hakuna pesa ya kuendelea. So William Ruto wakati ametumia hii akishakalia kiti, akagundua wale watu wamemsaidia kuingia kwa kiti ndio wale watamsaidia achenge taifa. Atawatumia, ndio anaweka hiyo mzigo kwao. Sasa ile kitu ukiongojea uende kwa rais mama mboga kwa serikali ya William Ruto, hiyo forget, sahau kabisa. Sasa utaexperience mama mboga aje? From that scenario hakuna siku utarealize hiyo vitu, because akiamua realize hiyo vitu
Mimi hapo aremba kidogo tu, ninaona SG yako ndani, bwana Maina sikizi anajiita SG Arab Kamau ako kwa show. Omolo vipi, habari ya leo? Karibu sana kwa show.
Shukran sana bwana Jack. Na
pole nimeona umeingia tu mbio, lakini nikuulize.
Ndio.
Siko umefuatilia mada. Wewe unaona kama, nakumbuka ukiniambia ulikuwa mwana hasla pia wewe actually wewe ulikuwa kinyume na Areba alikuwa mwana Azimio akahama akakuwa sasa yeye ni mwana hasla. Wewe sasa ulikuwa mwana hasla, sasa wewe ni mwana Azimio.
Ndio.
Sasa wacha nikurudishe tu nyuma wakati ulikuwa na defend William Ruto. Wewe unaona kama hasla alichezwa?
Kwanza kabla sijibu swali yako, mimi nilikuwa nimetangaza msimamo wangu, nikasema kwamba mimi kila mmoja ananijua vile nilikuwa mwanasla damu, na mpaka ikabidi tubadilishe jina ili tuweze kupigana katika maplatform ambao walikuwa turuhusu tuongee mambo ya Ruto. Lakini nikasema hata kama ndio tulimpitisha, lakini mahali anaanguka mtihani, mimi siwezi tu kuongoza kama ng'ombe, nitasimama nimwambie ndugu, hapo unapotea. Nimesikia huyu ndugu yangu akiongea kuhusu mambo, amesema mambo ya kukata tax ya 3%. Kimimi nasema kwamba hiyo ninamsupport mia kwa mia. It is a very good move na kongole, hatujawahi pata rais ambaye amefikia kama hivyo, sababu ufikirie kwamba wala watu wanakatwa, sio ati wewe
Sauti yako
mwenye
inakoroma kidogo.
sijui kama unanisikia sasa.
Uko sawa, ulikuwa umepotea. Endelea.
Yes, sababu wale wanakatwa si wale ambao ati hawana nyumba peke yake. Kuna watu wengi ambao kuna manyumba mpaka Runda nao pia wanakatwa.
Okay.
Kwa hiyo si ufikiria ati kwamba, alafu jambo lingine ni kuwa amesema wewe 3%, tajiri hawezi kukupatia hiyo 3%, hiyo 2,500 tajiri hawezi kukupatia bure. Sasa Ruto ndiye amekuja amefanya hiyo tajiri akuwekee. Sasa wewe utakuja kupata nyumba ambao umelipa nusu na tajiri amekulipia nusu. Lakini kama ungemwambia tajiri mkutane kanda kulipia nyumba nusu, hata rent peke yake angekulipia. Sasa hii ni pesa yako. Alafu ustawi wa nchi, ile kitu inaitwa kwa English the development growth of the country huwa inakuwa determined na zile savings ambao mna save within internal.
Okay.
Sasa Kenya tumekuwa tuko na very poor culture ya kusave pesa zetu. Tunangojea wengine wa save alafu ndio tunaenda kuchukua. Sasa Ruto anajaribu kutufundisha hiyo culture ya sisi wenyewe kukuwa na pesa katika store yetu.
Okay.
Unaona? Kwa hivyo hiyo itasaidia pia katika kustabilize economy. Maanake ni pesa zetu ambao tunajiwekezea wenyewe. Na nchi yote ina grow vizuri kama inakuzwa na pesa zake wenyewe.
Okay.
Si pesa za watu. So I think it's a good move. Watu waelewe hii si pesa tax ambao unapatia serikali, it is your saving, na serikali imeongea na tajiri yako, tena tajiri anakuwekea kama vile pia wewe umeweka. Kwa hivyo it is a good move, na wale watu ambao wana benefit zaidi na wafanyikazi kuliko hata matajiri, na nashangaa wafanyikazi ndio wanalia zaidi, bala wao ndio wangekuwa wanafurahia, matajiri hata ndio wangekuwa wanalia kwa nini tukatwe, lakini matajiri wamenyamaza. Kwa mambo ya hasla hiyo, kusema kweli mahasla walichezwa sana. Na nataka tu kumrekebisha ndugu yangu ambao alikuwa anasema unajua ukibeba mahasla utakosa tax. Ngoja nikwambie, kila Mkenya anajua kwamba the civic duty ni kulipa tax. Mahasla hawakusema ati uwasaidie wasilipe tax, lakini mahasla walisema ili mlikuwa mwaahidi kwamba biashara zao utakuza, ukuze biashara ya hasla. Maanake alikuwa anaongea barabarani anasema yule mtu anawa mkokoteni tumpandishe afungue kioski, yule mtu wa kioski tumpandishe afungue duka, yule mtu wa duka tumpandishe afungue wholesale, yule mtu wa wholesale afungue supermarket. Hivyo ndio alikuwa anasema. Kwa hivyo wewe mwenyewe unajua kwamba ukipandisha, sio tunapandisha usilipe tax, lakini unataka kwamba upate mazingira mazuri ya biashara yako, na vile alikuwa amekuahidi kwamba atajaribu kufanya biashara yako kukupatia input, kukuwekea mazingira mazuri, ndio sasa biashara yako inawiri na wewe pia uweze kulipa tax. Lakini vile saizi anafanya sio hivyo. Hatuoni mahali hata kidogo ambao focus ya wacha hata focus. Hata siku hizi sijui lini mwisho nilisikia akiongea mambo ya hasla, mambo ya mtu wa wheelbarrow imebaki kwa ile bendera yake peke yake. Nafikiri hata labda very soon hata anaweza badilisha. Mama mboga imesaulika kabisa katika vitabu za Kenya Kwanza. Hakuna vocabulary inaitwa mama mboga. Mtu wa mkokoteni amebaki ni historia katika kitabu ya Kenya Kwanza. Ndio sababu tunasema kwamba tunataka labda tutafute ile manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza. Inaweza kuwa kuna mtu aliiba State House na akaenda akaficha mahali. Kwa hivyo ningekuomba kutumia hii platform. Maanake najua kwamba hii platform iko na watu wengi ambao wanatutazama na wanatusikiza. Tafadhali waambie mtu wote mwenye anaweza kuwa alikutana na hiyo manifesto mahali, please ajaribu arudishe, ndio tuweze kumpelekea Ruto aweze kusoma, ndio aweze kukumbuka ila ahadi ambayo alikuwa amepatia mahasla. Sababu tunaona kwamba
mwisho wa hii live show nitacheza clip yote ndefu ya akilaunch the plan. The plan ilikuwa ndio tutaita hiyo manifesto ndio ilikuwa the bottom up economic model launch, if you remember, na alikuwa amekusanya maoni kutoka kaunti zote. Unakumbuka kilaunch?
Hata kulikuwa na drama, watu walienda, sijui ilikuwa ni wapi pale, mama mboga, mpaka watu wakaa kuwa unaenda unanunua mboga pale, unanunua 300,000. Hiyo nini, hiyo initiative yote ilipotea, si ndio? Nasema sasa, mi naona labda wakati alichukua ile constitution na kitabu, nafikiri labda alichanganyika pale Kasarani, akasahau hiyo kitabu ya manifesto pale. Kwa hivyo kama kuna mtu wote alichukua, aidha hata sisi watu wazima, tujaribu tu kurudisha ile manifesto ili tuweze kumkumbusha. So hii mama mboga narrative imekuwa ni scam, lakini I'll not be surprised kwamba ilikuwa lazima upate ngazi ya kukanyaga ufike juu, na of course wale wadosi wa Runda na kule kwingine hawangekubali ukanyage suti zao expensive. Sasa mtu ulikuwa unaweza kukanyaga, ni ukanyage mkokoteni, ukanyage jamaa, upande upate mama mboga na gunia yake, ushikilie gunia ukanyage kwa mgongo yake, hivyo ndio unaenda ukifika, of which it is very wrong. Na ukiangalia hata saizi, nafikiri hata kukitokea na hii watu wanafanya opinion poll, wafanye opinion poll saizi, I think Ruto atakuwa ni the most unpopular katika asla fraternity, wale watu ambao wanaaswa. The only thing ambao naweza tu kusema kwamba sijui kula ambao tunaelekea, lakini mahali tunaweza sema amejaribu kidogo kuchikia maasa kidogo, ni sababu hatujaona kama ile regime imepita, hatujaona watu wakivunjiwa mavibanda, unless kama kuna yenye umeangazia, hatujaona watu wakivumburushwa, lakini maasla hawako tena katika vocabulary. Tukiongea hata wale watu ambao walichaguliwa katika viti zote, kutoka hata machairman wa corporations, mahead of parastatals, wale ma-CAS, ma-CS, ma-PS, hakuna asla hata moja. Ukisikia wakideclare well, tunasikia mtu anaongea mambo ya 500 million, mambo ya 1 million, 1 billion, hakuna asla pale. Hakuna, tuliona, mimi ningetamani nione kijana moja, hata kama si wa mkokoteni, lakini asla tu, hata kama alikuwa ni blogger, hata kama ni vile Jack, nasemekana huyu ako katika, huwezi kuniambia Dennis Itumbi ni asla bana. Dennis Itumbi amekula kwa gold hapo karibu miaka ngapi, mpaka alikuwa anafukuza, ni mtu alikuwa amekula vizuri pale. So tunataka kutuona kweli real asla. Tuliambia hii serikali, akasema alisaidia Uhuru kupata kiti, sasa saizi nafasi ya kusaidia asla. Tunataka kuona huyu asla akisaidiwa. Jambo lingine ambalo naweza sema kwamba ilikuwa ni matusi makubwa sana. Ulisema kuwa utalete pesa, zile pesa ambao Safaricom walikuwa nakopa, kwa hivyo utatoa kwa Safaricom upatie maasla. Hivyo ndio alisema. Ile pesa ambao tulikuwa tunakopesha zile kampuni kubwa kubwa kama Kenya. Sasa seriously, Safaricom walikuwa wanapatia shilingi 500 wafanye biashara yao. Sasa kuja kuletea maasla ya shilingi 500 wakanunue njugu wakiuza, watu wangojee mpaka ile siku itafika ilikuwa 50. I think ilikuwa ni madharau makubwa sana, sababu I think hivyo sivyo ndio government inafaa cooperate. Angetafuta kitu kingine more structural than hiyo ambao watafanya.
Okay. Shikilia hapo Pologuna, wacha nije kwako Necessary Evil. Necessary Evil, asante sana kwa kuwa mvumilivu kwa show. Zaidi ya yote nina vitu ambavyo hawa panelists wameraise, na wamefika mpaka mahali wanasema hizi pesa zinaweza enda kwa voicemail, right? Watu wanaweza toa pesa lakini mwisho wa siku hizi pesa zinaweza enda visivyo. Je, kulingana na wewe, hii ni serikali hatujasikia ikijitokeza wazi kupigana na corruption. Ni nini case tangu siku ziende baada ya kuchaguliwa, sijasikia kuna watu wameanza kuchunguzwa, because tuma ni nyingi hata za hapo majuzi za COVID na nini, walioiba pesa za KEMSA. Leo tayari kwa gazeti wanasema kuna another kuna pesa karibu 4 billion zimepotea KEMSA, na niko sure tukifanya uchunguzi kwa hizi institutions zote corruption inaendelea, lakini kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaongelelea. So hizi pesa hata kama zitatolewa, awali pia zitapotelea tu katika hizi maofisi.
Yeah, wajua nikichukua Kenya roughly na watu about 50 million roughly. Nikichukua shilingi moja kwa kila Mkenya, I have 50 million.
Correct.
Sasa hawa jamaa njama yao ni kuchukua hizi hela mdogo mdogo. It might not look like much, but eventually let's say kama mimi sasa nimeiba hiyo 50 million na mfukoni, na ni wasahau sawa wa Kenya. Hawa jamaa wengi wao they are corrupt wenyewe.
Okay.
Na kama mnamkumbuka jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Patni. Kamlesh Patni. Kamlesh Patni alikuwa ni mwizi, lakini alikuwa anawajua wote. That is why walikuwa wameshindwa kumwai.
Ako na skandal lingine Zimbabwe sahi.
Yeah. Alikuwa akiiba, anaiba na wewe, lakini amekurekod. Sasa wewe inabidi unyamaze. So hao wenyewe wako corrupt. Gachagua alianza kufukuza polisi, ondokeni kwa maofisi ya serikali, au investigators. Kwa nini unafukuza investigators? From day one alianza unawafukuza kwa nini? Hawatishi mtu, wana investigate. Kwa hivyo hao jamaa hawana haja ya kuinvestigate corruption. Maanake wenyewe wanajua walifanya nini Supreme Court, wanajua walifanyaje mambo ya kura, ni wazi. Kwa hivyo watafight vipi corruption. Maanake mimi kama niliiba na wewe, alafu unajaribu kunizomea, nitasema Jex, sema ukweli bana, tulikuwa tot. Naona. So hii issue ya corruption wangeweza ni vigumu sana kupigania corruption. Maanake ukikumbuka watu kama PLO Lumumba ama John Githong, uliona walipobumburishwa, walipojaribu kuwa straight on corruption. Maanake ukijua uko clean, unataka kufight corruption. Matakarua alipokuwa justice, akajaribu kupigana na corruption, alifanyaje? Ilibidi ya resign kwa serikali ya Kibaki. Maanake kuna powers. Unaona, kuna powers.
Ngoja kidogo niulize tu kidogo hivyo. Kwa nini hii shirika la corruption always inapatiwa mtu wa kanisa? What is the meaning? Kwamba ndiye aweze kuwasamea wanawiba ama waombe ama namna gani? Mbona always tunaona ni bishop?
Kabla ya Wabukala walikuwa wamepea ni PLO ama alikuwa nani?
Yeah. No. Kabla ya Bukala kulikuwa na I think sijui alikuwa nani, alafu ndio akakuja PLO ilikuwa ni zamani. Alafu kutoka hapo
alitolewa tu na kanifani.
Yeah, alafu ikakuwa sasa ni ya mabishop sasa, mabishop. What is the meaning kwa kitu kubwa kama hiyo ambayo unapata
macho kuwa bishop ako msafi? Ni kutufunika macho. That is the whole game plan. Huyu bishop ni mtu wa Mungu na hawezi kutudanganya.
Sasa hata hiyo ina raise swali moja, ina raise swali. Alitumia kanisa vizuri sana kujimarket. Na swali yangu ni mbona kila kitu nikana kwamba inamwendea visivyo, kwa sababu Shakahola tunasema ni miongoni mwa kanisa, right? Na imekuja imemlipukia yeye akiwa uongozini. So hata kama Yesu unasema bishop ni msafi, Shakahola ni miongoni mwa kanisa ambazo ama madhehebu ambayo ilikuwa inaaminika, na watu walisema pia Mackenzie, sina uhakika wa hilo swala, alifika hata yeye State House. Meaning unaweza kuwa wewe ni bishop lakini haimaanishi wewe ni msafi. Kwa mfano kama ni Mackenzie aliyepewa hiyo docket ya hiyo yenye
anti-corruption guru.
Yes. Kama ni yeye alipewa,
anaitwa Ogindo.
Yes, that was the name. Kama yeye angekuwa ndio alipewa badala ya Ogindo, labda Shakahola hata hatungejua juu angefanya bidii afunike hilo swala la Shakahola. So kumweka kasisi bishop inasafisha siasa zetu ama inasafisha corruption, ama ndio tunafunika tukitumia jina safi la kanisa ama la Mungu?
Ndio hapo.
Alafu jambo lingine kama tunaenda religious way, kwa nini basi ikuwe ni kanisa peke yake? Mbona siku nyingine usiweke shehe, siku nyingine uweke mkubwa wa Kihindi hapo, siku nyingine uweke wa Jehovah Witness hapo, at least zunguke basi tuone.
Ama hata waweke Yesu wa Tongaren.
Waweke Yesu wa Tongaren.
Ni njia tu ya kutufunika macho. Ni kutudanganya kanisa. Maana mimi si Mkristo, lakini sitowahi, Omolo alivyosema, mimi sitowahi kuongozwa kama kondoo. It will never happen to me, never. Sitawahi substitute hard work ati nitaenda kwa bishop aniombee nitajirike na siku moja. Uongo. Mimi nitaamka, chape kazi hapa, huwa nachapa 16 hours shifts hapa kila siku. 7 days a week, 16 hours hutanipata kwa nyumba yangu. Unaona? So mimi kwenda kwa Mackenzie nimwambie aniombee nione Yesu, uongo. Because sasa nimegeuza kumwamini Mungu instead na muamini binadamu.
Okay.
Hawa binadamu ni wana dhambi kama mimi. Hata ule nilikwambia, hata ule amevaa kitambaa cheupe, amevaa nguo nyeupe safi, wote ni wana dhambi.
Lakini sasa tuliambiwa ushindi ni maombi, si uchawi na si kura.
But wajua Biblia yenyewe inasema siku za mwisho kutakuja manabii wa uongo, watatumia jina langu na watakuja na miujiza na wanasema signs and wonders. Kwa hivyo jamaa watakudanganya, tumeombea fulani amepona, sijui alikuwa kiwete amepona. Wengi ni actors. Mimi na I believe Biblia, kanisa siku hizi ni biashara, business. Nitakaa chini nifikirie nitatengeza vipi hela, nitaanzisha kanisa. Maana najua religion is the opiate of the masses. Akili yangu ikinishinda, nitaanza kuamini Mungu atanisaidia. Unaona? So the whole idea ni mbona Wakenya wasipewe an opportunity ya work hard, make money? Hawatawahi kufuata watu kama kina Mackenzie. Unaona? Maana sidhani kuna Mkenya ni mvivu sana ana prefer kwenda tu kanisani. Ni poverty na ignorance. Maana mimi kabisa uniambia nisipeleke mtoto wangu shule, nisimlishe mtoto wangu na nifanye hivyo, huo si niwenda wazimu?
Sawa. Necessary hivyo, shikilia hapo. Bana Maina ameona amerudi tena. Nitakuja kwako tu Necessary hivyo na Omolo tu saa hizi. SG Arab Kamau, habari ya saa hizi?
Uzuri sana. Yamune Galalan missing. Najua lazima tujifunze lugha.
Yamune. I hope hata mimi nitapata job juu sasa hata mimi nitajiita Arab Jakes.
Lazima uweke jina Arab mahali. Hii Kenya huwezi survive bila hiyo. Sasa nashukuru Mungu kupata nafasi hii ili kuongelelea mambo yanayojiri. Unajua mambo yanayojiri lazima tutegemee. Unajua uzuri wa Kenya, tuko na uhuru wa kuabudu, uhuru wa kuongea na uhuru wa kufanya chochote. Is a very beautiful country. Na ndio sababu unaona watu wengine kama Mackenzie wamechukulia hiyo uhuru na kupotosha watu. Kupotosha watu, kuambia ya kwamba wataona Yesu sijui nini. Kwa nini yeye bibi yake hajakufa na watoto yake hawajakufa? Kwa nini watoto wake wanaenda shule? Unaona ni
bado ya kuona Yesu hajafika.
Kuna kwa nini unaweka
Bwana Jack, mbona unaongea na mtu akukuagiza?
Ako namuona umuoni ako nje.
Aoni meno yangu iko. Anyway, unajua sasa we are the blackest man in East Africa. Sasa
hatutaki kuona meno.
Huyo anaitwa palliative care, lakini endelea SG.
No, lakini serious, mwambie kuja mahali kuna mwangaza.
Ako nje gizani. Huoni ako nje?
Stima zimepotea ndugu yangu. Huku token iko bei.
Hapana, sheria lazima itumike uniform. Ukate akiingia kwa mwangaza akuje.
Hapana ndugu, huwezi
ni sheria imekuwa ikitumika hapa.
Ndio nasema you cannot victimize me for lack of electricity. That is very wrong.
Ni sheria imekuwa ikitumika. Ni sheria imekuwa ikitumika hapa.
Kidogo kukaribisha simu kwa uso kidogo tu, at least kumulike.
I'm a very famous person. Unioni?
Sasa uko sawa kidogo. Endelea basi, ndio nimpe akina Oguna najua.
Acha point zangu ni za haraka. Sisi tunashukuru sana proposal ambayo imewekwa na Rais William Samoei Ruto. Tumesema hata hiyo mambo ya housing fund asifanye 5%, wacha iwe 10%. Hiyo 3 ni kidogo sana. Watu wanataka nyumba ya maana. Because Jakes, most of the civil servants najua wako miaka 35, kuanzia 30 mpaka 35. Sasa ukimkata 5,000 na amebakisha miaka 20 ama miaka 25 amalize, hiyo ni nyumba gani unamjengea? So tunaambia rais
kinaya Mr. Arab Kamau.
Ndugu tunataka akate watu 10% ya nyumba. Ndio iwe nyumba bungalow, nyumba ya maana, iko na corridor na iko pale unaweza kunywa kachai. Number 2, hii UHC asikate sijui 3%, iwe 10% pia. Because tunataka hata ukiwa mgonjwa, ugonjwa haiwezi tibiwa Kenya kama vile tu wenyewe wanaendanga South Africa. Hata sisi tunapata time ya kuzunguka nchi tukitafuta figo, tukitafuta masikio, tukitafuta mapua, ndio nchi iweze kuendelea mbele. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hii bill. Hata mafuta kwa nini watu wanateta? There is a lot of demand for this government kwa sababu Gachagua anataka kula seafood, anataka kula popcorn na hii si rahisi. Seafood inatoka Tokyo. So how do you expect Gachagua to survive without seafood? So tunasema mafuta iongezewe not 8%, iwe 25%. So Gachagua can enjoy life. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Niko pande ya rais. Akaze kama kabisa ndio aweze kutawala nchi na aweze kusatisfy hata mabishop. Si lazima bishop waende huko kumwombea. Kwani bishop atatoka mkono tupu hata kama ni wewe Jex. Mimi hata nimeanza kanisa inaitangwa One Love Church. Ndio nikienda huko nikiona Mama Recho natoka na brown bahasha, yes. So lazima to finance this government. It has a lot of responsibility. It has a lot of traveling to do. Lazima tuende Japan, tuende Israel, tuone pari Yesu alizaliwa. We have to do all this benchmarking. Ni mambo mingi sana tunataka kufanya as a government. Hata leo Moses Kuria alienda kuuliza Indonesia vile wanafanyanga biashara zao na inflation.
Alienda kupelekea ng'ombe, tutakuwa tunapelekea ng'ombe 700,000 kila mwaka.
Yes. The Ntulisi anakondisha shamba nini huku Zambia milioni 1. Those are very expensive things. So tunaambia Ruto hiyo finance bill review it upward so that we can have iende kidogo tu ndio tuweze kuishi maisha matamu. Thank you so much wananchi. Hiyo ndio bottom up ndugu yangu.
Polo, kuna habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Mr. James.
Kama sijui stima zimepotea kila mahali mpaka wapi, lakini ni sawa. Yes, Oguna.
Leo watu wamevuta nini kwa hii studio jamani? Umejua wewe hao wenye wamejificha wataki kuonekana uso hao. Umejua yes, umejua wewe pia unaanza kuwa moderator mbaya. Unaruhusu watu wenye wamelewa. Lakini ni mzuri na pia sisi tunafurahi. Umejua Jex, kuna wakati baada ya uchaguzi ninakumbuka tulikuwa Manyata. Na actually people walikuwa very sad. Umejua hii kura tuliibiwa live. Na nimekubali ya kwamba machozi wanadamu wakitoa machozi, machozi ya wanadamu haziletangi heri. Usiwanyang'anya mtu kitu na alie machozi itoke. Ni mbaya sana. Hiyo confusion yenye utakuwa na hata we mwenyewe utashangaa. Yani Ruto amefanya nigundue ya kwamba usikubali kunyang'anya mtu kitu na huyo mtu atoe machozi. Utashangaa. Saa hii umejua kila kitu yenye Ruto anafanya. Sijui hata sijui ni maombi, kwa sababu kwanza Mungu amedhibitisha ya kwamba hao wenye walikuwa wanaombea Ruto wakati alikuwa tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, wenye walikuwa nasema Raila ni mganga, hao watu kumbe hawakuanga watu wa Mungu. Imagine Mackenzie alikuwa kwa hiyo team yenye walikuwa naombea Ruto ya kwamba Ruto aende awe State House na Raila ni mganga. Na tulikuwa tunaambiwa kila wakati ya kwamba Raila ni mganga, Raila ni mchawi, Raila ni mrogi. Sasa sijui Raila ndiye ameroga Ruto, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia vile serikali inafanya unashangaa. Yani Panyako umejua anatoka upande huko kwetu, ngaje mimi sisi ni wawanga, lakini tumeishi upande wa Siaya. Na Seth Panyako leo alisema ya kwamba hata ameshangaa kama ni Ruto alikuwa amemfanyia campaign. Ruto ako very insensitive na anasikia watu wachache wenye wako karibu na yeye. We Mr. James, kama unaweza kuwa unasikia mtu kama Moses Kuria, hawa ndio washauri wako. Unaweza sikia mtu kama Gashagwa, hawa ndio watu wenye wanakuonyesha njia. Ukitoka upande huu unapata mtu anaitwa Kimani Ichung'wah. Hawa sasa ndio wanakuambia ati asubuhi imefika uamke. Seriously. Moses Kuria, Gashagwa, Ichung'wah, ongezea hata watu wenye watu kama nani. At least Cheregai ameongea kama huyu jamaa mwenye ameongea sahihi. Amesema afadhali Ruto akate mshahara yote, Ruto ndiye aende tuende soko, atununulie chakula, si tubaki tu kwa nyumba. Tukiletewa tu Ruto aende achukue mshahara yetu yote, yende ajue tutakula nini, unga itakuwa ya pesa ngapi, nyumba tutaishi ya pesa ngapi, na tutavaa nguo aina gani. Sisi umejua Mr. Jakes, this thing is very serious. In few months tutapewa uniform ya kuvaa, tutakuwa tunashonewa nguo. Unaenda kwa salary, unakatwa mshahara, unaambiwa ya kwamba tusha kununulia nguo. Wewe unachukua tu nguo yenye utavaa mpaka mwezi ishe. Kwa sababu kama mtu anataka kuplan, anasema ati yeye atakujengea nyumba. Sasa hizi nyumba, hata we pia Jackson, hebu tuongeni ukweli. Hizi nyumba watajengea watu kaunda suit, hizi nyumba za mabati chini mabati juu. Na huyu jamaa anasema ati akate kabisa ajenge bungalow. Huyu jamaa anasema ajenge bungalow. Hebu sasa tuangalie tu, hebu draw that picture in your mind. Katika village yetu ya kwamba serikali imejengea watu nyumba. Umejua wanadamu wanapenda competition. Lakini sasa kama serikali itakuja kujenga kitu uniform ya kwamba sasa watu watajengewa mabungalow, Ukifika pale kwetu Luru, pale kwa village, unapata mimi nimejengewa bungalow, mwingine amejengewa bungalow, mwingine amejengewa bungalow, na sijui, yani unashangaa, sijui kama nani ana advise Ruto. Ruto, umejua msipochunga, tulikuwa tunasema Raila ni socialist, na tulikataa Raila ya kwamba Raila, in fact watu wetu wanasemanga Raila is a communist, lakini sera za Ruto ni sera za ukomunisti. Ukiangalia vizuri, sera za Ruto ni sera za ukomunisti, na tukimruhusu, kwa sababu kulingana na vile ana operate, hivi karibuni Ruto atanunua wabunge wote. In fact hata ninahofia Uhuru Odinga pia atanunuliwa. Nimechunguza, Ruto atanunua every MP, na kama hatutakubali sisi wenyewe kurudi kukataa ya kwamba sisi hatutaki Ruto, I tell you Ruto atarule hata 50 years. Na Ruto akirule, tutaambiwa ya kwamba tutavaa uniform, tutakuwa tunatembea na nguo za serikali, tutakuwa tunaishi kwa nyumba za serikali, tutakuwa tunalima shamba za serikali, tutakuwa tunafanya kila kitu ya serikali, kwa sababu yani Ruto is a communist. Na lazima tukubali, tukatae ya kwamba Ruto afai kuwa rais ya nchi ambayo inaendelea kama ya Kenya. Asanteni.
Hatukusikii. Jake, hatukusikii.
Sorry, nilijimute wakati kama walinifurahisha sana, lakini sawa, pole sana. Paul Oguna, wakati ambapo unajituma kila siku, unajituma ili uweze kunufaa jamii yako kwa biashara ama zile kazi wewe unafanya, hizi mipango za kuongeza tax, wewe kama Oguna unaona zitakuadhiri vipi? Kama wanasema ni sawa, wacha waongeze, in fact wanafaa waongeze, kwa sababu kulingana na Kamau bado miaka ni mingi, waliandikwa kazi wakiwa wachanga, which ilikuwa kinaya because most civil servants ni wazee, so hata akianza kukatwa saa hizi ataweza enda kwa Yesu kabla hajapata jaza zile pesa za kununua nyumba. But nilimuelewa kwa kinaya alichokuwa kiongelea. Lakini wewe kama Oguna, hizi taxes, hii financial bill, unaona itakuadhiri vipi? Kwa sababu kama ni gharama ya stima imepanda, kama ni hiyo NHIF itapanda, kama ni hiyo kukatwa nyumba itaongezeka, mshahara wako usije utakuwa umeongezeka, lakini wewe unaona itakuadhiri vipi?
Okay, Jex, umejua kuna huyu economist amesema kwa gazeti ya juzi wakati finance ilisemwa, huyu economist alisema ya kwamba 1000 shillings ya saa hii kwa sababu ya inflation imechukua 1000 imefanya kuwa 550. Ile 1000 tulikuwa nayo 2020, ile value ya 1000 tulikuwa nayo 2020, saa hii value ya 1000 yenye tuko nayo ni 550 ukilinganisha na 1000 yenye tulikuwa nayo 2020. Inamaanisha katika every 1000 tumedrain 450 shillings.
Okay.
Kwa every 1000 shillings saa hii tumedrain 450 shillings kwa sababu ya inflation. Sasa mtu mwenye alikuwa anapata salary katika mwaka wa 2020, mtu mwenye alikuwa anapata 30,000 saa hii anapata like kwa hiyo 30,000 kama ndio still salary yenye anapata saa hii inatoshana na 18,500 ya 2020.
Okay.
Sasa ukienda kwa mwenye apati mshahara ndiye anaongea, lakini sisi ambayo labda tunangojea mwisho wa mwezi alafu unaenda kuchukua salary, unapewa payslip, ndio utajua ya kwamba Kenya maisha ni ngumu. Kwa sababu ukitoka tu hapo bank, uteremke kidogo uchukue hapo Central Square, upande hapo Angawa, useme ununue dawa kwa chemistry, ukitoa 1000, ukitoa tu kwa salary yako, ukianza tu kutoa 1000, ni kama hiyo 1000 imeita hiyo 1000 zingine zote. Utafika kwa nyumba bila chochote. Na imagine unafika kwa nyumba bila chochote, ukifika labda landlord pia ashakuandikia short note message, ashakuwekea SMS anakuambia, si nilikwambia tarehe yako ya mwisho ni tarehe 3. Sasa we nilikuwa sija unamsambazia yake. Ukimsambazia landlord pesa yake, ukienda kwa kitchen, ukiangalia kitchen upate ya kwamba hauko umefanya shopping ya kutosha, haki Jex, unaweza tamani kutoroka nyumba yako na uanze kujiuliza utatoa wapi nyingine, kwa sababu wewe bado unangoja mwisho wa mwezi. Sasa kama hatuwezi sisi wenyewe hatuwezi kujirudia, na tuone kama this man mwenye umeweka hapa the promise breaker, huyu sio mtu mwenye amefaa kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya. Umejua article 1 of the constitution of Kenya ambayo tulipigania na tukapata na tukarusha mawe tukafaulu kupata, inasema ya kwamba the sovereignty is of the people of Kenya. Sisi ndio tuko na sovereign powers, sisi, mimi na wewe. Tukiamua hata kesho, umejua hata Ruto sio lazima tutoe Ruto na mawe, si labda tupige kelele. Tunaweza kutoka tu sisi wote na tunaenda kukaa tu kwa barabara Nairobi, na tunasema sisi haturudi Siaya, haturudi Kisumu, haturudi Bungoma, haturudi Kakamega. Tunakaa mpaka tuone Ruto ametoka State House, na Ruto anatoka, tutarudia mtu mawe
kidogo tu. Wacha amalize tu, nitakupa nafasi ya kureply. Acha tu amalize.
Hatutarushia mtu mawe. Watu wa Egypt hawakurusha mawe. Ukiangalia wakati walitoa Mubarak, hawakurushia mtu mawe. Walienda wakakaa tu kwa square, wakasema tu ya kwamba sisi tunakaa mpaka Mubarak atoke. Hata sisi tunaweza amua kusema ya kwamba this man hana idea yeyote ya kuongoza nchi. Uhuru ameongoza Kenya kama tuko na COVID, na hata nyinyi wenyewe mliona jinsi Uhuru alivyoongoza Kenya, na alijaribu kuweka mikakati, mpaka tukavuka COVID. Hakuna siku Uhuru aliweka tax kwa school fees. Hakuna siku Uhuru aliweka tax kwa nini. Hakuna siku Uhuru alikuwa na huruma, kwa sababu ni mtu alikuwa anajua uongozi ni nini. Lakini huyu jamaa hata mtu anasema ati aliingia na uwizi, ati ndio kwa sababu hata hana this man ni mtu lazima, ukimwangalia vizuri ni kama ni mtu alitumwa na shetani kupandishwa Kenya. Huyu sio mtu mwenye
shikilia hapo kidogo, naona watu Oguna
hisia ya uongozi. Okay. Kwa sababu kama kiongozi amejua vizuri Kenya.
Okay. Naona damu ya Oguna inazidi kupanda. Wacha kwanza pause. Oguna anatokea kusumbua. Fanya hivi, hebu angalia connection yako ziko hii imekuwa hivi. Lakini Omolo, you had a point of order.
Yes, nilikuwa na point of order. Kwanza kuhusu Oguna. Nilikuwa nimesema tujaribu kidogo tukue factual kidogo na twende to the point. Alafu on that note, mimi naweza sema kwamba mimi I'm a very disturbed person. Sababu mimi vile nilisema siongozwi kama ng'ombe. Nilitoka kula asla wakati nilisikia kwamba tunaenda State House, na nikasema afadhali kumbe ile mzigo. Na hiyo ndio kusema kweli ndio ilifanya nikasema wacha tujaribu kwingine. Haya, nikakuja nikaanza kushika safari ya State House kidogo, nikaja nikaambiwa kuna simu moja imepigwa, tunaenda kwa bipartisan talks. Haya, nikasema okay, labda kutatokea suluhisho. Kidogo tena nikaambiwa hapana, tumesema hata talks hakuna, tunaendelea kuongea na huku tuko barabarani. Nikasema that is a good move, wacha tufanye hivyo, wacha ongee jikoni na huku nje tunapambana na wanaume. All of a sudden tunaambiwa stop. Sasa mimi nikiangalia, mimi niko katika crossroad. Sasa sijui niende kule nilikuweko ama niendelee na hii safari nyingine, na hii safari nyingine pia sio nikiwa inaelekea wapi. Nataka kumwambia Paul Oguna, sasa hapa saa hizi utasema Kenya twende barabarani, alafu Ruto akitoka tumpe nani? Maanake sasa huyo mwenye alikuwa ametuambia tunaenda kumtoa yeye ashakuja. Juzi tumeenda kule Kilifi, akasema Ezekiel tunaona ni marafiki ya mabibi za wengine. Akatoka hapo hapo akaenda akakaa sofa na Ezekiel na kukunywa chai. Sasa sisi tumechanganyikiwa kusema kweli, sijui mimi napenda kukuwa honest. Sasa sijui kama kuna mtu pia ako katika situation kama mimi, maana I'm very disturbed man.
Okay, acha nimpe dunia ina mambo. Polo, kuna dakika tu moja. Acha nimpe dunia ina mambo na palliative. Alafu sasa ndio nianze kuwarudia. Dunia ina mambo vipi? Dunia ina mambo, angalia mchezo.
Poa sana ndugu yangu. Zenu hapo palipopote wapo. Unanisikia? Okay. So topic leo umeleta ni mzuri sana ndugu yangu. Umeleta topics ya kuongeza ushuru na ni kitu mzuri sana. Unajua nchi ikitaka kuendelea, ushuru lazima ipigwe double ndio tupate pesa nyingi. Hatutaki kukopa, tunataka kujenga nchi na pesa zetu. Tulituambiwa hivyo. So lazima tutekeleze jukumu ya nchi na katiba, tufuatilie, tukue wazalendo. Yes, usikatae kulipa ushuru, hata ikiongezwa usikatae kulipa ushuru. Na ni kitu mzuri sana. Mimi kwanza nafurahia kama mtu Azimio, siumii kwa sababu niliumia siku ya election. Siku ya result ilitoka ndio niliumia. Na sasa nasherehekea. Hata amechelewa hii mafuta 1 liter angeweka 1500. Mimi naona hivyo ingekuwa mzuri sana kwa sababu hii deni ya China tumaliza haraka before mwaka moja ishe. Akisaweka mafuta 1500 per liter itakuwa mzuri. Kwa sababu gani? Unajua watu wa Azimio ndio wanaendeshanga gari kubwa kama Mercedes, kama Land Rover, wanatumia mafuta nyingi. So kiwekwa hivyo itakuwa inatumiza sisi watu wa Azimio kwa sababu sisi ndio serikali na tutarget sana. So akiweka hivyo kwa sababu tunaendeshanga Land Cruiser, tunaendeshanga Land Rover, tunaendeshanga Mercedes Benz,
maasla watumia mafuta,
unajua magari
maasla watumia mafuta wanatumia baiskeli.
Hao wengine hawatumia, hao unajua wanatumia matatu, basi, gari natumia ndio pia kila kitu pia ipande. Yes, wewe nyinyi usilalamike bwana. Wewe si watu wa bottom up unataka pesa. Bottom up nyinyi unasikia English aje? Bottom up inamaanisha nini? Chini juu. Bottom up, chini juu. So maisha yanatoka chini inaenda juu. Na maisha yanaenda mzuri. Wewe unaona serikali iko aje? Paka serikali imesema kama uko na idea vile tunaweza tax watu. Email imepeana bwana. Nyinyi hauna email? Mimi niko na email nitawasambazia mtu wangu. Nani ana email hapa awaambie serikali idea ya control. Serikali ni tamu. Serikali ni tamu bwana. Alafu idea unajua nampea aje? President wetu unajua kama leo ametravel, asa travel siku ngapi? Sasa yako na 1 week amenenda Netherlands, akaonyeshwa boat, akaonyesha vile watu na pack mzigo, akarudi akachukua kamera, selfie, akarudi, akaenda Israel, akaonyesha pale Goliath aliuliwa na David, akapiga selfie pale. So sijui kama Palestina pia ataenda, onyeshe pale pale mtume pia alifika, apige selfie kidogo, arudi tena kai kidogo, aitwe tena Saudi Arabia, aitwe Japan. Unajua akikuwa huko zuri yake anakunyonga pombe, akikuwa Kenya kunyi pombe. Kama leo unaona Israel amekunya pombe, ametisa hapo pombe kidogo, anaambia hiyo ni the only spirit ambayo David Solomon aliwacha upate imani mzuri.
Unafanya makosa duniani mambo. Hiyo ni ile pombe Yesu alitengeneza.
Pombe ni pombe bwana, hata kama mko umekoroga, pombe ni pombe. Hakuna pombe haramu na pombe halali, pombe ni pombe.
Ile pombe Yesu aligeuza ikitoka maji itakuwa pombe.
Hiyo ni miti ni dawa.
Tunaendelea na uchumi. Sawa. Na tunaendelea na uchumi. Hata nyasore pia ni dawa. Kilugha nyingine tunaita dawa. So tunaendelea na kujenga uchumi. So kitu iko next ni Japan. Japan unajua alipewa nusu glass. So ataenda
amaliza ile glasi yake, haikuwa amaliza. So ndugu zangu, wale ambao walipigia Azimio, sasa ni saa ya kuchinja sasa. Kama kuna ng'ombe, kama kuna mbuzi, ita marafiki uchinje, watu washerekee, kwa sababu uchumi unaendelea mzuri. Tunaenda kulipa tax, deni tunalipa by this year ikiisha tutalipa tax. Hapo gas pia, unajua gas bado iko. Gas pia alituambia itakuwa 300. Yes, tunangojea June gas itakuwa 300. Alafu hizo ma Colgate na hizi vitu, kama mimi sasa niko na ndevu, niko na hasara. Kwa sababu gani? Ile mafuta yetu ya ndevu pia muongezwa 3 bob pale juu yake. So sijui nitafanya aje, itabidi ninyoe ndevu round hii, uso yangu fanane kama mkono yangu, so nikuwe mtu young kidogo. So hii serikali tamu bwana. Wewe wacha niwaachie hapa kwa sababu Alex aendelea pale, zingine nimebakia. Hizo my 10 points.
Wanaazimio leo mnanijengea siku, lakini ni sawa, tunashukuru. Sawa, namuona hapa Vicky Jones akondani, Black akondani, Geoffrey Ruto na kuona. Asante sana Caroline Nauma. Asante sana kwa kuzidi kukua pamoja nasi. Ninamuona Pauline Wieni Radhi, namuona Edwin Kiprotich uko ndani. Gitash, vipi kaka? Karibuni sana kwa show. So umesema wanaazimio huo wanaendesha gari kubwa kubwa, na watu wa UDA walisema ni wheelbarrow. So hao hawahitaji mafuta. Ni sawa, haina shida. Yes, palliative care, hao watu leo wamenijenga, but ni sawa.
Najua wanasema even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it's right. You just get to learn a lot every day. Na ni kweli, unajua ndugu yangu ameongea kama mchezo, but I'll guarantee you one thing. I mean, he said a lot of things that are true. And sikuwa nakumbuka kuwa bottom up they just don't need to complain mafuta ikienda juu. Ni kweli, kwa sababu hao ni watu wa wheelbarrow. That's a fact. We can't run away from that. But anyway, nimekuwa nikiona vitu zinanifurahisha, lakini kuna vitu ambazo zingine hazinifurahishi Jex, kwa sababu ningekuwa baba, this is the time I would have gone silent, pin drop silent. If I was baba, I could have gone pin drop silent. Because as you said earlier, tulikuwa tuna mjadala ingine kidogo kidogo kwa WhatsApp group. I think the person that will put this government down is going to come from within. And we have seen the signs already. When you see my friend there ambaye alikuwa akipiga makelele, you know, sahi akianza kusema kuwa this is not the person that I knew Karen, wakati we used to say how we are going to run the country. I knew somebody who was caring. I needed a president that was caring and listening. Na vitu kama hizo. Na akasema ukweli, nowadays what we hear is pronunciation. Labda hii kitu imepandishwa, hii kitu imepandishwa, hii kitu imepandishwa. Actually, when you look at the paycheck of or a pay slip ya Mkenya, anakatwa 56% already. So a normal Kenyan takes 42. If you're getting 10,000, you're taking 4,200 home. Before VAT. Before VAT. And the VAT now is going to 16%. Now, you can imagine now, ukitoa now 16% because the essential commodities are still going to tax you. That means vitu zingine zitaenda pia 16%. Hata ukikuwa na, you know, simple maths, not linear equation. Hata kama ni simple interest, not compound interest, ukitoa hiyo 16% from 4,000, again, you are remaining with less than 2,500. I mean, it's Rush Limbaugh said, a nation cannot prosper by overtaxing its own people. Hapa mahali nipo, there are a few states that do not tax totally, completely, kitu inaitwa paycheck. Texas is one of them. And you can see how Texas is doing very well. Even though they have taken it to, you know, some other essential services, come electricity, so on and so forth. But it does help you have extra money in the pocket, and therefore the consumer index go up. Once the consumer index goes up, it means that in economics, consumer index is Jex, unabaki na pesa kidogo. Unaweza kuwa na cable, hiyo cable ukikuwa nayo, you know, utakuwa na internet, utakuja hapa, utanunua nguo mpya, si mtumba, a tailor will get something, utajenga nyumba, you know, utakuwa na plumber, utakuwa na electrician, utakuwa na nini. So I mean the consumer index has totally gone down because you have left with nothing. It's just food, shelter, and clothing. Beyond there, you can't spend because you don't have money to spend beyond, you know, essential goods. So, but Jex, if you look at what is happening, me, I'm very, very happy because the only reason I'm not happy is there is a vacuum. And your vacuum, I don't know if it's intentional or not. In a normal country, a situation kama hii is one which will have sparked a revolution. But, you know, I'm surprised with Kenyans that this situation is not sparking them kwenda maandamano, but servant in our spark kwenda maandamano. You know, where we have gotten to, I think this was the right, if there is anything that brought us together as Kenyans, is the blunders that Ruto has made. You see, even his own people. And you know, the funny part is that the organization that ought to fight for us, KOTU, is supporting this guy and saying, oh, like, you know, I don't even believe this is Atuoli speaking. You know, given the fact that we let this guy, you know, be, you see, like the signature platformer in our rallies, you know, whenever
very soon he will be saying
done,
Ruto is too young to retire.
No, but don't worry about that. What makes me sad is that every time we finished our rallies, the guy will come up with some cliches, kama kata miti and all those shenzi. And we didn't know that sisi ndio tulikuwa tunakata miti na sisi ndio tulikuwa shenzi. I mean, it's just ironical and paradoxical. Now, the other thing I want to remind us is, you know, Uhuru gave us a very good prophecy. Let me read it because he never spoke it in English. He said, msicheze na moto. Msicheze na moto na mnaona vile kumewaka. Wanaomba muokoke. Na waomba muokoke na njia ya kuokoka ni baba na mama. Afadhali mzee Raila kuliko yule wa maneno matamu matamu tu. And that's all we listen to. Maneno matamu matamu. Look, you see, Jex, this is a...
Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia. Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia. Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia. Njia ya kuokoka ni nini? Njia ya kuokoka ni nini? Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi, mnawajua.
Just look at that classical prophecy. Just look at that classical prophecy and tell me who is stupid now. Look, Jex.
Who's laughing now?
Jex, let me tell you. I said it, whether people want to hear it or not. The truth remains, the biggest enemy of William Samoei Ruto, the person that William Samoei Ruto fears most, is a person called Agikuyu. He knows he can buy everybody. He knows he can manipulate everybody. He knows he can crush everybody. So he will do everything in his capacity to make sure in a few days that this person is subject to him. And the only way to do is to impoverish the person, make him extremely poor so that they will never rise, because that is the same thing Kibaki did. When Kibaki came in 2002, he made sure the fertilizer industry had gone extremely exorbitant. He made sure KCC is out. He made sure that the wealth circulation within the Kalenjin was null and void, and therefore his ruling was easier. And that is when we saw something called radical surgery. They are not doing that now. They are doing something called transplant. Hata ufanyi surgery kwa ile vitu ziko ndani, you totally transplant everything. I saw Lesapit mocking us today, and anasema, you know, the tribal hegemony. It's no longer about that. The guy has no shame. You see, you fail to accept what Ruto said. You refuse to accept what the man said.
Sebeli dynasty baya. Asra tawale.
Yeah, and look, that is one of the things. Right now, I will want to see Baba playing golf. I would like Baba buying another Hammer, another Gasla. I want Baba aongeze magari zake mpaka yani akienda msafara munaangalia munapata huyu jamaa haumii. Because you wonder, and Joho told us, mtu anasema huyu jamaa akiingia ndani atatuibia. Joho anamuuliza, wewe uko na kondoo? Wewe uko na mbuzi? Na mwenye anasema hivyo hana kondoo, hana mbuzi. Lakini yeye ndio wa kwanza kusema tutaibiwa, tutaibiwa. Look, poverty is miserable. It is so miserable that you are tuned to think that right now Baba anaumia. Akuna, let me be honest to you. And if there is anything that will happen, I hope the Machiavellian matrix happens in Kenya. I pray for that Machiavellian principle to happen, that when you come to power, you crush your friends, you leave your enemy who will be neutral, and therefore you elevate him and finish. Let me tell you, the biggest casualty and collateral damage, it's going to be Gashago.
But palliative care, allow me to ask you one question.
Sure.
Because the way you are saying that Baba now should go and play golf and, you know, live exorbitant life, it's like you are now validating that Kenyans in large number elected Ruto, while on the other side they are saying that the election was stolen. So which side are you saying? Because if election was stolen,
no, because look, you gave us a classical example here that you were here, you went there, you realized that sense is not pumping. Look, I've been in this platform and I've gotten some very sober minds, even though they are on the other side. The other day, Black told us here, Ataliwe liwalo, I need this mzee to be sober. The reason is, the only voice that we have remaining that can speak against Ruto is this man. But unfortunately, let me tell you, Omolo, we have a country, and I think one of our friends wrote it in WhatsApp when we were having a very robust debate. We have a country that is very funny, that I rather die of starvation, I rather be taxed 99%, but nisipigie Mujaluo kura. There are people who rather not come to maandamano ati ni Mujaluo ameitisha maandamano. So what do? In that case, you become foolish too. You have no option. You can't pump sense into people. Look, already the vice chair of UDA has come out blazing, and he has said you can't, and even he gave an elaborate explanation on how NHIF works, NSSF works, and I wish you could reput that thing so that people can, and we can speak intellectually about what that man said, so that we can know. And you know what? it can be our talking point of what he said about taxation, you know, NSSF,
The president I have is the
NHIF.
one I used to sit with when he was the vice president, deputy president. I don't understand whether the current president, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, is the one we used to sit in Karen and we discuss how the country should move forward, how the Uhuru administration has messed up the country. I do not believe it is the same William Samoei Ruto who I was sitting with when he was the deputy president. He has changed dramatically. He has become somebody else I don't even understand myself. I, in fact, don't believe I looked for votes for William Ruto. Because he is no longer the person I thought he's going to be. I wanted a president who is caring. I wanted a president who is listening. I wanted a president who will put health workers and all workers in Kenya, all workers on the table, and ask them, what problem do you have as Kenyan workers? How can we move this country forward together as Kenyans? But the president we have today is the one who is coming to make pronunciations. I'm going to increase NHIF 2.7% for the employer and the employee. I'm going to increase 6% NHIF for the employer, for the employee. And yet in the public sector today, all public servants are covered in one pension scheme or the other. We have lab trust, we have lab fund, we have public servant superannuation scheme. Where the why do you want to bring again 6% on top of this? NHIF is an act that established a pension scheme. Lab fund is established by an act of parliament. Public servant superannuation scheme is established by an act of parliament. We should have been conducted, and those NHIF should only apply to people who do not have a pension scheme. And others already have pension schemes. When you look at NSSF administrative structure, the administration of NSSF takes over 50% in administration. And that is where you are saying you want us to add them 12%, so that out of the 12%, 6% goes to a... There is no pension scheme in the world that administrative costs should go above 2%. And NSSF is a DC scheme. It means 50%, employers 50%. We therefore, as public servants, as civil servants, mimi nataka kusema we will paralyze the entire, and we will paralyze from State House.
Yes.
We will close the water in State House.
Yes.
We will switch off electricity in State House.
Yes.
And then we will make sure nothing goes on in this country.
Yes.
As workers, we must be heard. Yeah. We can no longer sit down when we are being overtaxed. There is no country in the world that has prospered by taxing its public servants to the grave. When you overtax employers, you are simply chasing away investors.
Yes.
How then do you expect to create jobs when you are chasing out employers? We have been taxed to the level of 56%, but you have already paid 30%. When you buy anything, you have paid VAT 16%. When you go and purchase your electricity, look at it today. Electricity is taxed at 61%. If the government has run out of ideas, the economic advisors are all Cangrineans. They are not advising the president anymore. They have nothing to advise the president. If they only advise, indeed, you can give the president this tax, tax, tax. Oh, you are not an economist. The responsibility that this government is giving us is now to defend what workers have.
Yes. Yes.
And we will defend to the last drop of blood.
Yes.
Ama hamko tayari?
Tuko tayari.
Muko tayari?
Tuko tayari. Tuko tayari.
Bas, kama serikali haijaona revolution na imekuwa ikiomba revolution, revolution ndio hii hapa. We'll bring it to their doorstep. Naambia wabunge.
Yeah. Toa hiyo tax collector hiyo. So, Jex, look.
Endelea.
the question is, where is Atwoli? The man speaking now, he should be the Kotu Secretary General immediately, because his knowledge, his passion, his vendetta, his zeal for the people is unquestionable. And you know what? His argument is logical. Let me spell out a few things, then I think some of my friends will come, and then we'll continue the debate. So pay as you earn is 30%, NSSF is 6%, NHIF is 3%, house levy is 3%, VAT is 16%, total 58%, take home 42%. But what still? Now, administrative structure is 12%. 6% goes to services only, which we don't know who's going to take. And then he says, there is no country in the world that the administrative services is beyond 2%, which means some are even 0.4%. Where are you taking 6% of that administrative services that is trying to do that? That's a Ponzi scheme. And that is why sometimes, Jakes, it's important, hizi vitu tunafanya hesabu, tunakupea hesabu hapo, we go progressively, one by one, so that people understand what we are talking. Because these theoretical things sometimes, it looks like many hustlers cannot, it's beyond their pay grade. And you know, it's so hurting to the economy. So what I will say is this, Jakes. Wacha ikae hivi. Huyu jamaa ameongea ile language mimi nilikuwa naongea. Sio maandamano. He asked, where is the revolution? Me, I am not going for maandamano. I swear to God. I was lied to. If it's a revolution, yes, we bought. But kama ni maandamano Monday and Thursday, hiyo ni kucheza na watu. You either decide to get this guy out, or you leave him, or you stop joking. The guy does atakani mchezo, because baba amefanya mchezo. Hii mchezo baba 20th of March, day with destiny. Alafu a day to 19th of March, sio sisi wote tutaenda huko, nitatuma watu kidogo. 1.2. Alafu inakuja Monday, Sunday, anatuambia oh, hakuna. Alafu tena anaitisha maandamano Monday, anaenda Dubai. Anaitisha Thursday, Wednesday usiku. Tena hiyo ni mchezo bana. So that's why I concur with Omolo. I'm pissed off from either side. Steam, you know, there is nothing as bad as awakening a woman's love when you are not ready. That is Bob Marley. You see, we have reached a boiling point. We are ready for any eventuality. You see, one of the reasons why communism or all these extremists succeed is because they are ready for death. Kenyans are ready to die. The reason is that they have already been taxed to death.
Even in that note, allow me to intervene small. The problem that we are having is even on our individual responsibility. Pole kuongea hivi, nitaweka disclaimer.
Your mic is not good, Omolo. Mic yako imeharibika.
Unasikia sasa? Now you can.
No, you still have echoes. Log out and you still have echoes. I think probably it's your
earphones.
Earphones.
Now it is okay.
Sure.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, on our individual responsibility on how we solve our problems, hata bila kufikia kule ambao tunasema baba, you know, like for example, hii mambo ya taxation, kuna hata wale watu ambao ni masecurity ya watu, wale mabodyguards. Mtu anapiga magoti usiku, anaomba, anamwambia Mungu, niondolee shida, tuondolee shida iko Kenya. Alafu kesho anaamka, anachukua hiyo bunduki amepewa, anaenda kuchunga hiyo shida tena mpaka jioni. Unaona? So vitu zingine pia individual responsibilities. Mmoja hata siku moja asiamua akabadilisha hiyo bunduki akapunguza shida. Alafu ndio wale wengine ambao hana uwezo wakakuja akapiga magoti wakaomba. So ile kitu iko, nisisemi kwamba wafanye vile wanafanya, I mean hivyo, lakini wakiweza kufanya pia atakuwa ametupunguzia shida. Imefanyika kwa nchi zingine. tunahitaji pia Wakenya katika individual responsibility. Sio ati mtu akija kutuambia twende revolution alafu kesha anatuambia hapana, ni inafaa kama tumesema tunaenda, hatuendi because of sijui nani, tunaenda because it is us Kenyans that we need change, not because kwamba ni mtu tunataka kumweka pale mbele. So like what Professional is talking about, tukisema revolution,
continue. You continue, and before I bring Zakayo, Zakayo Taxman, Logosiwa, and Tito Masinde. Before I bring the three,
I wanted to finish.
Before you finish, I want you to now listen. You have asked where is Atwoli. I want to play what Atwoli said because I think that will be balanced. We have listened to Panyakuo. Let's listen to Atwoli kidogo. Atwoli had this to say.
Zoom akakuja katika KICC.
Wameipa tax.
Pale KICC raisa kuchukua muda. Pata wameshakula mageneral secretaries, wameshiba, wameketi, what? Akaanza kuengage kwa mambo ya 3%. Na akaeleza vizuri, akasema ya kwamba hii sio tax. Na wewe sio rahisi upate pesa kutoka kwa mwajiri wako. Hii wewe utakuwa unatoa 3%, maximum of 2,500, 2,500. Na
2,500 ama 1,500?
No, 2,500 maximum 3%. Na employer pia atatoa 3%. Anaongeza kwa hii yako. Total inakuwa 6%. Na hizi pesa baadaye ukitaka kutoka unachukua na interest. Unapata pesa zako na interest. Na serikali tayari imeshaweka kwa hiyo fund 5 billion tayari ya kusupport mambo ya housing. Na kabla hujachukua watakuwa wanajenga nazo nyumba, na hizi nyumba ni za kuuza kwa bei ya chini. Na pesa ya serikali iko ndani. Sasa hizi pesa sio tax, ni pesa zako, ni savings zako. Wale wa mageneral secretaries walikuwa pale wakashutuka. Wakasema ala, tulikuwa tunafikiria hii kitu ni taxation kutoka kwa mshahara. No, akamwambia hii ni your savings. Utakuwa na namba yako, utakuwa na kila kitu, wakati una withdraw unapata na interest ya pesa.
Kwa hiyo kulikuwa na hiyo fursa ya wao kuzungumza.
Alichukua microphone vile umeshika hivi. Hakukaa chini ama hakutumia microphone ya serikali ile tulikuwa tunatumia pale. Na akatoka akasonga kwa wafanyikazi, anatembea kwa wafanyikazi akiwauliza maswali. Wengi waliuliza maswali na wakajibiwa. Mageneral secretaries, viongozi wote walikuwa pale. Wale viongozi ambao hawakukuwa pale wakiongozwa na ndugu yangu Daktari Mkhwaya wa chama cha KUSA. KUSA ni chama cha staff wa universities. Alafu wengine pia ni UWASU ambayo kinaongozwa na ndugu yangu Bwana Wesonga. Kilikuwa hapo. Yule katibu mkuu ambaye ni wa wafanyikazi wa serikali Bwana Odege mheshimiwa, yeye ni mbunge wa kule Nyatike ndani ya parliament, pia anakaa katika ile labor board ya parliamentary kule bunge. Hawa maofisa watatu hawakukua kwa hiyo mkutano, hawakukuja Labor Day, wakati wanajua hii maneno inahusu members wao, iko very touchy. They decided not to attend Labor Day. Alafu hata hawakukua katika ule mkutano wa KICC. Wale wa NAT walikuwako, wale wa KUPPET walikuwako, wale wengine ambao kutoka katika vyama vingine, hata wa madaktari walikuwa pale, nurses walikuwa pale, viongozi wao, au wengine wote from public service based trade unions walikuwa katika huo mkutano.
Kwa hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba hautatarajia upinzani kutokana na maelezo hayo na rais upinzani haswa kutoka kwa vyama hivi vingine vya wafanyikazi.
Hakuna upinzani, hakuna, because they were there. Na ukiwa katika mkutano ambapo mtu anakuambia uulize maswali, kama wewe hapana iko satisfied, raise a question. Una raise. If you don't raise a question there at all, you die like a dodo. Because you are there and you are given opportunity.
Kama katibu wa muungano wa wafanyakazi, itakuwa vyema nikuulize, manake unatozwa hizi asilimia hizi 3. Lakini tayari pia imetangazwa kwamba kuna wale ambao hawatafuzu kunufaika na hazina hii ya nyumba. Wengi basi watauliza ipo haja gani? Manake si kila mtu ambaye anafuzu kupata hazina hiyo.
Wacha nikwambie, hata sasa hivi tuna contribute pesa kwa NHIF. Na ukui mgonjwa mwaka mzima. Na zinasaidia watu wengine. That is, hiyo ndio kwa sababu ya pool ya kusaidia inji. World over. Wewe unatoa pesa yako kila mwisho wa mwezi inaenda kwa NHIF. Na wewe unamaliza miaka 2 miaka 3 hujalazwa.
Okay.
Watu wanatibiwa, wengine wale ambao hawajiwezi na
have,
nini. That fund is
now we
there
can
for them.
summarize. Palliative, go ahead.
Let me do quickly because I see my brethren here, and we want to have a discourse over this issue. You know, I've known Atwoli for many years, and I've spoken to him one-to-one. I don't see a very honest person here. If you look at Atwoli over the years, and when Atwoli stands for the people, you can almost know when Atwoli is fighting for the workers. When machines were being brought by foreigners, kuchuna chai, and many other examples we can give. You saw what Atwoli was saying. Now, when Atwoli is trying to exonerate himself because of guilt that he went to bed with the government, you almost hear what he's speaking about. That is foolishness. That's nonsense. These are things they spoke before. They organized how that meeting, because you just don't go to a presidential meeting without being checked or given a prior recommendation that you ought to go there. So these are people they deduced, these are people they organized. This was a clamor of camera. So Atwoli should not lie to us. And when you hear that even people who are in the labor board did not come, there was a reason. Now, what makes me not understand Atwoli is this. Atwoli never spoke about these issues during Labor Day. What Atwoli said that we got during Labor Day, Raila, ukishashindwa unakubali. Was that the day to speak about elections or to speak about the people that you're leading? So he made the issue of past election more important and legitimacy than speak for the people who are being taxed 3%. Bila kukubali. Now, if you have listened to Spice FM, the people who are knowledgeable about this issue, which sometimes I don't want to devour myself in there because it looks like there are so many, not having worked in Kenya for many, many years, there are many other things I may not understand of taxation, especially how, they are affected. But I'm glad Black has told me that we should never give an example of 10,000 because it's no longer viable to give an example of 10,000 because 10,000 is never taxable anymore because yote inaisha. You have nothing to give back. 10,000 inaenda yote. But this is what I'll say. Atwoli is joking with people. Atwoli did not speak the way this guy spoke and give examples of how totally the public servants can no longer breathe. Remember right now, money has not been given to counties. Remember right now, doctors have not been paid and essential workers. Remember right now, even members of parliament have not been paid. And we have already employed CIS who are 50 number and they earn more than the cabinet ministers, than even the permanent secretaries. So what does that say? There is money, but the priorities are wrong. But what I'm saying is, I'm glad that is going on. Kenyans are not angry enough. We are divided in politics to a point that if it's Baba leading maandamano, we rather die, we rather get taxed, we rather remain, the status quo must remain, but if it's another person, then we can board on it. But if that is the case, Jex, that we look at the tribe of a person that is leading this, we look at the party of who is leading this, we refuse to look at the reality of our own life. Wacha kila mtu akule maisha yake vile dunia amesema. After all, mahustlers wanaendesha wheelbarrow, so they should not complain. Thank you.
Asante sana wewe ambaye unazidi kutufuatilia. Namuona Kennedy Kathale ako ndani. Captain Keep. Hey. Acha hii ni post. I'm sure it will entertain Mr. Alex. I see Captain ako ndani. Namuona Caroline Ouma ako ndani. Namuona Bodesh Dan ako ndani. Namuona Gitash ako ndani. Asante sana. Namuona Gilbert wa Mukubui uko ndani. Unasema niko rada Mutembei. Asante sana kaka. Namuona nani mwingine hapa, Valent Habi, asante sana kwa kuwa part of the great show, na wengi ambao mnatufuata, Caroline Ouma, Kimani, na wengi ambao mnatufuata. Asanteni sana. Zakayo mtoza ushuru, habari ya sasa? Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Oguna, zima mic yako tafadhali. Okay, asante sana. Aha. Zakayo mtoza ushuru, habari ya leo? Na kuona umejaja, tuna discuss hii show ya vitu mingi, tumekusanya vitu mingi, tumecompile kwa hii show. Karibu sana Mr. Zakayo. Sasa sijui kama wewe ni Zakayo yule wa Biblia ama ni Zakayo yule ambaye tunayemjua, lakini karibu sana Mr. Zakayo Taxman.
Asante sana mzee. Yes, I think our country Kenya in a moving around direction. We are really moving around direction, and the enemy ni wananchi wenyewe. Hao wenyewe the enemy of themselves. Because Ruto realized we have citizens of Kenya are very soft. Nothing they can do. That's why he's using a reverse psychology ya kuchezea akili ya wana Kenya. There's a time he was bringing the issue of NSSF, and he was trying to tell people how he's going to save for people. How can you save for me, yet right now I am dying? You want to save for me for after 60 years? Because right now I'm dying, we're busy, you want to save for me for my retirement after 60 years. And then Kenyans, being that Kenyans, we are long tribal line, religious line, people are celebrating that Ruto is saving for us for after 60 years. Saizi amekuja polepole ameleta mambo ya NHIF. Anadanganya kuwa anapunguza hii ya 500 to 300. And then he's pushing the other side to people who are employed. Like somebody saying like 200,000 right now is supposed to pay 5,000 as an NHIF. You can get as a private insurance company, and you cannot even pay 5,000. Now somebody is imposing for you that you need to pay 5,000 every month. Yet that NHIF, it doesn't help you. But Kenyans, being that they are loyal, they are here, they are celebrating that Ruto anatusaidia. So Kenyans are the enemies of themselves. And the way my brother said, kuwa Raila angetakana nyamaze kabisa, because Kenyans wamekubali all these things that are happening. And then we have fake leaders. Our leaders are fake, like Atwoli. Atwoli, I thought maybe ni mtu ambaye ni mzee ambaye sometimes anaweza reason, but of late Atwoli amekuwa psychophone. Like this issue of housing. Why should somebody impose for you that you need to tax housing every month? There are people who are saying their own home. Kuna mtu ambaye ataki nyumba, but now you're telling me kuwa lazima they should deduct 3% of my salary. Yet I don't even need that. I miss taki nyumba. Me, I want to live a simple life. I staki nyumba yako, but now you are imposing, and Ruto is bringing this thing, and I'm sure our leaders, we have fake MPs, we have fake governors, we have fake senators, we have leaders who are just psychopaths. So number one, Kenyans are enemies of themselves. We have leaders who are selfish, and then we have religious leaders who are also selfish. So Ruto at the end of it is going to win. There's nothing. Naisha maandamano ambaye Raila anaongelea, to me I don't support it because it doesn't bear any fruit. Tunaenda tunapigana, watu wanauana huko hivyo, at the end of it wana postpone. This issue that now they're having a talk, hii mambo ya discussion that they have bipartisan. To me I don't support it because there's nothing they're going to come out of this. So if Kenyans were really sincere of themselves, people should come out in large number without even being pushed by Raila. It should be a revolution that Ruto must stop all what he's doing, because right now employees are really suffering. Salary imeongezwa, but at the end of it, huoni your salary increment because Ruto amechukua yote. So right now, if you're not careful, in the next 2 years, we are going to suffer more than the way we are right now. And if we are not careful at the same time, we are going to have a country where hakuna mtu ambaye anaongea, kila mtu atakuwa ana celebrate tu, hakuna kuongea, because at the end of it Ruto ashakanya kila mtu. He has a lot of promises, fake promises, but at the end of it, if we not come out in a large number, wachana maandamano, revolution, the way Panyako said, revolution, that's what we need in Kenya. There's nothing like maandamano, because at the end of it, maandamano, we are going to die. You stand for the truth, and we try, because even our employers, they are also the same category, because they are imposing this thing, and immediately employers are the first people to deduct your salary. So right now, I think we are moving in the wrong direction, and we are enemy for ourselves. Our leaders are fake, and to me, I'm just requesting that if you can get even one person, like I saw ever much what wamchukulia kuwa not serious. Huyu jamaa ndo nani huyu Omosh, not Omosh, this guy
Eric Omondi.
Eric Omondi, yes. If you can get people like Eric Omondi and we stand for the truth. Eric Omondi ni pile tu watu wamechukulia kuwa is a joker, being that alikuwa a comedian. But Eric Omondi ni mtu ambaye anakili even more than Raila. I'm sorry to say this, because Eric Omondi is consistent with what he's saying. It's really consistent. Ameamua kuwa consistent, but Raila today anasema tena maandamano. Ilifika saa 12 unasikia kuwa breaking news kuwa maandamano has been postponed. So if you can get people like Eric Omondi to turn this country, then you can be in a good country. But right now, we are really in a wrong direction, and we are enemy of ourselves, and our leaders are fake. Thank you very much.
We ati Eric Omondi ako na akili kuliko baba. We sawa. Hii Kenya tuami very soon. Kenya Rebel, habari ya leo. Leo mna bahati mnaingia kama mmepewa time ya kuongea.
Ani Eric Omondi ako na akili kuliko Raila, no point of correction bwana. Vipi bwana?
Kidogo nitakupa time ya kucorrect your point, but wacha for now is slide. Ati Raila ati Eric Omondi ako na akili kuliko baba. Ni sawa. I think hiyo itakuwa quote of the day mahali. But anyway.
Umeneruka Jex.
Who came first? Unajua nafuata venye video venye mmejipanga kwa screen.
Black has been here for a long time.
Sawa. Black vipi?
Safi sana. Nashukuru Mungu.
Pole. Unajua uzuri ya wazee wanajua kujiongelelea.
Asante ndugu yangu palliative care.
Karibu sana lakini.
Asante bwana. I hope you're all doing fine, and the viewers back home pia I hope wanaendelea tu salama. Now, my issue was, you see, when they played that video, I had to go back and read.
Which one now?
Of that gentleman who was lamenting about the taxes, especially on the civil servants.
Yeah, he's a nurse. Yeah. I think he's a leader of the nurse.
Yes, correct. But then again, people are failing to understand one thing. That this is an act, if you can go back to NSSF Act 45 of 2013. This was actually brought in 2013, but it was only suspended by the Employers and Labor and Relations Court. After someone took the injunction to court. That's why it was not effective, but it was meant to be effective as of 2014.
Okay.
It's just that after having gone through the Court of Appeal, that ikapitishwa, and that is why now ndo naona inanini tukia. So but it's not that eti Ruto ndo ameleta sahi. Someone is trying to play politics. So you know, I like us when we discuss things factual as they are. Yeah, so we need to start from that point. So but the idea around it I believe was noble, because I believe you can imagine someone saving 200 shillings a month. They work for 30 years. At the end of the day, you get 72,000 shillings. I mean, hiyo ndo pension yako. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't help you in any way whatsoever. But if you get a 2,000 shillings deduction monthly, you work for the next 30 years, you come out with 720,000 shillings. Hiyo itakusaidia. So from that perspective, I believe it has a point. Now, as to whether it is forceful or not, I believe the act also gives a leeway to the employer to opt out if they already have an out of contract, or rather contract out pension scheme. So this is something that we need to dissect, like the whole entire act, for us to even discuss that, and not just listen to what people come out here and say, because based on what Ponyoka, is it Ponyoka or who? Panyakuo has said. Yes, it would be very unfortunate if at all indeed that civil servants wanakatwa hizi wako na pension schemes nyingi, alafu tena bado wasindikizwe nyingine. That would be a different story. That would be bad. So I think a starting point would be to discuss that act itself. NSSF Act 45 of 2013. What does it say? Yeah, that's my take.
Okay. I was to give Kenya Rebel, naona ameenda nyuma ya stage. Jeff Mboro akoraba. Karibu sana Kenya Rebel.
Babu leo short message bana. Babu Blackie, mbona short message mtango? Wewe umetax pia amekatwa sauti yako.
Unajua mzee una mambo mengi. Just to the point. Though nimekusikia. Umelalamika kuhusu ndevu. Unataka kunyoa ndevu.
Wameongeza product ya kunyoa ndevu, by the way. He's right. Wameongeza, utakuwa hiyo cream ya kunyoa imeongezewa bei. Nakwambia raundi kwa mrembo ni gharama. Itabidi tujue na hairstyle kama ya Necessary Evil. Unaona vile hana nywele nyingi kichwani
Jambo pia kuna furaha hapa. Kuna hasara mimi na yeye hapa na furaha.
Itabidi tuadapt. Unaona kihara ya palliative care inanjongea. So sijui atafanya aje na muongeza pesa ya weave.
Kinyozi.
Sasa mtu kama Kenya Rebel anaweza fungua biashara ya kuuza nywele yake. Hiyo afro itakuwa na bei. Human hair imepanda bei jamaa.
I wanted to correct my brother Black in just 30 seconds. Then I think Black, look, this is some of the things that brought a rift between Uhuru and Ruto. When they came to government, they had some far-fetched ideas that probably looks good in paper. But when you look in reality, I think they were blowing things out of proportion. And I'm glad, I think here you're hitting your own foot. When you look at the average Kenyan, unfortunately, many Kenyans earn between 30 to 40,000 a month in Nairobi. We are talking about the city. And taking into consideration what you just said and what you wrote earlier in the comment section, that 10,000 it's no longer taxable. And I also did my calculations. Is 20,000 taxable? The reality is not, because then you still remain with 8,000, almost 9,000. Is 30,000 taxable? It still leaves you about 12,000. Is 40,000 taxable? It still leaves you below 15,000. So then comes the question, then should we start talking about the living wage, minimum wage in some countries? So we cannot talk about taxation without putting into consideration a livable wage. And I think this is where we should all start. what is the livable age in an urban center like Nairobi? As you know, when I finish, I didn't want to go far. Nairobi is one country that land is more expensive than New York. You know that. To buy land in Karen and Mudaiga is like already building an apartment in New York. Extremely exorbitant. So when you pay people 40 to 50,000 and then you tax them, even if it's a noble idea, is that the priority of the government? That's a question that is rhetoric to you.
Okay. Kenya Rebel, karibu sana, na ninaona mtu hapa anasema ati ashabook hiyo human hair.
Yeah, asante.
Can I respond or should I wait?
Okay. Black, I'll be brief, then you can respond. Mine will be very brief as usual. First of all, very quickly, I would like to say, I would like to correct my friend palliative care. Land in New York in Nairobi is not expensive as New York. That's not. I'm in the real estate business. Yo si ukweli. Anyway, number two.
What criteria do you use?
You say, okay, I buy houses and rent them out. Okay, and I wholesale.
How much is
real estate?
Let's do a comparison, because I have.
And listen, my main. Okay.
How much is land or a house there? Let's compare. I have a place I can confirm. A house in Runda, niliona leo wameweka ni 59 million.
How many square feet are you talking about? How many square feet?
That's not that. Let's not even go about that. Jex,
that's how we measure.
How you go in comparison.
That's how.
Jex, no. Economically, that's not how you go in comparison. It's like telling me, Jex, I have a house.
I'll help you.
Ushago. I have a house Ushago in Kisii. Okay, I want to compare it with a house in New York. Is that comparable, Jex?
It cannot be. You know,
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is based on the income.
I've taken a poshy place in Nairobi.
Okay.
Try to look at the price, and then, of course, it's potatoes and apples. You cannot.
Right.
But go ahead.
Right. So okay.
When I talk about comparison, don't take it literally, mister, and don't mislead people here. When I'm saying that, let me explain further. What I'm looking at is all factors. You look at the price of the dollar, you look at the living standards, you look at land speculation, you look at how strong the market is, and when you put all those things considered, and you look at the average income for people in that city.
Okay.
That is what you look at.
Okay, listen. When you say that, now you're making it a different, you're clarifying yourself, okay? By saying
but
that.
I started with the income. You know, Paliet Anani, I know you like misconstruing facts. I started with the normal income of Kenyans. I went from what my friend Black told me 10 is not a livable wage. We went to 20, we went to 30, and we concluded that most Kenyans earn 40,000. You should have started from there.
Okay.
Jake,
Sawa.
Can
now,
I not be interrupted?
Make your point. Let's go to your points. I know you have good points. Not Blake, sorry, Kenya Rebel.
When somebody says the land,
when I have palliative and Kenya Rebel, all of them, I have to try.
Okay.
So,
Jake, I'm usually interrupted, but let me just make it very quickly, and I'll leave that. I don't want to argue palliative.
Endelea.
Okay, I just wanted to say this. You can compare land price of New York and Ushago by square feet. That's how you measure how much the price is per square feet or per acre or per whatever, okay? That's how you measure it. Now, he made himself clear by saying in relation to the income of wananchi, if I got him correct. Now, if you talk about in relation to income, then you're talking about something else. But if you're just talking about land, then that's a different case. But anyway, that's not my point. I just wanted to mention something that echoes something that Black said, but in a different way, about the financial bill. Has it been passed yet? That's the first question I should ask. Has the financial bill been passed? No, right? So here's what I'm saying.
But one moment, Kenya Rebel. Gerald Gay said this morning that this thing will be passed without changing a comma, without changing anything. In short, even doing public participation is a waste of time. So it's like, why do you need our opinion? Yet you want to pass it as it is. You remember how BBI was told it will not be amended, blah blah blah. It will pass as it is. That's what Gerald Gay said today. If I can quote
right, Jakes, that's what he said as a politician, as individual. That's why we are debating what's in it and what's good and what's bad. Okay? That's why David Ndiali said, Maivi, if you guys have a better plan, please put it out there so we can juxtapose it to what we have come up with. Where is the alternative? Tax 6%, whatever. That's my number one thing. Come up with an alternative. Come up with your idea. Let's see what's a better way of what's the best plan we can come up with. That's what I'm trying to say. That's number one. And I'm not defending the government or against the government. I'm just saying they have their plan out. Please come up with yours. Let's debate which one is best work for Kenyans. That's number one. The housing thing. When the government is talking about housing, that's what I wanted to touch on too. I don't think they're saying that it will force you to go live in these houses. I think what they're trying to deal with is issue of housing, especially in places like, let's say, Kibera. Can we have affordable housing for people who lives, let's say, in the slums? That's one thing that I was looking at. It's not like we are going to build houses, paid by past taxpayers, then we force you to live in. No, kama uko na nyumba yako uko Mudaiga and you like your nyumba, you don't have to go. You actually don't need it. It's for the people who are living in squatted living conditions. That's how I see it, in defense of the government. I'm not working for them. I'm not here to whatever. So all I want to say in summation is sometimes we have to understand what the government is actually putting forth for us to vote for or be against. Instead of coming up here and saying, Ruto anatuona taxes, what are they doing with these taxes? What's their plan? What actually is the plan? Because what I see a lot of arguments here is people don't actually understand what's the plan, what's the reasoning behind these taxes. And that's what we need to get down to. Anyway, Black had to respond to somebody, so I'll leave it as that, and I'll leave it like that. If you have questions, I'll still be here. Thank you.
Okay. I see even Jeffrey Mboro is still with us. Jeffrey Mboro, if I can have you, I'll know if you're ready or not. But Black, you can respond before I can now have people repeating themselves.
Hello again. Mamo Vipi Mburu, I hope you're doing fine. It's been a while. And Zakayo Taxman. I know that was not the name I used to know you with, but it's okay. Mamo Vipi, Zakayo. First of all, like I said, it is best if we can dissect that act altogether. That will be the beginning of the whole conversation. Because the whole issue is based along that act. For us to understand it, ndo tuweze kutoa mwelekeo vile unavyopaswa ni kuelewa kile kipengele hiyo sheria. So I think it is best if Jakes, you can get to NSSF Act 45, number 45 of 2013. That will be the beginning of that. About the housing deduction, to be honest with you, I really don't see I don't see any clarity on that. And I was hoping that perhaps maybe there could be some public participation on that before that bill is brought to Parliament, so that it could be discussed further. That would be the best way forward. Here we don't speak as sycophants. We ought to speak as intelligent people, which I believe we all are here, and intellectuals, which I believe we all are here. So it's best first, Mr. Jakes, if it's possible, if you can somehow find it and maybe display it and we can read it. From that point, then tunaweza kusonga mbele. Yeah.
As I prepare that, Mburu, how are you? Good to see you, my brother.
Yes, how are you?
I'm good. Today you're not driving, you're not outside, you are seated. I am
Yes,
sure
I'm
you're
at
prepared
home.
as well.
Organized as usual.
I'm sure you have enough documents with you now that you're at home. So today we should be in for a long haul, eh?
Yes, I was busy.
So
I just came in the house.
I think Palliative should get a glass of water because Mboro is here and he's seated at home. Anyway, vipi Mboro bwana? Umepotea hii mtaa?
Me Nico, but I don't know what you do. Do you block me sometime? Because I've been looking to see if you people are on. What happens?
How can I block a mzalendo like you? How?
You know, sometimes
It will be my pleasure.
Sometimes I try to check. Sometimes I try to check if Mutembei is on, and I'm not able to access. I don't know.
From what angle do you look at?
Dex, you know the reason? Amejistaki, he has not subscribed to Mutembei. Trust me, when you have not, you will not get it.
You have to subscribe, hit the notification bell,
exactly.
And above all.
You mean, no, I think I have.
No, you think if you have not subscribed, actually you may not even get it. When you go to Mutembei, you have to go to Mutembei, alafu you click Mutembei, then you go to live show to get it. But if you subscribe it, it comes once.
It gives me the notification that Mutembei is live if I have not.
I am not sure then.
Notification probably because you participate or something or review our videos, but have you subscribed?
I will check to see if I have not.
Please do. And if Facebook is giving you a challenge, go to YouTube, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We have always been tutakublock aje mzalendo bwana.
I was wondering because yesterday I wasn't in a position.
Labda to block, tunaweza block tu Palliative Care until arudi akiwa Alex, but for now tumempa mileage kidogo. But anyway, karibu sana kwa show. Na wengi pia ambao wanajiunga nami, namwona Liz M ametuma hapo ujumbe kalikali, anaambia hivi Black 10K is a salary. Amemuuliza swali, when politicians are paid 1 million, republic servants salary shouldn't have such a huge gap. The gap should be close. I agree. Huyo ni Liz M. Go ahead Mboro.
So I just read and is it my side which is having echo?
I think I'm also having a very bad echo from you. You need to log out.
I don't think it's me.
No, it is not Mboro. It's someone who has logged in with a very funny connection. Nimemtoa kwanza. Go ahead.
Yes, and probably you can just highlight what you meant by the president lied to the hustlers or something like that. Was that the headline?
Wewe unataka tuanze show?
No.
Endelea.
Not that I want us to start the show, but you know, sometimes it's good to start from the topic. I don't like being off topic because even when you are answering,
this is how we base our show. Today,
it's unfortunate that.
Let me explain kidogo Mboro. Today what happened?
Yes.
We had a man known as Panyako. I don't know if you know himself. Panyako. He's I think the vice chair of UDA, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Palliative. He's the vice chair, right?
No, he's not the vice chair. He's the vice chair of programs, not the vice chair.
UDA. Okay.
Yeah, he's the vice chair for the programs.
But he's equally a leader in the the workers' union and all.
Exactly,
So
and he was speaking things that are under his talk in terms of the UDA party. So he was not out of equation.
Yes.
Okay.
So he is the one who informed this. And before I even prepared, as I was preparing the show, Ole Sapit, if you know him so well, Ole Sapit gave a speech, and Ole Sapit even made the show even more interesting. So I had to pick words from there. A liar comes from what Nani Panyako says. He said he cannot believe this man is the man he campaigned for. He has changed from what he used to believe. Now, if you go to the dictionary of those words, you'll be able to understand why I've used those words. They come from the speeches of these guys. So, and of course,
let's
as
not
you know me, I have
paraphrase
to
him.
make
This is what he said.
Yes.
I don't believe this is the man that we used to speak and plan on how we are going to govern this country when we used to visit him in Karen. And he went further, said that we thought we are going to have a caring president and all those things that he described there. Then he says what we see nowadays is pronunciation after pronunciation after pronunciation. So basically, the guy was short of saying Ruto lied to us, according to his speech.
And now, according to Mr. Sorry, is it Bishop or Sit? Bishop Ole Sapit said like this, that Ruto's appointments have been tribal. Ruto's appointment have not reflected
the face of
the country. It doesn't really have the face of the country, the face of Kenya and all. So, and I equally played videos of hustler guys complaining, of course, because of the the taxations that are about to happen. So that informed the whole debate. And of course, we still remember that he one time said it will not be a government of kuunda vyeo ama kuunda ya wakubwa, itakuwa ni serikali ya mama mboga, mtu wa chini. That's what, of course, it is a whole, you have to go back to how I started to understand the topic that I gave, but I know now you have.
At least I have understood where you are coming from. I was wondering what is this topic, and I have always had problems with your headlines.
Usijali. When tomorrow I'll be discussing about Baba, you'll be shocked. I don't spare anyone because we discuss everyone as it is.
So I may not be willing to discuss much about Ole Sapit and the other guy, because sometimes people speak because of their own personal interest, not because of the hustler or the masses. Maybe they had their own expectation, and maybe their personal expectations have not been met by the president, and now therefore they purport to speak to, like they are talking on behalf of the people, whereas it is their own interests that were not met by the president, because sometimes people have very high expectation. And also what people don't know, there is a difference between a deputy president who is campaigning to become the president, and now there is the president who has now occupied the office. The way they used to access the president and his premises when they were campaigning for him, maybe they expected even after he becomes the president, nothing will change. They will be going without invitation. They will be calling him anyhow. And maybe they are surprised because they don't know maybe the procedures and the duties of the president and all that. He cannot be accessing everybody simply because they campaigned for him. So they should understand that there are some boundaries when it comes to the office of the president. So there is what we call assistance to change. They were used to it. They were used to access the president anytime they want. They were used to call him anytime when he responds. But now they are not used to the restrictions that comes with the the different power of the presidency or the office of the president.
Mburu, that's not a question, man. It's about, is he doing what he said?
How do you know? Because that, according to the explanation that you people
let's
have
not
given
even
me,
go there. I mean, let's even go to the
Please.
one who said 50% of the government will be women, and it will be, he said, you know, those pronunciations that he gave. Let's focus on that. Let's not go to things that we say, did we know that he said this? Let's focus on what he said and he are not done.
You see,
Please.
myself,
Maneno ya kutetea government when it's guilty will not help us.
I hate a situation whereby when I'm making submission, I don't like being interjected. That's why I am.
Okay, Mboro, you are protected.
I am always
you are
quiet.
protected.
I
You are
am always
protected. Go
quiet.
ahead.
I'm always quiet when others are making submission. So that's why I would like to make my submission without a lot of interjections.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Having said that, I was asking myself, could it be that Kenyans were having very high expectations? Could it be that we as Kenyans don't have patience? Because most of these things are work in progress. For instance, the president promised that he is going to allocate some good amount of money for the hustler funds, of which he did, true to his words. The government has already allocated 50 billion shillings to be accessed by Kenyans at the lowest interest rate of 80%, which you cannot get in any financial institution. You cannot get it in any bank. When you are starting, you can get 500. If you prove you are able to pay that, you progress up to the amount of 50,000. Not only that, these hustler funds, there is what we call personal loan, but also they have loan for organizations, whereby, for instance, you have a SACCO, maybe Boda Boda SACCO, you are several people, you have been saving money, you can apply money and you get more. You are not only getting 50,000. So it's upon Kenyans to know how are we going to organize ourselves to access the money, because the money is already there. But what happens, sometimes we talk to people, but they don't listen. They don't know what they're supposed to do. Because the president, even before he launched the money, even when they were campaigning, he told the people, can you people form groups? You can form groups of 50 people. Start saving your money. Then you apply for the loans from the government. How many people are doing that? Money is there, but are people prepared to receive the money? Whoever told the people that the president meant that people are going to be given money for free, it has never happened anywhere. Money for free, for what? Who is going to pay that money? Where is that money going to come from? So, to that extent, on the issue of the hustler funds, the president has fulfilled his promise. It is upon the people to organize themselves to access the money. The president also promised during his campaign that he is going to ensure the people who have been blacklisted. Many people don't know, maybe you have not been borrowing loans in Kenya. This is how we used to survive. Maybe you have a loan at one of the SACCO. And at the time of paying my loan, I don't have enough money. I would go to another bank, get another loan, pay the other one before the other matures. But what happened? When the issue of CRB came, you could not get another loan if you have a loan in another bank. But now that Kenyans have been removed from the blacklisting, you are able to access as much loans as possible. And already, you saw there was a discussion between the Central Bank of Kenya, Safaricom, and the president. And it is already work in progress. people are being removed from the CRB. So everything is work in progress. Like I said, nothing happens drastically. Things happen gradually. You cannot just wake up one day and say, everybody be removed from the CRB. There must be modalities under which that is going to happen. We talked of the president promised he is going to deal with the issue of banditry. What do you expect? You expect that when the government starts to fight these people, they will also retaliate, trying to fight with the government so that the government does not achieve. But when the president made his statements and told these people, we are coming for you, and already the task force is on the ground to deal with banditry, what happened? 140 guns voluntarily were returned. Though the crime and people are still being killed, I haven't seen the government in Kenya that has been so serious in dealing with this issue as the government of one William Samoei Ruto. And already the soldiers are on the ground, they are working on it. So whatever he promised, it is work in progress and things are happening. So he also talked of of achieving the gender, the two-third gender rule. Though it has not been fully achieved, I am not, unless you convince me, I haven't seen another government that has given women more jobs and positions than the government of one William Samoei Ruto. When I have time, because I do my research, I will bring the names. We compare the government of Kibaki, we compare the government of Uhuru Kenyatta, and we compare the government of William Samoei Ruto. So that is why I have told you, it is work in progress. Things don't happen drastically. Things happen gradually. It is only 7 months. Right now, it's how many months? I think 8 months from the time he acquired the government. So what do you expect? We still have another 4 years and 2 months. So if we have given the president time, then we can do performance appraisal and say he has not achieved. He talked of the police welfare, the police remuneration, the salaries they are getting. And he said our police are underpaid. And already he came up with a task force to look at the way in which our police can be paid well, look at their houses and how they can be improved. Is that the person we are calling a liar? I don't believe so. He has already organized the methodology. The task force is at work. What else do you want? So,
okay, Mboro,
we have
I've listened to you now. Can I engage you?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I will engage you through questions and of course through clips,
Yes.
video clips, because at times that's how we do things over here. Now, number one, I'll start with the 2/3 gender rule. Did you see him sign the Women's Charter? During that Women's Charter, there are so many things he said. Number one that he said was this, and I quote him without fear of contradiction, that in his government,
yes,
he said, unlike Azimio, that they were only focusing on one woman, the agenda was one woman. For him, it will be all women. That's why he said he didn't have a female running mate, but in his cabinet, he will have 50-50. 50 to mean if we have 11 men, we will have 11 female. Now, that falls short because we have, I think, 7. In Uhuru's cabinet, I can tell you that number was almost the same. So, when you say he's working differently from the other presidents, and he, even on that gender issue, he has proposed a bill for bipartisan talks, and they want to talk about the 1/3 gender rule. He says very well that he is a man that follows the constitution very clearly. Now, 1/3 of 22 is not 7, it's 8 thereabout. So if we had 8 women or 9 or 10, or even 11, because he promised 50-50. He promised. In fact, he said, as he signed the Women's Charter,
yes,
he said it will be a 50-50 government. On that alone, before even we go to the 2/3 gender rule and all, on that alone, was it not a lie?
Did he say, you see, 50, you know, government, Jakes,
No,
government
answer my
is,
question. He
wait,
said, we're talking of the
it's not a
CS,
lie.
not
It's not
before.
a lie, because
Okay.
government is not only the cabinet secretaries. Government
Okay.
is wide. So when
Okay.
you say 50-50,
Let me go
we
then
have
to the
so
other.
many other appointive positions. And
Let me
Jakes,
go to
don't
the other
forget,
appointive positions then, if you want me to go there.
Jakes, don't forget
Mhm.
that right now in Kenya, almost all of the UDA governors who are men, their running mates were women. Is that somebody who is against the gender parity?
We are not talking of
Because
governors here,
no.
Mr.
You see,
They will have
it
their
has to
day
start
in
from the
Mutembei
party.
TV
It has
where
to
we
start
discuss
from the party.
governors. We are
You
talking of
see,
the president.
how many women are in the UDA government basing on who was the leader of UDA in Kenya Kwanza? He motivated women, he supported women, and that is why we have so many women in the elective positions today. And not only that, he himself has proposed a bill to the parliament to check on the issue of gender, to that gender rule. Is that what you call a failure? Is that what you call a liar?
I haven't called him a failure. I've called him someone who, if you are to lead with example. If you are to say something, stick to your word. A person that says today will be today, that day must be today. You see, wait. There's something he said, and he swore by his word. He swore by signing. He swore by saying, I will stick to my words. You can bank on my words. He said Pampers will reduce prices, sanitary towels will be free. I'm just on that day alone. I've not even gone to the juice of the whole matter. That day, if you go to the day they signed the charter, a lot was said. Women were happy. And as if that was not enough, when Women's Day came around, that was, I think, a month or so ago, he came back to the same women and told them, now that you have been struggling with the gas issue, right? The LPG and all. One, I'll remove the taxes. Number two, from June, which is in 20 days' time, gas will be 300 shillings. Number three, if I go back to what he said about the 50-50, it is very easy. Before you even go to parliament and speak of the 2/3 gender rule and all, begin by showing us with an example that even in my cabinet, I stick to the words I give. If I said I'll do 50-50, it's a different, but I'm quoting him with his words.
Jakes,
As much as you're talking about government, we are talking of the cabinet secretaries.
I believe you're well informed. Does the government entails only the cabinet?
Now,
the government is wide.
Listen to his words. His words was
Number two,
the cabinet secretaries.
If the president
the
himself,
cabinet secretaries.
If the president himself has proposed a bill to the parliament for the house to check on the issue of how he can ensure 2/3 gender rule, is that somebody who does not have goodwill? Because when you talk
I can tell you for free. An apple tree. Mboro, listen. If you can listen, you'll be able to know where I'm coming from.
Yes, I know.
An apple tree cannot sire oranges, period. That is a fact, well known in history. He, being a leader as he is, the president of the Republic of Kenya, him being recorded not on one clip, not on one instance, but on several, saying that I will do. And then he fails to deliver on what he promised to do. What will you classify that person to be? And that's why I said, if I was to go back to how I started the show, you will see some of the clips I played.
And that is why.
And I wish not to play them because I have
I would like us to discuss clip by creed. However,
Okay.
I want you to know,
Very
if you
good.
are to
If you want
judge,
me to do that,
if you are to
if you
judge
want me to
somebody,
take you
let me
that
listen.
journey,
Let me
I'm
repeat
so
what I'm
ready.
saying. If you are to judge somebody, don't judge the president in only one area. Judge the president on the entire government. How has he performed on the area of gender equality? Because remember, even if 50%.
Do you want me to read you all the list from
Let me help you.
the cast?
Do you know?
If I may.
When we talk
Go.
of failure, a failure can be classified in terms of percentage. We can ask ourselves, to what extent has the president achieved? You know, then we can say, is it to a lesser or to a greater extent? But you cannot say, because you promised this and you did not do this exactly, you have failed. To what extent did you?
Okay.
Jex, you are arguing with Jeff.
Your connection, Oguna, is very bad. Oguna, your connection is very, very bad. Oguna, your connection is very, very bad. Please kindly log out, then log in. Let me begin by doing this. You know, at times we may sit here and argue the whole day.
But Jex, can I say something real quick?
Over here. Please do. Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say this on the question of gender equality. Mboro is partly right. Okay, he said that, but we can't just put women there for the sake of, okay, you have you don't have a man product, so you're a woman. We are going to put you there because you're a woman.
So because it attracts another question.
Yes,
I love your answer because it attracts another question. You have just one moment before I forget what you said. You have said we cannot just put there women because they are women. Now, must we put a tribe because it's a tribe?
No, I disagree with that. If they're qualified, that's fine.
Okay.
But
so you see, if you can defend men vis-a-vis appointing women, then please defend tribal appointments, because that's what Sapit spoke of today. How do you defend tribal appointments then?
What did he say? Can you play that clip? I didn't see it, so I don't want to argue from a place of ignorance.
I'm playing it. It's a long clip, but I'm playing it just now. But
Mboro
was giving his submissions. I want him to finish. Then I'll bring many clips to prove what I'm saying.
Okay.
But Mboro should finish up.
Okay.
Let me just finish by saying, this is somebody that through his policies and lobbying, we have seen international companies come to Kenya. What are they coming to do? The president is trying to fulfill his promise of ensuring that Kenyans get jobs. That is why he is telling these people, come, bring your companies, bring your technology in our country, because we have the human resource that you need. We have the infrastructure that you need. We are going to do everything possible to support your business so that you can support our people. Is that somebody we say this is not somebody who is not doing? These companies have been there for so many years, but they have never.
I guess it was a boyish thing to do.
But right now they are coming, and we have seen that even here in the United States, since independence, if you wanted to access the government facility or government service, you had to travel all the way to Washington, D.C., to the embassy. But what has he done? Even us who are outside, we can feel the presence and the work of somebody who is thinking outside the box. I don't have to travel today. I can get the services within my state. Is that somebody we can just say he is a failure? Within those few months, he has worked. For me, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. When we talk of a liar, because on the higher headline, Jakes, you said that
But I
the
don't have the
president
word
is right.
failure. I don't have the word failure in my
You have
topic.
a word, a liar. Who is a
Yes,
greater liar?
exactly.
Because
I
if you are
can
to
prove
compare,
liar, I can prove tribal, I can prove conman, but I
if
cannot
you are to
prove
compare,
failure or
you see,
success. Mm.
you compare someone with relevant others. You have to
Okay.
compare William Ruto with Raila Odinga. Compare William Ruto with Uhuru Kenyatta. His performance right now and the performance of the other presidents within that short period of time. Not only that, who is a greater liar? Is William Ruto a greater liar than those who told us there was a massive rooting or a huge scandal on
You
Europe?
know, Jax, you want to change the topic so
No,
that
no,
we can
no.
be kept quiet
No,
here.
no.
Your topic was very simple,
You
as
see,
William Ruto refused to honor his
you see,
promises. So
no,
when
no,
somebody wants to compare here
you see,
with other governments so that we cannot speak of the failures
please.
of William
You see,
Samoei Ruto, that's been funny.
the problem
No,
why
no, the guy is not
the
speaking.
reason
I've
why
given
I have
him
a problem
time
with you,
to
Alex.
spell out
Moro,
the
listen,
failures of Ruto.
No.
You brought a topic.
The order,
You brought a
the order
topic,
of
and the
debate
person
should
want
be
to bring comparison here.
only.
We are not going to allow that funniness.
No.
Be honest and stick to the point. The point is here.
Guys,
As
one moment.
William
Everybody,
Ruto.
Moro, one.
No. Every time Buru comes here, he wants to change your topic.
Allow other people
And
to
he
talk.
criticizes your topics that your topics are not right. No, you know, Mburu, you cannot come and change the topic.
But who are you
The
to tell
topic
me?
is very clear.
Are you the moderator?
No, but because you are
see,
bullying him.
That is why you are making a mistake.
You are
allow
bullying
the
him.
moderator moderate the debate.
No.
So anytime you interject somebody, to me it is
No, but you talk too much, you get out of the topic, you talk things that are not right.
Just one moment, palliative care. I've muted the both of you. Now, both of you are right. Both of you are right, because Mburu, I think I've read twice. I've read you the topic. Initially, you came out, I found as though you were not prepared to give your submissions. That's how I felt. So I decided to take you through the whole. I went back to the whole issues. So, and this is what I decided to do after you finish your submission. I decided I'll play you not one clip, I'll play you several clips to prove why this topic is there. Because if you go back to why we have this topic, you need to listen to what these people said. Some of these people hold very serious office in our country. In any case, Ole Sapit was the first person to make a prayer for William Ruto after he won the presidency, right? So we cannot assume what he said. Number two, there are other things he raised, not just about the tribal appointment. He raised so many other things, including the taxes that are about to affect Kenyans. This is the hottest debate in the country at the moment. So it is a topic, if you look at it from the lenses of just defending the president, you may miss out. Number two, if you look at it from the level of what other presidents did and what Ruto is doing now, probably you might equally lose out. Why? Because we are not comparing governments. That's not the debate today. We are not comparing presidents. We are not comparing the former president or handshake government or Raila Odinga or anyone else. We are talking about this president who is already in government, his promises, his words. We are judging him from what he has said. Him, not what we were told about him. We are not saying that what people said. We are saying what he has said. If a leader cannot be taken by his word, then who can we question? The other thing that we are also discussing here is, and that's why we have the Hustler Nation there on the topic, and the church. Why the Hustler Nation is because Panyako represent the hustler people who, if you listen to Panyako, he speaks of why they trusted him and why they are not trusting him at the moment. The church, Ole Sapit represent the church, and why the church now is coming out guns blazing. I don't know if I've tried to explain in the
And
most
I
simplest
totally
way I
agree with
can.
you. But Jakes, we need to agree one thing. For a debate to be an organized debate, let everybody go through the chair. But this way of shouting to somebody when he is talking to me, I see it as indiscipline of the highest order.
You know, we can leave the show for you if you want to talk nonsense here that does
It is
not
awkward,
behold the
it is
topic.
disrespect.
No,
It's
you
not
cannot
good.
say it disrespect
You
when
have
you are
to go
not
through the chair,
towing to the topic.
then the chair will give you chance to talk, but you
Okay.
cannot be shouting to others.
Boro,
Like
what palliative
I
care
don't
is
like
saying, and what you're also saying is this: you want people to go through me, which is okay, but equally through me, kindly discuss the topic. I think that will be very
exactly.
balanced, so that you don't
And
make
anytime
me
you tell me to stop, I stop.
just one moment, Boro. Don't give me an assignment to go very far to prove. You know, it's making my work even difficult because proving these words, getting these clips, it's not easy, but I can get them for you. I have them actually. Some I've already prepared them just now. But my point is this: if we can stick, because tomorrow we'll discuss Azimio, and maybe you'll be happy because maybe the words I'll use will be the words maybe that will be said will be in sync with you. You know, the good thing about debates, and you have to admit, when it is against you, you have to swallow that bitter pill. If it is for you, you have to enjoy and swallow the sweetness of it. But by the end of the day, we must discuss. That's why it's called a debate. We must
Exactly.
discuss openly without faking it, without seeming as though we are praising anyone. Because in anything that we try to do in this show, we refused, and I still insist, we refuse to be a sycophant, following someone blindly, whether the president or Azimio leader or any person. We have to be sound, we have to be very open and call things as they are. That's how we help our country.
And
But
that
if we
is what
just
I do.
become followers, I don't think
That
we'll
is
be
what
doing
I
our
do, Jakes.
our
Jakes,
country
can I say
justice.
something really quick?
Yes,
Very
Kenya
short,
Rebel.
Buru. Yeah, I just wanted to say something very quick. Jakes, I don't mind if somebody wants to interject, but can you like regulate, like someone comes here and say what you're talking about is nonsense. Let us respect each other's view, whether you agree or disagree. Okay? I didn't like
Fair
that
enough.
when somebody just interjects the way Mr. Palliative came and interrupted Mburu. It's okay, but don't tell him that what he's saying is nonsense just because you don't agree and maybe you feel like he's talking too much. You can tell
Fair
him that
enough.
respectfully. Number two, I think the issue here, just very quickly, Jeff Mburu, and it's Mburu, not Mboro. Jakes, please. He's simply trying to say this, that the things that the president promised, they take time. He doesn't meet his own deadline. When he said 100 days, after 100 days, he did not deliver in those 100 days. So that's why you see his opposers are saying you're lying. But eventually, he still delivers in what he says. That's what Jeff is trying to say, that it takes time. Some of them take time. And I'm saying this. Yes, his opposers might, they have to play politics and say, oh, you are lying because you told us in 100 days or 100 days. But he's fulfilling his promises. So that's why we as people who are not, me personally, I don't speak for everyone, who did not vote for Ruto, but I see positive things that he does. I'm saying this, let's see what he does. Give him time, and we can judge him there. You can, and you mentioned
Fair
one more
enough.
thing. One more
Fair
thing.
enough. And
Okay, go ahead.
fair enough. And my question is this:
Yes.
then why give a tag of timeline? Why give things that you see, he's not new in government, he's not new, he did not just land in Kenya the other day. He is a former deputy president. He has been in government for the last 10 years, right? So he knows the ins and outs, right? So he knows you don't build Rome in one day. He knows that things are not easy. He was there when COVID struck our nation. He was there when drought struck our nation. These things have not just found him awake now, right? So
Right.
why be quick? Why be quick to give promises? Then, even if eventually you do it, but what people will have left in their hearts is that somehow you lied. Even if finally you come out and show us the truth, somehow, because now we the first thing that you guys will note, and maybe you'll come defend it, in 20 days time, he said, in 20 days, I'm not lying, you can go back to the videos, in 20 days time, it was in June, he said gas will be 300 shillings. 300. He didn't say there will be a reduction. That would have been even a safer card to play. He said he gave an exact figure, 300. Right now it's 1500, 300 shillings. How do you defend that if it doesn't happen in June? How?
Okay,
Tell me.
And this is
Let
what I
me tell
said,
you
my
how.
finishing statement.
Let me tell you
let
how.
you let me tell you. And you are right.
Let me have palliative, then I'll have you more.
Okay.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. You introduce the topic. You have put clips. The president of the Republic of Kenya, who is called Dr. Ruto, asked 100 days. In less than 100 days, he said 6 months. It is not us putting this time checks. That is what people are failing. And it is a vindication that the president is lying. Because if the president himself knows this thing takes time, the way my friend is saying, then why give time limit? Nobody forced him to say in 100 days. Nobody has forced him to say in 60 days. The discussion is in relation to what the president said and the outcome of what he said, the deadlines of the things he said, the promises that he gave, because a measure of any government is according to the timeline of the things. Because we like it or not, 5 years is coming, elections will come, and therefore we have timelines of things. So in 5 years, we look back and ask him, what did you do in 100 days? What did you do in your first year? You know, my wife was asking me this. I said, oh, Ruto is almost finishing 1 year. I said, yeah, time rushes, because for her, she thought it was just 3 months. I said, no, it is past 3 months. So we are not in the first 100 days, my friend. We are way beyond that. So we are not judging Ruto. It is in relation to the things he has said, and we are questioning, are we going to keep on changing the goalpost every time? And we have no problem. Ruto can be given as much time as he wants. But if only he can be honest and say, these things take time, and this is what will happen. And we will give him time. But he can't not promise this and not do it, and then he's not accountable. And that is what my friends do not want. He ought to be accountable for what he says, for he is the president of Kenya. That is my only problem. And we don't want people to leave him scot-free, that since he's the president, he can say something, and then we start saying, we should understand that these things take time. If that is true, Jax, why then come and tell people? Then you are obviously lying to the people if you know they take time. Thank you, Jax.
I wanted to say this. He's right.
Before Kenya Rebel, I want to have necessary evil. Before I'm coming to you, Kenya Rebel and Boro. Necessary evil, you have listened to Mboro and his submissions. Equally, you have listened to palliative care and my explanation. Now, how do you even approach this? Because we want to paint the president in the best light possible. He is the symbol of national unity. He is the head of state. He is the leader in our country. Now, how do we balance this? Because I really want to understand Mboro. I want to understand palliative care and Kenya Rebel. How do I even come to to be balanced? Because I really don't want to make it sound as though I don't agree with them, but I do. So how? But anyway, even as you come in, thank you guys. I see your comments zinaingia tu sana, and you guys are still watching. Asante tu sana. This show inawakanga moto hivyo, so atukiona wanabishana hivyo, Mboro and Alex are friends. Kenya Rebel is a good friend of ours. We are brothers. The issue is Mboro is a very diehard wa UDA, palliative no Azimio. So when they clash, what do you expect?
Right. For the gentlemen who are not here when we started out, One of the things I said is I belong to Azimio, Damu. But when Ruto went into the State House, we accepted the fact that, okay, he's been sworn in, right?
Yeah.
As much as we had our tears, as much as we were in disagreement, he had been sworn in. So, like you said, a symbol of national unity. Regardless of how we feel about the man, it was our hope that at least once he ascended, that he would leave his former ways and lead Kenya to prosperity. Now, we've talked about the 100 days. They are the ones who said those words. By the time I drop the Bible, Pap, this is what will happen. By the time, come on now. If you know, Ruto has a PhD. He was born and raised in Kenya. He has been in politics since 92. He knows it. He was there during Kibaki's government. He was a minister in Moi's. So it's nothing new to him. He knew all along what he's saying is sweet little nothings. Just the way he's saying in 20 days, gas prices are going to drop that drastic. Come on now. Anybody who's done economics 101 will tell you, you can't move gas prices that fast. I've heard rumors Kenya has oil in Turkana. I don't know even if you are refining, I'm not sure. But we depend on oil that comes from foreign lands. We don't control the gas prices, they do. So I believe, say, Mboro, he loves his party and his president, so he's going to defend him at all costs. And palliative care will do the same for his party. But can we desist from using emotion in argument? Let's use facts. It is always better in logic when you're reasoning to use facts. Emotions will take us nowhere. Personally, I'm from Western Kenya. None of those people are from Western Kenya. And even the one who's from Western Kenya, Mudavadi, will never help me. Never. Or Wetangula, he will never help me personally. So they should help Kenyans generally, the whole lot of them, as a government.
Okay.
I had the argument about the 50-50 rule. Mburu said that we should not look at just CSs. Even if we were to look at the whole lot, there's no 50-50 there. So why say it? You know, he should have even just simply said, I will give the best performers the job. So the only thing, Jakes, you can do in moderating is to ensure that we are adhering to facts, not emotions.
Okay. I want to play one fact here. I want to play one fact here. You know, you took me to this level, Mboro. Let me play this clip. This is Musalia Mudavadi, the current cabinet secretary, prime cabinet secretary. This is his words when the fuel levy, not the fuel, yeah, no, the housing issue. Yeah, the housing issue. I'll come to the fuel levy just now. Let's begin with the housing issue. Ruto, when he went to Friends Quaker in, I think, Langata, he said that he will introduce the 3% levy on housing. When it was 1.5, not 3%, when it was 1.5, proposed by then the President Uhuru Kenyatta. These were the words of one Musalia. I don't know if he's the one who is Masika, but whoever.
that will provide comfort in shelter.
Listen to Mudavadi.
Yet it is at once insensitive, burdensome. Newly introduced 1.5% house tax on the Kenyan worker purports to be an intervention that will provide comfort in shelter. Yet it is at once insensitive, burdensome, because you are taxing an already. It is also unlawful. This is burden the high income tax today. Add to this value added tax, load on a myriad of levies on petrol and petroleum products, then now bring in this new levy. You are killing the goose. Kenyans.
Now, that is Musalia Mudavadi. What is he defending? 1.5% on levy on housing. What are we together up to that point? Here he's defending 1.5, not 3. 1.5. He's defending 1.5.
He's not defending.
Now,
He's
today,
opposing.
he is not opposing the 3%. The 3%. He's not. He's supporting it. He's not. From when he spoke, the payment the salaries of our workers, Uhuru didn't leave a law or a decree or a sermon or something to say that the Kenyan worker salary should go up. So status quo have not changed when he spoke, and then and now. In fact, probably the status quo have become worse. Right? You have now come not to implement the 1.5. Now it's double. It's 3. What changed? What changed? Let me do this. I want to bring you Dende Nyoro, someone you really love. Yeah? Yes, Kenya Rebel, as I bring in Dende Nyoro.
I just wanted to say, Mudavadi doesn't drive policy in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Mudavadi does not. Yeah, I'm saying Mudavadi does not drive policy in Ruto's government. If Ruto decides he wants to put in 3%, 4%, 10%, Mudavadi has to fall in toe in line. Number 2, I wanted to say this. Number 2,
what are we doing tonight? What are we doing tonight? Really?
No, listen.
Really?
Jake, listen to me. Listen. Jake.
He is the chief cabinet secretary.
Yes, listen. What I'm saying is this. If I, the president, want to, let's say, come up with a solution, let's say housing problem, whatever, in Kenya, okay? I feel like most people in the inner city don't live in, don't have reasonable, quality housing. I will come up with a plan, consult with my my economic advisor, David D, okay? My chief cabinet minister, whatever, of economics. We sit down, come up with some numbers, and see how much we can come and spend, or how much taxes can we raise from the tax base that we currently have to fund this project, okay? Now, if Mudavadi is, and listen to me, please.
Are you near a source of water? Are you near a source of water? Please have a glass of water. Because honestly, this is not the Kenya Rebel I know. What? I'm even shocked. So listen, why do we then have what we call a cabinet meeting?
Right.
No,
collective responsibility.
What I'm trying to say is this, Jake, in short. If I'm working for the president, I previously, when was that speech by Mudavadi? When was that speech that you played?
Roughly a year and a half ago.
Thank you very much.
Hardly 2 years. So
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
the issue was
We are under
opposing
a new
Uhuru.
dispensation.
Okay.
What exactly? That's my point. I'm saying we are under a new dispensation. Ruto is the president, and he works under for Ruto. So and he has to support the policy of the day because he works for this particular president. That's what I'm arguing. Whether he's right or wrong, you even that's why you see when Raila had that handshake, he was supporting Ruto's economic plan. Right or wrong?
Sawa. I want to hear from Boro, because if that is the reasoning, today I have surrendered arguing. Yes, Boro. Officially, I have surrendered.
You don't have to surrender. One, by the time Mudavadi, and this is politics, and this is why I normally tell people, don't believe everything that you hear out there unless you see what is happening. Because
have you listened to what you have said? Have you listened to what you have said?
Yes, that is politics.
Let me quote your words, then use it. Don't believe what has been said.
Don't believe everything, and this one I have repeated.
Good, very good.
I have repeated this several.
Just one moment.
It only applies when Ruto is being quoted, but when it's Raila, it's not like that.
I want to use your words, Mboro. You have said, don't believe everything. When you don't believe everything, what causes you not to believe it? Is it because it's a lie or it's a truth?
Now, the reason why...
Answer my question as it is. It is not a difficult question.
I know you understand Swahili. You understand Swahili.
Exactly. Answer me this way. Answer me like this. Answer me. I know you are very intelligent, and I know you want to really con your way out of this one, but I will not allow you. I will not allow you. Please. You have said this. You have said it. No, it is your words. I'm using your words.
You cannot force me to answer the way you want.
Listen. You have said you should not believe anything. What you don't believe in, what you choose not to believe in, will you choose not to believe it because it's either a truth or a lie? What will give you that choice of not believing?
It's good to understand the sanity and the way our politicians behave. And not only Musalia Mudavadi, but all of them. They speak basing on which side they are in. So if I'm opposing, I will oppose everything that the other side is doing. And that is what they do. So to that extent, that's their way of, that is the politics of Kenya, which is very unfortunate, that people speak basing on the side they are in.
Very
if they are in opposition,
I love, because you have solved this issue.
They oppose everything in government.
Thank you very much. They will oppose it with a truth or a lie, depending on which side they are in.
Depending on which side they are in.
Very good.
Politics of our nation.
Very good. Very good. Now, very good. And I love it that now you agree that you can tell a lie or a truth depending on which side you are. Is that
in the same context? Even in the same context, the gentleman who made you to come up with a headline, you don't have to believe them because you don't know. So why do you want us to believe them? Whereas they might be speaking for themselves because of what they do.
Okay.
Jakes,
and expectation.
Yes, Kenya Rebel.
The 100 days promise that you guys were talking about, it's not called a lie. It's called hyperbole. Right? Look at that word.
Give it whatever word you want to give it. But a lie is a lie. In darkness, in light, it doesn't change.
Do you normally
make another English word to explain?
Do you normally make the New Year resolutions? Your personal New Year resolutions?
Somebody is interjecting, but you cannot.
I am a moderator, and the show is not about me.
Okay.
The show
is
about Ruto exposed as a liar, a tribal man, and a conman.
No. Let me put it this way.
That's the show.
There is what we call.
If it were me, I'll defend myself.
Listen, there is what we call target. It was his target and his expectation that within those days, he will have done A, B, C, D. But sometimes there are factors that force you not to. And some of the things, some of the people shouting here, they are part of the problem and the reason as to why the president has not been able to achieve those things. Because they are disturbing the government. We are also blaming we are blaming them. Because for the president to perform, he needs conducive environment. And as I keep telling people here, the government does not do business that Ruto is not making more profit. No, it is the people who pay taxes. After paying taxes, now the president plans for what you have given the government, or the government plans for what you have given the
my final question for you. My final question for you before I give someone else.
Yes.
You told me you are a HR, right?
Yes.
Or you have skills in HR.
Actually, I'm a HR professional.
Correct?
Ask me any question in that line.
Very good. Exactly. And I love it. I love it. Let's imagine I'm your worker. There's a reason you pay me by the end of the month, right?
Yes.
To meet the objectives, to meet the goals, to meet the timelines of what has been assigned to me.
Yes.
Right? And if, for instance, you gave me an assignment and I told you in 2 weeks I'll be through.
Yes.
And I fail to be through in 2 weeks. You give me another assignment, I tell you I'll be through in an hour's time. I fail to be through in an hour's time. You give me another assignment, I tell you I'll be through even before you blink your eyes. You still blink, cough, sneeze, and do all you need to do, but I'm still not through. Won't you write me a letter to show cause why I'm not meeting my targets as a HR?
I will.
You are very good. In fact, that answers my question very well. If you write me a letter to show cause why I'm not performing, it's the same way Jakes, as a moderator, will ask the president, why give us timelines if you're not able to fulfill them in the time given?
So,
why? If you don't,
can I interject?
Let me finish my point. If you don't meet your target as per your words, not mine, your words, your timeline, your time frame, your everything, then, and it is a constant thing, then I'll be open enough to ask you, are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? Are you conning your way to become who you are? Are you a con person? Are you straightforward? Are you a truthful man? Because what is honesty? What is being truthful? It is standing by what you say. You don't shift goalposts depending on issues. You stick to words as they are. You'd rather even come and explain the reason as to why I have not done this is because, don't give a lie, give another truth. A, B, C, D. If that's not happening,
can I tell you something,
within
James?
my right to write you a show cause letter, and that's what this show is all about. We want them to show us cause. Why give us timeline? You'd rather we see that you have already done, instead of you telling us in 6 months time, in 3 months time, in 20 days time, next week unga will be this. It has not happened. In any case, keeping promising and not fulfilling the promise. In fact, you told me you love the good book, the Bible. The Bible says, hope deferred make the heart sick. That's the scripture. Now, these guys came with a lot of hope and a lot of promises. They have been postponing it, deferring it. It will make the heart sick. It is the scripture. You cannot change the word of God. It is what it is. Now tell me.
Now let me tell you. The
As
employment contract that the president is having is an employment contract for 5 years. And the timeline you are talking about, these are not timeline given by Kenyans. It is you as Kenyans, you have given me a 5-year contract, and this is how I expect to do my job. So if we are to do performance appraisal, we shall not only check because those are his own timelines that he set. what we shall do at the end of the day, after 5 years, we shall look at how did he perform in those 5 years. So we shall not say you had said A, B, C, D. So the only thing the president, and the reason why he was giving those his own timelines is because he wants to set targets for himself. But those targets do not bind him in the performance contract, because the performance contract is for 5 years. After 5 years, we can do the performance appraisal, and the Kenyans will decide if he has done it or not. And
I wish
yes.
to pose you. I know you have more rebuttals because I want people to react to what you have said.
But before you even go, you see, there are so many things I talked about here. I talked
a lot.
about parts, and I said, is it there or not? Because it was also part of his promises. Has he fulfilled the promise? The 50 billion is already there. I said, I talked about the 2/3 gender parity. The bill is already there in the chambers. So however much we try to say this guy is a liar, there are so many things we can see. The work has already started, and it is work in progress.
Let's
don't agree with is when people within these few months, when the president has already laid down the structure or the structures of doing things, they don't want to perform because they don't want him to perform because they know he will perform. And I am so confident about it, and I am not defending the president. When I'm here in this debate, I choose to be honest. What is wrong, I say it's wrong. What I believe is right, I say it is right. So I'm not here to, what I tell Kenyans, when the president fails, it is not the president who has failed. It is the nation of Kenya. When the president performs well, it is for all of us, both those who like him and those who hate him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, I know you have a lot. I see you have written. So
I was making some points here.
Okay, I know you. I'll give you enough time even as we go on because I want people to react.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Yes.
I want people to react with what we have discussed because people still have opinions in most of what we have said. Now, Black, are you ready before I give palliative? Okay, Black hatan kama amejifreeze. Black, please check on your internet connection. Umejifreeze. Alex, I know now uko inside. You are cooled. That's a controlled environment.
Yeah, I wanted to debate with Black because there are a few things he asked earlier, but I'm glad that he's not there.
I think connection yake he's coming back. Ameniambia he's having an internet connection.
Yeah, I've seen that. He's having serious problems because Black did talk about issues that we need to talk. Because the legal journey.
Yeah, I'm equally looking for this NSSF that he asked you to do. I'm still doing that.
The legal journey of the act, with its clear objective, the battle started in 2014 because the NSSF Act is of 2013. As a result, the Employment and Labor Relation Court that ruled over it, it was a long case that stalled during Uhuru's tenure. And the reason it stalled is because it was a failure on the president to appoint the judges. And you remember, Maraga kept telling him, man, you have made the country to be in a limbo or an impasse because we cannot work under strenuous circumstances whereby we don't have enough judges. So the reason the case stayed from 2014 to 2023, it was a blame on Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now, the good thing is that when Ruto came in, whether he took advantage or not, he was able to swear in the judges, and some cases, whether expedited through political connection or what, but at least you have seen the courts now move and give judgment to some of the most critical judgments that we ought to have gotten for years. Now, The decision led to the appeal of the court when a ruling in the matter was made in 2023. The Court of Appeal declared the NSSF Act number 45 of 2013 legal constitution, that ending the battle. This paves way for the implementation of the Act. And what is the Act? The proposal of the new NSSF Act is that a total of 12% of pensionable income shall be remitted to NSSF.
Now, 12% here being 6% from the employee, 6% from the
exactly. So it's and even that has some malfunctions, because that's where I want to come. And they are giving here examples. The Act stipulates that the upper earning limit shall be 18,000. So if you earn 1 million, whatever, once it gets to the max flani, so the maximum you can take is 18,000, while the lower earnings, the maximum, and that is why I said the debate needs to start with our livable wage. Which one is that? Because we don't have one. So when you say we have a maximum and lower, so we don't have a wage bill that really is clear still. So the contribution to a maximum of 720 relating the lower earning, which means tier 1 can pay 1,440 relating to the earnings, and then tier 2 will contribute a little bit more. So if an individual earns 15,000 a month, he will be required to contribute 900, which means he will be taken 360, which is 6%. But how 540 comes from the employer, I don't know, because it's supposed to be 6%. Okay, so that is what you were saying. So we still have discrepancies on how. So let's use the 50,000. Let's say that's the medium in Nairobi, because Black told me not to use 10,000. So per month ought to have about 3,000 taken out of the paycheck. The problem is that the pensionable income cap is 18,000. Okay, so the money is not taken from your paycheck, the total. It is taken from your pensionable. So if you earn 50,000, the amount you'll be pensioned is 18,000. So 6% of 18,000, that is what you're supposed to pay and contribute, which comes to, from this side and this side, both will bring you to 1080. Okay, which I think comes back to what Black was saying. If it was to pass, because for me, everything must start from somewhere. We postponed it, we don't postpone it, we still need it in the future. If we are to start from somewhere, is it a good thing? So that's what Black asked. Without a doubt, it should have started like yesterday. It should not have delayed for over 10 years in the court, because there are people who retired in these 10 years who will have been beneficiaries, and which means we will have had more homes if that could have been true.
Okay.
The question now comes that Panyaka was bringing. Within this 18,000 that is pensionable, the 12,000, the 12%, administrative services has never been beyond 2%. Now you see the politics in it. So, but the money that you're being taxed, the administrative services now gets to 6%.
Correct.
That's the politics in it. So if we have to listen what Panyaka is speaking, and that's why I said, Weka tumwelewe huyu jamaa, so that we don't dwell into this. Nah, let's just do the maths. And he gave a cap. There is no country in the world that has this accumulative of 2%, beyond 2%. It is only Kenya that is coming with this humongous amount of 6%, which does not make any sense. So the problem is not the money that is being taxed. The problem is the caps that are filled, that we do not understand where some of the money will be going to, Mr. Black. So those are the things he was raising. So taxation, and there is no better thing. It's like 401k in this country. There are people who work for, like in a pool. If you work in a pool, or if you work in a, those people don't give you benefits. There are many out here. You'll get more money, but in the end, you will not have retirement or pensions in the end of the day. So the thing is that your employer is forced to pay something, and you're what? And you are also forced to pay something. And this is what he was saying. Now, if you force employees to pay more than they are supposed to pay, so some of the things direct foreign investment looks when it comes to invest in a country, they look at the energy, they look at the infrastructure, because we all know that it's a simple arithmetic. Commerce is trade and aids to trade. Trade is simply the exchange of goods and services. And you can come international trade, you can barter trade, whatever trade. But when it comes to aids to trade, that's where you come to insurance, you come to energy, you come to transportation, you come to reinsurance, you come to advertisement, you come to all those things. So this is the cap where he's asking that now the direct foreign investors, Alex, I have a company. I'm being forced now to remit, because what you have to understand, the cap before, the NSSF Act that we had, we used just to pay 200. It was a flat fee. Now, all of a sudden, that amount has gone up. So if most of your employees in a company are getting 50,000, it means that now, and that's where I want you to understand, Jex, it means that from 200, I as an employer, I'm going to start paying 1,080 shillings. Now, which makes me pay 800 shillings more. So he was questioning, are we going to have investors come and invest in this country? Because already, and then he brought in the issue of energy, which he said we are being already taxed 61%. And Mutembei put a very good disclaimer when we were doing. Before, 1,000 shillings used to buy you how many units of tokens? Now, right now, how much is 1,000 Kenya shillings buying in relation to what we used to? So you can almost see that the environment for business, it's not sustainable. So we are not just playing politics here. We are asking, are we attracting? So when somebody's saying, he has already brought, where? When we know very well 700 companies already left Kenya. Some have gone to Alexandria, Egypt. Some have gone to South Africa, in Naivasha. Some have gone to Ethiopia. Those are the questions we are asking. Are we adding jobs? What are the job indexes right now in our country? So there is the common sense that we are degenerating. Even if you have a long-term goal, there is also the short-term goal. Because a country, every quarter, we have economic progress that we should make, or reports that we must give in relation to the GDP, consumer index, in relation to salaries, in relation to import and export, in relation to the budget balance and budget deficits. Those are economic factors that you cannot ignore. When you are looking long term, you ignore the short terms, which basically is part and parcel of economic indication of where the country is going. So that is what the young man was raising. It was not politics. So I'm here to debate with you in regard to what he said, in regard to what Ruto has said,
in regard to the statistic from Central Bank of Kenya, in regard to Bloomberg report that we are seeing, in regard to the loans we are paying and how much we are receiving from the taxes. And that is why there is a broad expansion of the tax. Why? Because we can't meet our present revenue. It has been squashed that we are now going, you saw today or yesterday, Jakes, renters. If you have a certain amount of renting properties, that you must remit that amount of money immediately. You saw that circular. So we are broadening our tax base because we are not capable anymore. Our balance deficit is too much because what we get, we are overusing it, including even what we have borrowed, which means we are going to end up again increasing our debt ceiling from again 12 trillion to either 15 or to 20. How long is it going to take us to pay that debt? Because until today, we still have debts that were borrowed 1978. Are we borrowing for our great-great-grandchildren? Does it make any sense? So for us to have this debate is not politics. It's a reality. Lastly, Magufuli came to power. He realized that trajectory was the same going on in Tanzania through Kikwete. What did he do? You see, and then should we follow or borrow the leaf from there? Are we going out of control instead of solving the problem? So when we talk about that, we are not against the president. We are talking about our money, our country, how it affects us. That is why even these subsidies are not sensible anymore, even if the president has taken them, because we can't afford them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll be coming with more more interesting. Moro has really given me homeworks. But I love him. He's a man who pushes me to the bricks. Anyway, Mboro, before I come to you, allow me to have Black and then I'll have Necessary and then is it okay? Because I didn't give you enough of your time to submit. We seriously interjected your submissions. So Black Eye, we were now discussing your NSSF issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, my phone keeps falling down.
No, tell us how does NSSF and this housing issue, how do they correlate, and how will this work? Given that I know NSSF, there is an office I can go, I can verify my issues there. Now this one, will I go to the housing? What do you call it? It's called housing what? I know there's also an office for that, but how will I follow up?
Number one, I wanted to demystify the fact again that these two issues in regards to the housing and NSSF did not begin now. So Ponyoka, when he was talking, Ponyoka, he was being political on that. And that's the one thing that I'm trying first. Nikitaja Al-Sharab and I'll sound funny. I'll end up seeming like as if natukana, and I don't want to sound that way. Now that man, he had mixed politics, a lot of politics into it, because when someone tells you the Ruto I knew, it was this one, it was that one, and when the fact remains is these acts had already been passed in Parliament. 2013, one in 2013 in matters NSSF, and the other one 2019.
Black, sorry, I'm interrupting you, and I think I'm becoming a moderator who is becoming slightly bad.
Okay.
Now, with all that is happening in the country, all that is happening, this is the very first time Ruto is presenting his budget, right?
Yes.
What is the urgency in
Yes.
bringing the bill now? Could it not have waited maybe next year? Could it not have waited maybe when we are not out of the woods? Because it's just the other day that we had an election, we had issues, drought and all. We are yet to stabilize, right? So I know it is an agenda in his manifesto, the housing issue, and it has already begun and kicked off. Maybe now we need funds. Were there not any other way? Maybe, for example, use private public partnership to bring up the houses, and then maybe bring this issue maybe in the course of next year, in the next budget, because this is his first. And if his first has already begun raising so much eyebrows and creating so much rift in everybody, don't you think it would be wise? I don't know who would back me up, but don't you think it would have been wise that his first budget, because this is very fast, his first budget almost reflect a concern to the mwananchi he spoke to, the mamamboga, the hustler guy, the people he sold his narrative to? Don't you think it would have been best if first he brought that out first, and then with time, because he has 5 years, as Mboro has said, he has 5 years for us to judge him. Is it was
Let me understand.
as he went one at a time, so that it is not too much to chew at a go. Eventually, we end up spilling even the good things. I agree with Alex. It's a good thing. It should have started even yesterday. There's a
And I
reason.
said it also earlier.
There's a reason it has told. In fact, it had started with Uhuru. It went to court. It had to stop. Now, why now? Why not wait? Why not do it? Of course, you'll also say why not now, but it is his first. Why not
But then Jakes,
go one
you
step at
see,
a time? Because by the end of the
but
day,
then, yeah.
if we grab all these things together, it still trickles down to that mwananchi's paycheck. It still trickles down to that struggling mwananchi. You're trying to bring him up
But then,
through those funds and everything else, but before even he gathers his muscles to walk and run, you have already begun to cripple him with all these levies and taxes. Don't you think it would be prudent enough to take one bit at a go?
But then now, Jakes, again, you fail to understand that he's not brought it now. It's just that the courts have passed. The courts have passed it now.
Mm-hmm.
It was meant to be effective since many years back.
Yeah.
Had the courts not intervened and suspended them, they would have been actually already have been implemented long before. So since they've just passed the courts now, so they immediately take effect as of from the day that the court pronounced its decision on them, right? So it's not Ruto that brought them. I don't know if you get my point.
I do.
They would have been active right now had the courts not suspended them. But the appellate court removed the suspension and passed them. So immediately becomes effective, right? Now, as to what's the importance of it to us Kenyans right now, mind you, like you've said it, could it be that they want to be funding the housing project? Yes, it is. To be honest, it's going to be funding the housing project because since the beginning of it all in the big four affordable housing, that money was going to come from this scheme, right? Now, what is the trickle effect, the trickle down effect? It's going to employ a lot of people. Once that happens, money is going to spread to various levels, whether from the wholesalers providing the materials, whether it's the laborers that are coming there to work, whether it's the mamamboga that will be selling the mbogas for these laborers that are working there, whether it's going to be the farmers that are going to be producing more so that their foods could be sold to these guys. I mean, it's going to have a super magnified trickle down effect in the economy. So that's how I look at it. Whether it's going to be also beneficial for the employees being deducted, yes, in the long term, it's going to be good for them. Like I had earlier on enumerated, or rather illustrated, as to the menial amount of money one gets from paying 200 shillings and another one paying 2,000. I mean, there's a very big difference when either of the two retires after 30 years. One gets 72,000 with the 200 shillings per month, and the other one gets 720,000 plus after 30 years working. So of course, you see, it's beneficial to the person being deducted for. As to why shida sahi kuna shida na bado zinafanyika hivi, sometimes, like someone said before, one needs to be ready to make the hard decisions.
I agree. And the question still remains. It was initially 1.5. Now it's 3. Why don't we have? Why could it have not be like this? We start from that 1.5, then increase it to 3, because it's something we are starting. Why begin with so much? People have not adapted to it. The issues are still difficult. Why don't we begin from 1.5, then jump to 3? Instead of just jumping to 3, we have not even tried the 1.5.
So is it 1.5 from you and the employee and 1.5 from the employer? That becomes 3%, or is it 3%, or is it 3%? We're talking about the housing.
Yeah, the
3%
housing
is the
initially
housing is
3%.
3%.
Somebody has said initially
Housing is 3%. 1.5 and 1.5.
1.5. It was 1.5, but now
1.5 employee,
yes,
1.5 employer.
but now it is
For
3.
the NSSF is 6% employee, 6% employer.
Okay, now I'm asking, I'm asking. Now it's is it 1.5 or is it 3?
So
It is 3. It is 3 employee and 3 employer.
Yes, but
we need to
initially it was
clarify that.
1.5, right? Why don't we?
Could you give
Why
me
should we have started from
could you
1.5?
give me
I don't know if
can I
you're getting
get a minute just to change my sitting position?
Okay, maybe I see
Yeah.
Kenya Rebel raising his hand. Why shouldn't si
Meanwhile,
tungeanza kwanza na hiyo 1.5 before to double? Because the next question will be, we oppose the 8% levy on fuel, if you remember. Now we are talking of 16%. When it was 8, Ruto and team, I have now even Ruto himself criticizing that. Ruto and team opposed it. Now he's in government as the president. He's not talking of 8, he's talking of 16. Why don't we just do the 8 or the 1.5 and then gradually, so that to caution, and that's why we had subsidies and all, to caution the common man, the low people, to caution them so that they don't feel the shock kwanza. And then as we improve the economy, as we bring the investors that Mboro is talking about, as we bring the industries, as we bring more work, as these houses are taking up, because that has jaanza kujengwa, nyingi yazo ziko kwa aidha ndio zinachimbwa misingi, nyingi ndio hata zimeanza kujengwa, sio? So mbona tusifanye the first phase we do 1.5 and then in the next phase as we are growing, because at the NSSF imekuwa 200 for so long, it's now that it has raised, so people already had adapted to it, they have grown through it. Now even if it increases, it's something they do. At your NHIF, people have been paying the 500. Even if it jumps to 1800, people already had something they were starting from, right? And it was not a huge amount. So if you increase the amount, it's okay compared to beginning from a huge amount already and you don't have that money increased to your payee. Kenya Rebel, I don't know if you have understood me.
Yeah, what I've seen, what this government is trying to do, and I can only go by the economic advisor. That's why I usually listen to David D most of the time. I think his approach is this: let's tie our belts now, let's suffer now, and things will ease up later. Okay. Now, if you listen to Ichungwa yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before when he was talking in the parliament, he mentioned something about expanding our tax base. Okay. Now, you can't expand your tax base if you don't have a lot of people working. The only thing you can do is this: you raise the taxes for the current people who are working and tackle the people who have enjoyed the tax exempt status, the uhurus, the railas, you know, the companies, a lot of companies, foreign companies that come to Kenya, Africa in general, they pay very little taxes, okay? That's why I think palliative, Alex there mentioned something about 17 companies going out to Egypt somewhere. If you look closely to those companies, it's always about tax. These companies look for tax havens, okay? So Mr. Ruto is trying to bring companies that are willing to pay reasonable tax, okay? That he has an expectation, because you have to have a number in which you're trying, a goal, a number that you're trying to achieve as revenue that can fund these things that you're trying to do, okay? And that's why you asked in the beginning, why don't we start moja kwa moja in government haijatulia bado? But I'm saying this, the government is trying to chew gum and walk at the same time, which we can debate. And this is a good debate. I'm glad Palliative brought the numbers. And please, Palliative, can you just cite your information where you got it from, so I can review it too? I want to dig deep into this. But I'm just, from my observation, is that this government is trying to expand the tax base by bringing these companies, different companies that are coming in. It will bring employment. The more people you are employed, the more taxes, more taxes you can collect from them. Okay, so that's my take on that. Now we are right to, hata kama ni huyo anaitwa nani Panya, I forgot his name. I still need to. I'm waiting for his video. I want to hear what he actually said, what he was actually protesting or trying to proffer to the wananchi. But yeah, that's my take.
Okay, Palliative, you want to say where you have got the source, but mimi zangu nimepata wapi? If you just Google NSSF Act 2013 inakuletea a whole list of things. Inaanza na cap 117, inateremka inaendelea hivyo hivyo, inaendelea the amendment ya 2014 vile ilienda kotini hivyo. Pia iko kwa the constitution development blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, but ukigoogle I think it's there. But if Palliative, do you have a place, a site, direct site?
Yeah, I decided not to look at Bloomberg this time. I looked at Evans Young. Evans Young has a detailed, if you can go to Kenya Enacts Finance Act 2022. Kenya Enacts Finance Act 2022. And that is EY, Evans Young. So
can you type it in the chats, Jakes, whatever. Thanks.
What a copy paste. Tuma hapo kwa private chat so that you can continue reading. Yeah. So Mburu, I want to give you like 4 minutes to give your submissions. Sorry, you have to forgive us. You are the one who takes us to deep waters. You make us swim there, come back. So it is you. It is your fault. So don't blame us. It is you. You raise temperature. You raise our angers.
That's how the debate is supposed to be.
That's how debate. Yeah,
there are people we call catalysts.
But before you speak, I want to play your favorite politician, Dende Nyoro. This was when it was 8%. Listen to him.
I want to tell this government we are giving them an ultimatum. Within 1 day, leo hii ikiisha, lazima waite mkutano wa dharura na waondoe hiyo maneno ya government, because the government is money to keep on bribing the leaders of handshake. I want to tell this government we are giving them an ultimatum. Within 1 day, leo hii ikiisha, lazima waite mkutano wa dharura na waondoe hiyo maneno ya kuongeza kodi katika mafuta. Watu wetu ya bodaboda wanaumia, watu wetu wa matatu wanaumia, corona wako na loans kwa bank, and it is very very uncouth for the government to purport to increase the prices of fuel products. Ya pili,
Now,
government.
He was responding. He was responding to the VAT law that was passed. And here, I equally also want to blame Raila Odinga. He told me I should always be seen to act fair. I equally want to blame Raila Odinga. This is why he equally, on the same breath, supported that change. Here is the clip for Raila Odinga. This is when they were supporting the 8% VAT on fuel. I think I played this the other day, but this is Raila Odinga on the same. Black had requested me to look for this.
Convened a meeting with these party lawmakers, urging them to set aside their reservations back the Financial Bill 2018, which introduced 8% tax on petroleum products. Even though the session was marred by acrimony, the bill was passed by legislators and has since been signed into law by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And Saturday, the former Prime Minister expressed gratitude to his party MPs for towing the party line by backing the passage of the new laws. Odinga said the move is difficult, but was right under prevailing circumstances. Immediately after this statement, Raila joined his NASA co-principals in Vihiga during the burial of former Education PS George Godia. It is here that ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi differed sharply with Odinga on the new law, saying the taxes will be a big burden to the taxpayer.
Let us not pretend. Kenya iko kwa hali ngumu. Hali ngumu sana. Na mimi nimekuwa waziri wa fedha. I can tell you Kenya is a candidate for debt rescheduling.
Mudavadi wants the president to relieve some of the cabinet secretaries of their duties over what he termed as failure to advise him accordingly on matters touching on the economy.
And I'm telling President Uhuru that don't take responsibility on some of these characters. It's your turn now. Now that you have signed the bill, now that you have signed this bill, which is going to torment Kenyans for a long time, when you come back from New York, can you sign letters of dismissal for some of these people?
Right.
Now, that day, it was 8%. 8. Today, they want to bring it to 16. I don't know. You told me not to be believing. So I even don't know if I ask you this question or I just let it be. The video speaks for itself. Yeah. You see, when you always constantly defend the government, people are not sure what
you
to ask you because you still go to the defense mode.
You see, Jakes,
Mm-hmm.
I normally encourage people to be critical thinkers. Critical thinkers are people who think outside the box.
Okay.
I'm not the kind of a person who just listen to what people say and take it on the face value.
Okay.
I go deeper to scrutinize what I have not been told and what those people have not said, but they kept it by or to themselves. And I also ask them myself why they have said what they have said. That is why I normally tell people, when you hear people talk, think beyond. Use your mind. Use your thinking. But I don't want to respond to what they have said. I want to respond to what I think the president is doing. Because I can only say what I think. The president, as wise as he is, as smart as he is, it's not that he's not aware that some of these decisions will make him unpopular. Like the increase of taxes. But the president knows very well where the nation is. And if these decisions are not going to be made where the nation is likely to head. And that is why, unlike his predecessors, who were sometimes ruling by decrees and saying, I want this to be done, he has decided to follow the advice of the professionals. And that is why, and I commend the president. That is why most of the things that he is doing, he is forming professionals to check on the issues, then to give a report to him on what they think should be done. And that is the best way of ruling a country. For instance, the president is aware that the 16% fuel levy is going to make him more unpopular. But Jakes, I want to tell you, as the president, even if you are the president today, you would like the fuel to be the lowest, even if it can cost 10 shillings per gallon or per liter. But sometimes it reaches a time when you should put your interest behind and the interest of the nation ahead of all your interests. And that is what the president is doing. Right now, Jakes, if you listen to the professionals and people who are well-versed in the economics of the nation, they are telling us that Kenya, if nothing is done, we are almost entering into a place of not being able to pay our debts. And when you cannot pay your debt, it becomes very hard even to do business internationally. That is when you hear sanctions being put because you have failed to pay what you borrowed. The nation enters into so many problems. So for a decision to be made on how much is going to be taxed on fuel, even the IMF is consulted. Professionals are consulted. Then they give the president the advice. I know in his heart, he would not even want that. In fact, the president would like things like unga even to cost 20 shillings per 2 kg, because that is what would make him popular. But he has decided we have to do things professionally, so that we can save our country. That is why today, everything he is doing, he is having a task force of professionals to advise him on what should be done. And he is sticking on that. So, after doing that, I know by the end of his tenure, maybe after 2 or 3 years, people will come to realize that this guy was smart and he was working for the country, and they will appreciate. Unlike people who just want to do things to please people. And that is the mistake that the president made, that he was borrowing money to feed people, money for consumption. And that is where we started now going wrong. Not only that, when you hear of a borrowing that happened in the previous regime, there was overborrowing, but there was no transparency when it comes to the usage of the taxpayers' money, because we have to pay this money. It is our money. But how was those tenders done? How are they done? Who were getting those tenders? Did we get value for our money? And that is what the professionals are asking. So you find that they are saying, like, now we have the SGR. How much did it cost? Is it supposed to cost that amount? Some people are saying that we have infrastructures, but these infrastructures, they were constructed at a highly inflated rate of almost 3 times the normal cost of having that infrastructure. So the president is saying, yes, we are in this problem, but we have to fix it. But what my advice is, and where I feel that he's not being fair to Kenyans, there are people who did a disservice to the nation. There are people who have billions in their accounts. That money was supposed to go to these projects, but they have not started investigations. We have heard that money was withdrawn from Treasury without authorization by the relevant authorities or without the proper process being followed. We want to see that money being returned. So I know the president means well for the country, but there are things also he is supposed to do for people to know that surely he means business. Having said that, Jakes, I checked one of the article here, and they are saying that through subsidized fertilizer in the month of September of 2022, the inflation on food has been cut to from 13.3% to 13.3 in February 2023. That was February. Now, what do you think? The inflation has gone down up to now. So this guy is doing things professionally. The only problem is that in Kenya, we are used to have people who rule basing on just one person deciding things, or two people and friends, without following professional procedures. But if we encourage the president to continue doing what he is doing, being guided by professionals, not just using his mind, because nobody knows everything. We said no man is an island. You need other people. You need to listen to them. And that is what the president is doing. On the same note, the government, I said it has already put 50 billion on the Hustler Fund. This fund, Jakes, is not just going to be given one time. It is annually, every year, that this money will be put there for people to borrow. So you can imagine 50 billion times 5. That is the money people will be borrowing and putting their businesses and all that. For him, he would even have wanted to give this money for free, if possible. But professionals, again, told him, no, Mr. President, you can't do that. If you do it, we are going to have inflation because you are giving free money to the people. You cannot do that. So he had to follow the professionals again. So everything he is doing is informed on the best practices of growing the economy. He came up with a project of having 250 units of houses, 250,000 units of houses for the low-income earners. The projects, people can see them. So if, however much you want to criticize this guy, in this time of hard economy, I can tell you for sure, he is trying the best he can. There is something Kenyans don't know, that already the task force is at work to ensure that all Kenyans are identified digitally. People don't know what is that. For instance, in America here, people are identified digitally. That means, Jakes, if a police stops you, he does not have to tow your car if you have a mistake to the police station, like it happens. One day I was stopped at Nakuru Highway, and the police told me, they stopped. They stopped doing what they were doing, and they told me, drive and follow me to the station. You can see how much time we waste. Time for the driver, time for the passengers. That is time for the country. When people are supposed to be working, they are in the police stations trying to solve cases, and cars are apprehended by the police. What happens like now here in America, where all people are identified digitally, you don't have to tow the car. The police does not have to stay with you for more than 5 minutes. Do you know how I have stopped you? It is because of ABCD, and here I'm going to write for you this ticket, and they give you the ticket and you go. It will be as easy as that. If you are a criminal, you don't have to keep on chasing criminals everywhere. You are able to check people. If you are stopped by the police, they ask you maybe for the ID. They put the details and they will arrest you there. So there are so many things that will happen because things are being done professionally. And William Ruto, being a doctor, not doctor, we have so many doctors in many fields. He is a doctor of academics, a PhD holder. That is why he embraces professionalism. And I can tell you for sure, Jakes, if we support these men, we shall have an organized society and we shall be counted among the equals.
Okay.
That is what I think. And that is why I'm saying, can people stop demonstrations and support the president? Because I want to see what he can offer on the table.
Okay. Necessary Evil, I don't know if you're still there, and Kenya Rebel together with Palliative Care. But it's interesting. I also see
Nyagaka.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name rightly. I hope I am. But good to see you, sir. How are you? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I'm not sure what's the time where you are, but I know you can hear me. How are you, Pen Nyagaka?
I'm great. I'm great. I can see my son Black is there. He's representing real good.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, he's here. He's really
Come
doing
over.
us.
I don't know whether Alex is still there.
Alex is there. He can see you. He's hiding.
Oh, boy,
I don't
boy.
know what you did to him. He's hiding.
I don't
No, that's
see.
not boy,
I
boy.
don't see
Go to
any
boy, boy,
Alex in the
naked to see.
panel. I don't know who is there.
Shikamo,
Boy,
shikamo.
you see.
I
Yes.
don't see any
Shikamo.
Alex in the panel. Maybe he's behind.
Yeah. No, this is a very good show. Me and Black and Alex were going to the other show that is like Fox Noise here in America, Buru. Like what they did with that Carlson or whatever his name is, Fox News.
Yeah.
And that's a very sad show. But here you share your ideas and the points that you want to make. And what Mbulu is saying is completely, and you know, of course, my son Black, everything that they're saying is completely right because Ruto just got into power. It's like this is the first time we really got independence. Wengine, kama hiyo revolutionary man, akizungumza mimi na nyamaza. I feel like retiring. I'm an old man. Revolutionary akizungumza mimi na mwacha kabisa.
Okay.
Na kumasani kijana huyo Black. Lakini it's like this is the first time we have really had independence. Some of us have seen it all. We were young when President Kenyatta was there. And we voted for this guy thinking that he would behave like his father. His father hakuwa anajificha, anasema ukweli. Na one of the famous quotes ya mzee Mburu ni usiochua utokavo we ni mtumwa. He really brought independence to us and we felt good. Even Oginga Odinga. Oginga Odinga, there was a time that Moi, of course, stole from him. But 3 days later, he had Moi in Kisumu. And he told everybody that this is the president, he has been announced as a president. Jex, hii mnasema ati Raila brought independence, Raila brought freedom. Nonsense. He didn't bring anything. How can he bring freedom when he doesn't understand what the democracy is? Democracy, you lose, you win. Black. Kama ule mheshimiwa ule alikuwa anajiita Kikwete, somebody who was coming to that show. He owes me money up to now, Black.
Oh, sorry. I went to
Nilimupeni $1,000 na hajaonekana kutoka siku hiyo, lakini I was willing to leave. Kama huyu ana mashamba angeshindwa aende sokoni, msikate miti. So that's how democracy functions. It is, we can quote and quote how many people have stolen, how many people have done what. You don't go to the streets to kill people. I mean, that's not the democracy. Alex, tuambie ukweli muhimu. Because when you lose, you lose.
I thought we came to talk here about economics. Sasa, I mean, if you want us to go back there, I can have that conversation.
Okay, economics, that's my best. That's
you
my
are an
deal.
economist. The good thing is that you are an economist.
That's my deal. And what Mbulu was saying is that we have to reorganize our economy. And just like I've told you, Alex, before, the guy who organized Europe after the devastation of
let me bring in a good friend of yours, Mzalendo.
Yeah, Mzalendo is good. Mzalendo is good. So Alex, like I was telling you about economics, is that after Second World War, the guy who really helped Europe get where it is Maynard Keynes, who looked like David Ndinem started, or the economics minister for Kenya today. So it takes a time. You have to increase the percentage of the people that are going to be taxed, and then you make your own money and you improve your economy. Simple and clear. You cannot grow your economy by borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Borrowing is good, but to overborrow like Kenyatta was doing was evil. So let us give him time, and let us look at what is going on. What he's doing with the housing, Alex, is exactly what they did in South Korea. The guys negotiated, even their car companies. The people that are paid there, they are paid even more money. You don't see them here in America anywhere. because it is the government that negotiated with the corporations to make the economy where it is right now in South Korea. So the housing that we have borrowed from there, Alex, we really, really appreciate it, and let us support it. I mean, it is very good. If Ruto is doing bad, let us criticize him. But what is they? Nowadays he's losing a lot of weight, and people are saying that he's got AIDS and this. No, we don't have to eat all the time. We can eat twice a day or once a day. Back in the day, 300 years ago, we didn't have food all everywhere. So that's another topic, Alex. Like in today, the economy is have more jobs. Like the guy in Nairobi, the governor in Nairobi says that he's going to hire about 3,000 people. So those 3,000 people, if they get paid they get taxed 5 shillings. That's money that we didn't have. So let us really continue looking in that direction. Nakama Ruto has done bad. I mean, finish him. Let him go home. But let us be supporters, not followers. We'll never see any mistake, anything wrong with anybody. I can support Ruto today, but if you do something tomorrow, I'll be the first one to say no. Vijana yangu asante sana, and that's all I had. Nina watoto wanataka kunilia chakula hapa.
I'm sure Mzalendo wants to say hi.
Yeah.
Nyagaka, we always love your wisdom, and you talk straight, and where we are going wrong, you always rectify us kama wazee. Hata sisi kama vijana pia, ingawaje mimi si kijana, wewe pale ulipotea kidogo, pia tulikunyorosha kidogo, sasa umeona mwangaza. Nashukuru Mungu umeona mwangaza kwa sasa. Unajua wazee pia upotea. Umerudi laini, umerudi laini,
mimi naandika nasema baya, lakini kizungumza nazungumza vizuri.
Nyagaka, before you go, is he there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought we are not supposed to interject.
Are you
Jex,
in
we
America?
come to you, Jex. I thought so. I think it's a law you made here when I was here and I listened to it.
Alex,
no, Jex, I'm asking you, didn't you say that?
Yeah, we agreed.
And somebody asked you to do that. Yeah, somebody asked you to do that.
Now, Alex, you see.
No, mister, don't be a serial interjector here and you accuse others.
Did I interject or
yes, Jex, you, the guy asked.
Muro, you are being accused as a serial interjector.
Yes, because Muzalendo, we were here and we were told that if we want to speak to any other person, we must ask the chair.
For me, Alex,
no, that's the whole thing.
I see some level of hooliganism which I don't like.
No, don't call me a hooligan. When I say what you say is nonsense, you feel bad.
You see the
level up.
The way you do things.
Listen, you are not going to be making rules when it comes to yourself.
A wise person accepts correction.
No. There is no correction there. You said we must ask Jex.
Just one moment. Cool down. Penny is here. He'll give you two guys time to say something. And as well, we have the old man here, Black. He's still patient, almost giving his submission. So before the youthful Mzalendo and the youthful Penny speak, before the old man Black speaks, I know Moro has a question for Penny. Now, Mzalendo, let me have Mzalendo at least
it's just something small I wanted to ask him because I think he is going somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, before he goes, then
Penny,
go ahead.
You're leaving?
There is this company which is coming to Kenya, Amazon and I think Moderna. These are huge companies which are based here in the United States. And maybe if you are in America, of which I had some of pronunciation of your words told me, and I'm guessing you are here in America, maybe you can tell Kenyans what that means and what they should do so that they can benefit out of that. Maybe if you can talk about that.
Even Alex can add up that I grew up here in America with Alex's dad. But Amazon is one of the newer companies that are really, really competing for their own space. And that's one of the best companies. They pay good and they are really fast. Alex, for a joke, one of my kids don't want it because they say that they take blood from people. But that's a kid that is very liberal. But to answer you, Buru, it is one of the most upcoming companies that, yes, to choose Kenya was a right idea. Most of the companies here in America are old, and they're competing with the post office and FedEx and UPS and all of them, and they're making good money from it. And us as Kenyans, we are very, very overqualified, and we can do it in Buru. Because the guys who come from Kenya today, tomorrow, they got one of the best jobs in America. And we can adapt because the education system we have in Kenya has really helped us to get where we are. But to answer your question, Mburu, that's one of the best companies, and it will have to serve probably the whole of Africa or East Africa at most. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, beautiful. Penny Mzalendo.
And Alex, watoto wananiongoja ndani, so I have to go for a minute, but I can come back later.
Hey, thank you, Nyagaka. I mean, enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, one of the kids is going to Germany tomorrow, anafanya kazi na Deutsche Bank. But
mwambie
so they say,
asafiri salama na abarikiwe.
Yeah, I will come back later on.
All right.
Alex, I will be back.
Mokwani.
Be a man.
Okay, I think
that's okay. Alex, want to go back to Thank you, guys.
Into nego tembe. Hey, watu wamerudi huko Mogirango huko daraja sasa, watu wako daraja mbili.
You know, I told
huko ndio kwa kina Alex
that I know. I told palliative care that in 2057 we will support Osoro to be the president, and he really laughed.
Osoro the MP.
Yes, Osoro the MP. At least there is hope that soon.
The only guy who's edging closer to the presidency is Simba Arati. He's polishing his politics, and very soon he is somebody who is sellable across the tribal lines in Kenyan politics. Although we want to run away from the tribal.
He needs to do a good job in DC, and that will propel him closer to that. Now, Mzalendo, let's have your take on the topic today. I know it's a juxtaposition where you have two people. One person says Ruto has not lied, and another person says he has lied. So we will not find the balance in the all together. But let me have you. And I wish to leave you kidogo, and I wish to leave you in the hands of palliative care. Is it okay, palliative care?
No, actually, I'm also leaving. I told you in the comment section there.
Yeah, you did. Now, or I leave. Kyle. I'm even stammering because of trying to make this point. For the first time, can I leave the old man to take care of these young people?
Who's the old man here?
Mr.
I'm
Black.
on and off. I'm on and
Is that-
Who's
I'm on and off.
I think with all due respect, give this opportunity to Mburu, to Jeff Mburu. I think Jeff can do a very good job because he likes interjecting.
I'm trying each day to have a different person, but it's okay. I can give wao wawili wang'ang'ane pamoja na palliative na wewe.
Tutang'ang'ana tu ile mahali tunaweza fika, tutafika, tutafunga station. But I hope wanaweza funga station.
Nico, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying I want to leave you guys to continue so that I can take a break. I've been here for almost 5 hours and a half. So mnikubalie. Necessary Evil, are you still there? I still have someone akoko backstage ajita Necessary Evil. He was among the first ones to join us. So
Jakes unanirukaruka sana.
Black alikuwa hapa mbele yangu bwana. Hata Black hata ongea.
I was submitting before then I said let me switch my position. Then I said then all of a sudden boom. Jakes excuse unanionea sana.
Unajua we always go that way, this way, but eventually we head home. Now Mburu,
unanionea.
Yes.
I want to leave you on the deck, and on the deck means now you shift from being a participant to a moderator.
That's like fixing me, putting me in a very awkward position.
Here is where, even though you have an opinion, you still swallow it.
No, I mean, we'll still have a conversation.
Yeah,
but
no, let us just have a conversation, an open discussion. That's okay.
Yeah, that should be fine. We were able to do it last time. We can still do it.
I know you will. I'm not leaving. If you need the link,
yeah, if there are some people to be added, you can.
I will do that. If you need videos, I'll upload them. But you have to give me at least 20 minutes. I freshen up.
Yeah,
at
that's
least
fine.
Niwe easier kuwasaidia from backstage. But I'll be backstage until when we're through. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can go backstage. You can even scream when we can't hear you.
Allow me to thank the people who have been commenting. XYZ, I see you. I see Gitash D, Apep Arapatem. Unasema what? The things you're saying. Wacha nianze na XYZ. Unasema, I wish the moderator could encourage debaters to be objective and back arguments with facts and not wishful thinking and confirmation biases. I see who else. Asante sana. I'll try to do that. Thank you so much, XYZ, for your comment. I see Pen Nyagaka as well had commented. Raphael Ndege, I see you. Brother Benson, I see you. Sorry, you told me you had issues with your camera. I'm sorry for that. But thank you. You are saying this that kindly explain about the 3% for the affordable housing. I think we tried to do that, but we can still as well try to dig deeper into that issue. McDonald Obongi, sorry, I see you. Thank you, my brother, for your comment. I see it. Alex Media, I see you. I see East. Jina tu moja, East. Nasema, you are sober now, my brother. Thank you. I see Dennis Ondieki. Thank you for your comments. Geoffrey Ruto, and many of you. Esther Kabiru, I see you. Asanteni sana, and many who are commenting, and many who are still watching. You guys are wonderful. You are the guys that make Mutembei run, and we are grateful. Still watch all our videos, like, share, subscribe. Let's make this station great. Asante sana. Now Black has been amekuwa kinyang'anywa nafasi ya kuongea. Since he's the old man in the group, we have a way of abusing him, but he's a good father, an old man who we treat carefully. So Mr. Old Man, well, but the irony is Mzalendo is older, but alikubali wewe ndio mzee.
Oh, kijana mdogo Black.
Mzalendo ni GMO. Mzalendo ni GMO
My friend, unajua watu wajuage miaka yangu. Nikikwambia miaka yangu bwana. Wewe hata unaweza toa mahari. Mimi unaweza toa mahari. Oh my friend.
I know your age.
Unaweza toa mahari.
Ndio miaka yako. Umeshinda na miaka miwili.
Mboro, take over. Black is on the deck.
Yes.
Then don't forget Mzalendo, and I'm also behind the scenes. So thank you guys. Love you.
Okay. So yeah, as I was trying to say earlier on, sometimes a president needs to, most of the times a president needs to make these hard decisions. As the Jake's the moderator earlier on alipokuwa akisema kwa nini sahihi hizi vitu zifanyike sahihi. Hizi zilikuwa ni sheria zilikuwa zimepitishwa tayari tangu 2013 na ya NSSF na housing 2019, so ni vitu zilikuweko tu, ni koti zilikuwa zimezuia hizi miswada from taking effect then, but now since the courts have cleared them, the appellate court has cleared them, they can be implemented immediately. Now you raised a good point, Bwana Jakes, in regards to why is it that the housing deductions moved from 1.5% from the employee and 1.5% from the employer and straight to the 3%? Why shouldn't we have just started by the 1.5 now for the employee and 1.5% from the employer? That's a valid question. I think that is one of the things that perhaps now, before the bill is passed, we ought to bring it to our leaders as part of public participation to see if that can be looked into, because that's a good point. And as to kwa nini sasa hizi vitu zote zinafanyika sasa, aside from that, nikaa nasema the housing program which is supposed to provide a lot of goods to the Kenyans, for example, kupatia watu kazi, because ni kazi nyingi sana zitapatikana through labor at that time, na ni kazi nyingi sana ambazo zitapatikana kwa wakulima. Kazi nyingi itapatikana sana kwa wale wholesalers wenye kuuza mbao, wenye kuuza vyuma, wenye kutengeneza vyuma wa jua kali, kutengeneza milango vya mbao. I mean, it will spur a lot of activities in the ground. Now, what I was more perturbed with, though, is the issue of taxation on some other items. For example, the petroleum levy being raised from 8% to 16%. Okay, before ilikuwa 16% kitambo, but during COVID time ikashukishwa mpaka 8%. As to why all this taxation now, I think maybe on that issue, also on the petroleum levy, it's worth being discussed. Now, those are the kind of things that we can debate and agitate maybe for our leaders to look into, and not to run quickly and just push the finance bill as it is right now without having a second look on it. No. So those are some of the discussions that I would believe would be great for us to discuss as intellectuals, than ile kusema sijui Ruto this, Ruto that. It doesn't make any sense, because on the political side of it, it just sounds like crap, because as a matter of fact, Ruto did not bring it. These are things that were passed since 2013 and 2019. Ni koti tu ilikuwa imezuia na sasa koti imepitisha. That is one part that I wanted to say. Now, it is worth noting that, just a minute, it's just worth noting, nimalizie tu alafu niulize swali, that it is the government's plan to come up with industrial parks for every county. Industrial park in all the 47 counties. That's supposed to be in this current budget reading ambayo inakuja say, no, the next budget reading ambayo inakuja very soon. Tutakuwa pesa ambayo itakuwa allocated to every county to set up these industrial parks. You see, now that's going to be providing a lot of jobs also for Kenya. So there's a lot of money that's required to do all these things, and the administration said already that they're trying to avoid getting loans. So you see, to me, it's a matter of hii pesa ambayo pengine wanakuwa wanachukua as a government, is it going to be implemented? Is it going to be utilized well? That will be the question that we need to be asking ourselves. So yes, there's room for negotiations on those two issues which Jake's raised, and I agree on that. On the 3%, ishukishwe hiyo mpaka 1.5%. Alafu maybe tukisongea mbele ndio inaweza kupandishwa mpaka 3%. That is in matters housing. That is something that we ought to push our leaders for. Maybe we can discuss on that. Thank you.
Yeah. The question which was coming in my mind is that you have said some of these things were already there. It was the court which had obstructed them from being implemented. If this regime feels that those proposals were oppressive to the common mwananchi, don't you think they have the power to change that?
You see,
come up with something which is friendly to the people.
You see, those were acts of parliament. So it's only through parliament still bado inaweza kuwa repealed, right? So when you say government, you're trying to make it seem as if it's the executive that has the mandate to repeal it, or is the reason why it's there, like Nikama, the president later. No, it passed, it came through the parliament, and I believe through parliament, yes, they can decide to do away with it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Through parliament, yeah.
So maybe, okay, they have been there in the previous government. They were waiting for the court process, but now the court process is done. And this regime feels that maybe, like Kenyans are saying, this is too much for us. And the Kenya Kwanza government has the majority in the houses. Don't you think it is good for the executive, because it is actually making the president to become, or it is making the president not to be popular among the people? Don't you think the executive or the president should force, or even not force, but talk to his people to try to change that?
Okay, what exactly are you agitating to be changed? I mean,
right
to be
now,
precise?
the increase of the deductions, NSSF, NHF, even these levies, the fuel levy, 16%, I think is too much. All those
Okay,
things.
now one by one, let me ask you. So, what about the NSSF deductions? What should be changed? From the 6% employer and 6% employee, total is 12%. So, what do you want to be changed in your view? Or that,
I think,
if I may get your question right,
like Jakes was saying, why 6%? Why can't it be 4%? Because people were used to 1.5%. Maybe I don't know what was the deduction before, but I feel like 3% employer, 3% employee, like it is like just a drastic kind of increase, which can be done gradually.
the 1.5% was on the housing, which, as it is right now, it's 3% deduction. That is 3% deduction for the employee, 3% deduction for the employer. But initially, the plan was to be 1.5% deduction from the employer and 1.5% deduction from the employee. Maybe that's a discussion that we ought to have. But in matters as to the NSSF deduction, 6% employee and 6% from the employer, I would recommend it to remain the same, because it's far much more beneficial to the one that is contributing in the long term. Because that is money that is there for you.
On the same
As to whether for this housing though,
yes,
it's the one that I had question on, because it is it lacks clarity on my part. I mean, to me, I don't see any clarity on that, because one, there are those that say they already have houses.
Yes.
But they say that this money that is going to be deducted for the housing is transferable to your pension. So then, if you don't want it to be, una haja na hiyo story ya nyumba, unaweza sema iko transfer to your pension scheme. So that's what they say. But my question is, why deduct it from the beginning? I mean, it should be optional. It should be put optional. Hii mambo ya 3% deduction. But as to the contribution, NSSF 6%, I would recommend it still remains the same.
Okay.
Because like I tried to mention earlier on, imagine unakatwa 200. Hii 200 imekuwa hivi from since time immemorial. 200. Mama yako ama baba yako ama wewe umefanya kazi for 30 years, unakuja unatoka na 72,000. It wouldn't make sense. What can you do right now? Umeretire tu sasa unapo 72k itakufanyia nini?
So out of your submission, I feel that you also have the feeling that people don't have enough information on how this money is going to be utilized or how this money is beneficial to them. And people need to be more informed to know what goes to the pension and what goes to the house, and how is this money. The other thing is, do you think the government, because this is people's salary they are touching on, do you think the government has involved the people and people have agreed that yes, this is a noble cause, you can go ahead and deduct our money? Do you think the consultation or participation of the public has been done the right way?
Now, you see, I want to believe that for the acts to have passed through Parliament and sent it to the President and having signed it, and it only to be stopped by the courts,
yes,
it must have passed the public participation at that time, because it couldn't have if public participation was not done. That is my belief. That's what I want to believe.
Mzalendo. Yes, I understand your point. Mzalendo, what do you think about that? That people's salary is going to be deducted? And to me, I feel like, basing on the complaints that people are having, it's like they don't have clear information, proper information. They don't know how this money is going to be beneficial to them. A lot of complaint, a lot of outcry there. And I feel like people don't have information, and I also feel like they have not been consulted, or they haven't participated to agree on that. What do you think?
No,
I don't know what the Constitution says.
If I can finish on that,
yes,
then I allow Mzalendo. The issue has been in the past, that I think Atuoli had a problem with this when Ruto and Uhuru were still in power, because they wanted to get the money from NSSF so that it could fund the affordable housing, which Atuoli was against it from the start, right? Because walikuwa wanasema hii pesa itaenda ifanywe ufisadi, wanataka kuikula tu, sijui nini na nini. So it goes down to the lack of trust as to what this money would actually do in the long run, whether it will actually serve the purpose of which it is intended to, or it will not serve the purpose for which it is intended to. Because to be honest, at the end of the day, this is the money that usually ends up being used by government as treasury bills. Mwisho wa siku wanachukuanga hii pesa kama treasury bills. Ndio kusikianga ile serikali yetu anasema eti ukitoa hii wao wanaongeza hii, ile wanaongeza unajiuliza inatokanga wapi? It's from the interest rate that would have been gained from that money having been borrowed. Understand? That is how I look at it. Because when the government gets money from you in either treasury bills form or treasury bond, because these names, treasury bills or treasury bonds, basically they are loans. So if the government loans money from you, they have to return it back with interest rates. So by the time wanasema mechukua hii pesa kutoka NSSF in terms of loans, lazima utarudisha na interest rates. So hizi interest rates ndo nasema wanakuambia okay, if you pay this much, sisi pia tunakuongezea this much. It's from the interest rates, nothing much. That's how I look at it.
Don't you think?
But mwisho wa siku, if you are deducted that money, 2K for example, a month for the next 30 years, you get 720,000 shillings as your pension. It will help you much better than someone who's been deducted 200 shillings and being paid 72,000 shillings after 30 years, right?
Yes. Black, don't you think that the government should play a role of giving people information to all those questions that we are asking ourselves? like now what you have explained, how many people are going to be deducted, but their money is going to be deducted, but they don't even understand what is all that. Like even people don't know how this money is going to be accounted for.
That's what Atwoli, rightfully,
yes,
was fearful about hii pesa ya NSSF kutumika kwa hiyo mipango ya housing in the 2013, I think 2014.
Yes.
That was what Atwoli was fearful of, because he was saying that hii pesa itaenda itumike kwa hiyo shughuli na serikali, alafu pesa ipotee ibiwe huko na corruption na nini na nini, alafu when it reaches the time that needs to pay back the employees upon retirement, pesa haiko.
Na sasa ndivyo nakuuliza Black, hata kama Atwoli ametosheka, Wakenya huko chini wametosheka, wako na uhakika pesa yao itatumika vizuri. Hakuna mtu anawaambia hii pesa tuna deduct, hii ndio mipangilio tuko nayo, hii pesa itatumika hivi, hii pesa itaangaliwa hivi, hakutakuwa na wizi ya pesa yenu, hii pesa itawarudia hivi. I mean, I feel like there is a lot of things that people don't know, and that is why, including us, I can only think what they are doing, but I'm not sure because we don't have enough information. That's what I think. That's how I feel.
Yeah, Mzalendo, I think
thank you very much, Blake and Mr. Mburu. The issue of housing and taxation. I mean, workers need decent housing and affordable housing.
Yes.
The cost of mortgage in our country is very, very expensive, and most civil servants cannot afford decent homes. So, with them being taxed 3% of their salary, they'll be able to get some cheap mortgages from the government and live in decent places. I think that is a very, very good plan because that is the work of the government to provide housing. So this money is eventually coming back to you in form of a house that the government will offer you at a good market rate, away from what the private sector is doing. So that is a plus already. Housing has been something that most governments, especially in Kenya, we are really struggling with. That is why you see so many slums uprising, and many civil servants live in some of these places. So with the government coming up with the housing plan, I think people should, the teachers union should give the government a break and let the government build the houses for the civil servants to purchase at a good rate. That is a plus. Nobody should dispute that, because buying a house in Nairobi today is damn expensive. Buying just a 2-bedroom house is close to 3 to 4 million Kenyan shillings. No civil servant can have that kind of money. Their salary alone to raise a mortgage to pay within, and most of these private companies, they require you to pay within 36 months. And 36 months with a civil, somebody working in the civil service, who is earning less than 100,000 cannot afford these houses. So they should embrace this. This is an opportunity for them to have their own homes and their own titles. This is a plus. Again, on the issue of NSSF is something, the deduction has been 200 shillings only. Jeff, 200 shillings today in the Kenyan economy or any part of the world, if you are being deducted 200 bob in the 80s, you still want to remain at 200. Things have really, really changed. And with the government recommending that you save more towards your retirement benefit, that is a plus, because you realize when you retire at 65, you have only 200 that you've been saving for the rest of your life, for when you are employed. So whatever you are going to be paid at each and every month in your retirement is actually peanuts. If you increase it to 2,000 bob, it means that you are not actually contributing the 2,000 shillings. The government is contributing 1,000 and you're contributing 1,000 bob. That is something that workers should look into, because they have to increase their contribution. The issue of this money is going to be eaten is neither here or there. It's neither here or there, because NSSF contributions have always been there. Whether it has worked or not, we believe that it has worked because people have retired and they are being paid their benefit with the corruption that is still going on. So if they can still manage the corruption and still pay the workers after retirement, I think it's a good thing. To me, I think that is a good thing. So some of these policies that the Ruto's government is trying to implement will be seen in the long run or the long term. And these initiatives were not really initiated by Ruto. Some of them were started by Uhuru's government. It's only that it's continuing the plan that were, that are visibly good for the country. Now look at the issue that Ruto is introducing.
Yes.
Give credit where it's due. We are moving towards the technological age. Yeah, Ruto is introducing fiber optics in the rural area. Is trying to reduce the price of internet. Yeah, is trying to bring in tech companies to invest in Kenya, and there is a lot of jobs in the tech industry. Those are the good jobs that the young people, especially those who are graduating from college right now, should tap into the market. Most developed countries, the first world countries, are moving to the Asian market. Kenya is known as a technological hub for Africa. We have got the best programmers in our country. Yeah, we have got the best programmers in our country. If we are offloading very few into the market, it's not a good thing. So we need to offload many into the job market and create an enabling environment for people to pursue their dreams, especially the young people who are into IT, because that is where the world is moving. Most of the government services are being digitized, are going internet. Yeah, most of the government services. So that is another way of creating employment for the young people. When the housing projects begin, that is another way again of creating employment. So these are the areas that the government of William Ruto is creating employment opportunities for young people and good employment opportunity. You mentioned the coming of Amazon. That is a good opportunity for the young people who deal in good and marketing.
Before you proceed, Mzalendo, there is a question which is coming in my mind concerning this housing project. Does it mean if I'm not in a formal job, I cannot benefit from this program?
No.
Have you thought about it?
No. These houses which are coming up, they are meant for people. The first priority are the people who are being taxed, the 3% to go into the project, and these are the people who work in government. All right. You realize that there's a teething problem on how to come up with a mechanism to tax the people in the informal sector. Yeah.
Yes, that's my question.
Yes, but there are people who are in the informal sector who have been paying their taxes well, and they can afford the down payment for these houses, they will also be captured, and they can afford these houses. These houses are not meant for civil servants per se, but I believe that they will be given a priority, and their organizations are going to tap into, seeing how their employees can get those houses. And you know why the government would recommend that? Because government pays civil servants salaries, and when their deductions come, they will be deducted directly by the government. That's again reduces the wage bill for the government, because now this will be a direct deduction from somebody's salary that
But
is
I
going
think,
towards the housing. Mhm.
but I also think, just like before, the private sector has been reducing or deducting the NSSF on behalf of the government, plus the NHIF. So why can't they prioritize both the civil servants and those working in the private sector? Because it's the same.
I believe when the government is taxing workers, it is taxing workers. It has not defined that we are going to tax government workers only. We are taxing workers. Anybody who is working, whether you are working in a private organization, whether you are working in a government institution, you are going to be taxed. It is not selective that this tax is for civil servants. No, that will be discrimination. I want to shut up there. It will
It's discriminative.
yeah, to the workers.
Yeah.
So they must look into a way of taxing everybody who is in employment, and I think that is what KRA is really trying to capture.
Yes, Mr. Black, do you think this housing program is going to benefit people from the informal sector?
Of course, greatly, because vitu kama milango, madirisha, hizi vitu, they are not factory made, they are handmade.
But
So watu kama seremala, macarpenter.
They also want to own these houses, not just to produce milango na madirisha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You need to have some form of income, right?
Yes.
Now, if you have this income, then you can choose to get into that what do you call this criteria of people that are be giving their monthly contributions. But I don't know how you're looking at it, because mi kwa upande wangu naangalia informal sector naiona in terms of employment. So kama vile nilivyokuwa nasema, watu wa jua kali watapata employment hapo, unaona, watapata fedha zao za kuweza kujimudu kimaisha. Mtu akidecide pengine ametengeneza pesa mzuri, anataka kwenda kuchukua kwake, sawa. Kuna wale ambao watakuwa wamepata biashara, wauzaji mchanga, wauzaji mawe, wauzaji vyuma.
Yes.
Kama unanielewa, kuna wale mama wa kuuzia chakula watu kwa mjengo, watakuwa kuna customer, yani pesa itatembea.
Ni hiyo yote tunakubali. Na hii swali nauliza kwa sababu kuna watu wengi wanatusikiza pale, wanajiuliza, kama mimi sijaajiriwa na serikali ama sijaajiriwa in a formal sector ama sijaajiriwa na kampuni fulani, na ningetaka hizi nyumba, maana hizi nyumba zitakuwa za bei ya chini. Je, serikali iko na mpangilio ya kwamba nikiweza lipa kiwango fulani, hata mimi naweza hesabiwa mmoja wa wale watafaidika na hizi nyumba? Na ninauliza hivyo kwa sababu ninajua pia kuna watu wa serikali wakati mwingine wanasikiza show na wanafikiria how they can implement or come up with a strategy maybe to involve other people that feel like this is not our project.
The housing deduction. If you can maybe assist Mzalendo, what was the maximum deductible amount for the housing fund?
I don't have the information
Because
about
3%, yes, but the money would not exceed a particular amount. I will get that figure and then come back with it. And if
Yes.
that being the case, or someone's, I know it was supposed to be total 5,000.
Yes.
Total supposed to be 5,000. And if the employee is giving half and the employer giving half, yeah, thanks, Jex. Naona Jex pia ameandika hapa. So if the employee is giving half and the
Yes.
employer is giving half, that would mean 2,500. So yes, a guy from the informal sector can do that. They can afford that 2,500 a month, and they would be contributing similarly as someone who is being employed, because someone who's employed will be paying the same, right?
So, because I see there are so many people who are helping us there, can they tell us, because there are so many people who are listening and they want to know, how can they be making this contribution? Where do they send the money? You know, these are some of the questions that people are having in mind. You might have it, but you don't know where to send it.
You know, Buru,
Yes.
that is something that I've been asking for the last maybe 3-4 months.
Yes.
That if perhaps we should find a way of bringing the right information to our listeners. Like if you want to be part of the program and you are in the informal sector, I have a wild guess that the government will be using National Housing Corporation to implement some of to roll out some of these services. Then again, I am sure there will be also some banks like Equity Bank and the Cooperative Bank and the National Bank that will assess whether you are qualified to buy these houses. So because generally, if you are in the informal sector, you need to have your records and especially the banking records, so as to qualify for this kind of program. They will not just be given to anybody, but they will be given to people who are actually earning or in business and making some money, or have got some kind of record. So let us be very, very careful, because some of these things are normally hijacked by politicians.
Yes, yes.
Politicians are very, very greedy, because they know they will allocate themselves so many units of these houses. So let us be very, very vigilant, and hopefully media like Mutembei or any other media can highlight, and we try and be very, very transparent with the information that we give our viewers. So the government has not been very, very transparent. I don't believe that there are units which have already begun. Otherwise, we would have seen some of them already being rolled out. But having said that, let us just be on the watch out to see what happens next, or we dig deeper into the information and get to our listeners and viewers the right information and where to go if you need a house.
Yes, we need to, and I will also try, we need to do more research on that so that we can help our listeners, because I believe the aim of the government is to have all people having houses that they can afford to pay, and good houses. And Mzalendo, because I believe you're also here in America.
Yeah, I'm everywhere.
Good. I want us to discuss this this issue of Amazon and Moderna bringing their companies to Kenya. And I want to help our listeners to know what it means and the skills they require to equip themselves with, so that when these companies come, they can benefit more than any other country, because they are like Amazon are here, they are bringing their headquarters in Kenya. just to tell people what they need and the opportunity that is there. If you have some information, I will also try to talk about it. Yeah, you can try to discuss in detail, because many people don't know what it means to have these companies in Kenya. So they are just waiting to hear we have Amazon here, we have Moderna, but they don't know exactly what are they supposed to do to be employable in these companies. What kind of jobs are there? Job opportunities are there? And I think this is very important information for our viewers.
First of all, thank you, Mburu. Amazon is a distribution company,
yes,
and it's also a platform where you can buy and sell your products.
Mhm.
Yeah. So when Amazon is coming to a country like Kenya, this is what it means. There'll be business for people who are doing logistics.
Yes.
There will be business for people in the transport sector, especially those who have got semi-canters and the big trucks for transportation. Because when Amazon is coming to your country, know that it wants to distribute the products within. I believe they will start with the rollout in Africa.
Yes.
In Africa and where they can access Kenya, Uganda, and
Tanzania, South Africa.
Tanzania, South Africa, Southern Sudan. So the big haulers, this is an opportunity for them. The drivers, this is an opportunity for drivers.
Yes.
This is also an opportunity for the storekeepers.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a big opportunity for people who are in distribution.
Yes.
Yeah, you see the way people distribute liquor, like EBL.
Yes,
The distributors
Mhm.
are normally contracted.
Yes.
So Amazon will contract so many people who have got trucks into the business. The companies will also employ the drivers who are going to be ferrying these goods from Amazon to any other stores. There will be guys in the IT support, because
Yes.
Amazon is technologically based.
Yes,
So
yes.
if you are in programming, IT, data,
Yes,
analysis, and all that, you have got an opportunity for Amazon. And these are if you are in IT, these are 6-figure salaries.
Mhm.
Yeah. So when Amazon is coming to Africa, it means that it's also looking for cheap labor.
Yes.
They have done it in Asia. They are now doing it in Africa.
Mhm.
And when they have chosen Kenya because of its IT potential.
Yes.
There are so many young people who are in IT who are going to help them in logistic support.
Yes.
Yeah, because most of the business done in Amazon is done on the internet.
Yes, sure.
So that is why Ruto and his government is really trying to spread internet throughout the country with the fiber optic. So Amazon, it brings a lot of things, a lot of businesses, and to even suppliers, the people who will be supplying things
Yes.
to Amazon. So this is
What's
a very,
the
it's very, very vast, very, 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 very vast. So
tofauti ya hiyo na Jumia? What's the difference?
the Jumia is a very small company.
No, but no, I mean by the
Jumia
as a company profile.
Jumia does not.
Despite eti kwamba hii imefika pale, imefika ukubwa wa
You
kampuni.
see,
Do they not operate
Jumia does not distribute throughout the world. That is one. Amazon distributes throughout the world.
I was asking, my question was, when we remove the aspect of Amazon being worldwide,
yes,
do they operate the same? Do they offer the same service?
I would believe that Amazon offers quite a range of services, way bigger than what Jumia offers. It is it's a bigger company offering a wide range of services, and its capacity is bigger than what Jumia can provide. Although the module and the design of both companies are nearly the same, but Amazon is more expansive and more structured in
Yes.
distribution and logistics compared to Jumia. So
have they given a projection of when they are likely to start their operations in Kenya? Anyone with an idea?
Sorry?
Have they given the projection or when they anticipate to start the work in Kenya?
No, I've not. Actually, to be honest with you, I've not even sat down to read anything about Amazon coming to Kenya. It's just somewhere Mumbai. Though I was thinking asking myself whether it will have such a big impact as it's being made to sound. Because that's why I'm bringing these questions of Jumia. We have OLX, right? OLX is Africa. There's OLX Kenya, there's OLX Nigeria, there's OLX South Africa, right? Now, do they offer the same kind of services? I would say yes. That's in my view. I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, but I believe they do offer similar services. The question would be, what did the others do in matters job creation?
Yes.
In numbers, that is, that was significant. For example, can we say it is employed over 100,000 people directly or not? Since OLX came in,
yes.
or employed 10,000 people Jumia since it came in. I think it's only, in my view, I think it would only facilitate the people that are trading their goods to have a wider market. That's how I look at it.
Amazon goes all the way to pharmaceuticals, it goes all the way to groceries, it goes all the way to technology.
I understand. I know. That's why I said,
and
in my view, I'm looking at it from a perspective whereby it would offer a wider market, because since as Amazon is worldwide, it will give a wider market for products. Let's say, in our case, Kenyan products, they would get accessibility from all over the world. Someone sitting in China maybe would want to order something from Kenya. So it will just offer market. But in regards to jobs,
you see, this is what, let me tell you how this will affect you directly, Mr. Black, what you can't get from Jumia that you will get in Amazon. Today, if Amazon launches in Kenya, you will be able to buy your favorite unga ya ugali ya jogoo in Amazon and be shipped to your doorstep in America. That is what it means. That Royco that you scramble for, that omena that you really grave for, you will see it in Amazon, and that this is what it means to the fishermen. To the fisherman in Lake Victoria, he can package his omena properly, and I order it from the comfort of my living room here, and it is shipped the next day, and in a few days, 2 or 3 days, I have it on it's expedited to my doorstep. That is the kind of service.
It's just what, as you can see, as you've explained, it has just widened the market for you.
It has widened.
Now that you are selling, before that you only had customers in Kenya buying your omena. Now you have customers in the US buying your omena. So you have a wider market.
That you have a wider market and more money.
No money.
More money. More money into the economy, more taxes to the government.
That's what I'm saying. It would increase the market size.
Yes.
For your products, but in matters to do with direct employment, like you would say, kuna watu wataandikwa kazi mahali fulani fulani. That's the question I was asking.
Yeah, kuna watu saa zile utakuwa unapakicha hii omena yako, you'll need somebody to package it, you'll pay that person. That is already a direct employment.
And that's why I gave an
You need
example.
somebody, you'll need a transporter to take it, and that transporter you'll need to buy that truck. When you buy that truck, you'll have to employ a driver. That is an employment opportunity.
That's why I asked the question.
There.
That's why I asked the question.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why I asked the question to do with Jumia and OLX in relation to Amazon. Well, yes, you rightfully said Jumia is local, Kenya, that is fine, but OLX is not. OLX is international as well. Now, question is, in matters numbers now, did OLX offer bring about many Kenyans getting more jobs significantly by the fact that OLX came and launched in Kenya? In numbers, that is. And similarly, in relation to Amazon, will Amazon coming into Kenya offer immediate direct jobs in terms of numbers to Kenyans just by the fact that it has come there?
That is obviously.
You can just say maybe it will increase sale volumes.
No, it is the capacity of OLX and Amazon and the logistic capabilities of both companies. It's like day and night. So when Amazon is launching in Africa, for example, it is launching somewhere in Nairobi, Kenya. Be rest assured when the factory or the warehouses, these are warehouses, when the goods start coming in, because the goods will be coming in from all over the world, not really Kenyan market alone.
For traders, I think for traders, in my view, traders would benefit the most, in my view.
I think for me, any youth who doesn't have an employment and gets a 6-figure salary employed at Amazon, that is a direct benefit that was not there. And the workers who have been working in Amijengo and they are now being employed in Amazon, where they'll get their medical and get a salary, a good salary at the end of the month. That is a very good employment compared to what they were doing in the informal sector. So these are warehouses, very big, huge warehouses that will need forklift truck drivers and so many other people.
I have worked with Amazon for 2 years. So it's a very serious company. And what I can tell Kenyans is to start strategizing themselves. One is to know when this company is likely to be launched in Kenya. When you know that, you can start now preparing yourself so that you know what is required and how things are done. But it's a serious business. People like drivers will be needed to transport goods from Kenya to other places of the world, South Africa, and they will need so many drivers. They will need people to work in the stores. They will need supervisors. So they will need so many people. So just see what you can do. You can Google about Amazon and the skills they require, equip yourself, and know that so many jobs will be created in Kenya. What I think, Black, and I understand where you're coming from, is that they're likely to face a lot of challenges because the culture in America and other places is very different from Africa. Very few people use technology to buy things, like ordering things online. Not so many people like here. Almost everybody does that. So they might face that challenge. And also the other challenge, I think, is because our houses are not very well marked. We don't have every house marked with addresses. So sometimes it'll be very difficult to deliver goods to the doorsteps like we do here in America. So they will still face some challenges because our economies are still growing. But Amazon is a serious company that will bring serious jobs and good money. to the people. So I want to take us back to a little bit of politics. I don't know where I have touched here. Yes. Mzalendo, are you there? You look like you are freezed. Oh, I can see you. There is something I would like us to discuss maybe within the next few minutes about the topic of today. Apart from now, Ruto, when he is a president, you see, when he is a president, people are still perceiving him as a liar. And even before, during the campaign, we saw a picture that was people were trying to draw a picture of somebody who does not keep promises. And that's what I wanted to discuss. And maybe I will start with Mzalendo. You tell us, why do you think people feel and have strong feeling that this guy, this president of ours, is not honest? And this started way back from the time they were campaigning with Uhuru Kenyatta until now. The same narrative has continued, and this might really affect the president.
You know what, Ruto? Let me say that when Ruto was the DP and Uhuru was the president, they made he made so many pronouncements that
Yes.
they were going to, especially the stadiums that they were going to build when they are in government, which didn't happen.
Yes.
So people have got, you know, when a lie is repeated so many times, it becomes the truth. So people have really been talking about Ruto being a liar and he can't keep the promises. So that has also affected him. Another aspect, the way I look at it, is that the communication team of William Ruto is not as strong as what Kibaki used to have. Perhaps if Ruto had somebody like Mutua in that office to articulate the government policies and what they are doing, then people would be more informed of what the government is actually implementing. So if they can be having these discussions, like, you know, like here in America, we have a round table with the Biden has normally a round table with the media.
Yes.
To articulate what, you know, this is where we are as a country, this is what we are doing, this is what my government is doing. So Ruto needs to have a lot of that time with the media. This is an opportunity for him to answer questions and to answer them honestly and tell them, you know, this thing didn't happen because of ABCD, but we are doing this as a government. We are projecting ourselves. In the next 1-2 years, we'll be here or we'll achieve this. If he can't not do that, people will still be speculating and calling him a liar. Oh yeah, because some of the pronouncements are made in churches and in other gatherings that have got no, you know, like official communication. You know, when you make a pronouncement in or a minister makes a pronouncement in a funeral, or you know, he has gone like Kindiki. I see him making some serious government pronouncements that I think probably he has been persuaded by his people. Then at the end of the day, when he picks up the microphone, Kindiki says, you know, kuanzia sasa kuna government operation Meru, yeah, to fight castle rustling. So this is not a well thought policy. This is not a well thought policy. It has just come up when you know, when the locals are, you know, giving him telling him what is happening in his area. So the government needs to have somebody who is very, very strong in communication and to articulate what the government is doing. Or if there is that guy, then kama ni Hussein amelala kwa kazi sana. He needs to have frequent briefings and to tell us what the government is doing. Again, when the opposition is attacking or the minority is attacking the government or the people are having this agenda, then they should come out strongly and say, this is not the position, this is what the government is doing. Because for us, we will sometimes speculate or guess what the government is doing. Like now, you see the issue of housing. Yeah, we can't conclusively say this is what the government is planning, this is what they are rolling out, and in a week's or in a month's time or in a year's time, we'll see so many units out there. So we cannot do that because the government has been poor in communicating its agenda. That is the problem with the Ruto's government.
Now, just to take you back to the same question, just your view, what do you think made the previous government of Jubilee not to fulfill the promises that Ruto promised to the people, specifically because that one has really worked against him. And when people talk about it, you feel like, hey, these people are saying something. He promised so many things. Then the other question which is coming in my mind, must he make those promises if he is not sure of the modality under which they are going to be fulfilled?
You know, Jeff, the biggest problem we have with leaders, and especially the ones who occupy the presidency, is that they don't look at leaving a legacy. They look at protecting their legacy. They look at protecting their interest. Uhuru Kenyatta was preoccupied with protecting his interest.
Yes.
Other than his legacy. So he protected his interest so much. That is why you see the milk industry. He was in the milk industry. He was, in so many, his sisters were, implicated in doing business with the government. So he was protecting his interest, personal interest, other than leaving a legacy. Then when he brought in Raila into government, it was again to protect his own interest other than the country's interest. All right. So that was his undoing. So these two guys could not work together. They kept on, fighting each other until it reached a point where they had to part ways. Because when Uhuru spent millions of shillings in BBI, for example, that's another elephant project that was going nowhere. Yeah. So these were you see, like this is now one of his pet projects. Yeah. So he had some of his pet projects like the BBI that they were guarding so closely with the Raila. So you realize that some of it was good, but largely it was not a good document. So interest is what really matters, and legacy. Do you want to leave a country better than you found it? I hope and believe and pray that Ruto wants to leave this country better than he found it. Yeah, he found it. Where he's going wrong, we must always say that, right now you are having a lot of tribal appointments into your government, which will not portray you as a good leader at the end of the day. Now you have started protecting the interest of your people. Yeah, he has now gone to his own personal interest again, just like his predecessor. He has gone to his own personal interest other than the interest of the nation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me ask the same question to Black. Black, this is a question which is coming to that the president, when he was the deputy president, he made so many promises that made the opposition or the people, the opponents, use that as a ground to taint him as a liar. Why do you think he failed to fulfill the promises in the Jubilee administration?
First of all, we need to agree that when he was in that administration, they were like twins.
Yes.
So success in the administration or failure in the administration, he should have been part of it also. No, itakuwa poa akimwagwa kando. Now, just to answer your question, there are some things that were closest to the people that were made as promises. For example, when you tell someone, I'm going to give free laptops to all schools, you can imagine watoto wa shule wanajua laptop. This is something that's very close to the people and to those children and their parents. Unajua, when you make some promises, it depends on who you're making this promise to. So when it comes to hii promise umefanya kwa watoto, there's a particular weight that this promise has. So a failure to achieve it gives a very, very, very wrong impression, despite having kept a promise in something that is larger. Now, when the issue of stadiums came in and they failed to do that, again, those that are jobless youths that would like to have a place to play, this was very, very dear to them. But on other issues that the government managed to achieve is they built so many hospitals. Actually, there were so many hospital bills in the previous regime, to be honest with you. Roads, the infrastructure, they were far much better and elaborate. I mean, the network was far much better than they were in any other administration. Matters electricity connections. There have never been as much electricity connection as they were made in the previous administration. So, as much as yes, Uhuru may have had his flaws with his brother DP William Ruto, they did achieve a lot together. The one thing that I believe really messed them up was the SGR. As noble as that project was, it turned out to be a cash cow for some people. And that's where I think the whole mess started. Because as someone once said, this is a train project that was going to nowhere. We already knew where it was starting, but nobody knew where it was going to finish. We already knew the budget was very less than that, far much less than that, but how it marooned and doubled or tripled to whatever amount that it was insane. Because as it is right now, nobody knows. Nani anajua mahali SGR inaisha mwisho? Tunajua inaanzia coast, mwisho ni wapi? Penyewe reli SGR imeishia. You know, we would expect pengine inaishia Kisumu port, Kisumu railway station. Sijui kama unanielewa.
Yes, I understand
But
what you're saying.
where does it end? Now, it sort of makes that project seem as if it was not serious when it's supposed to be serious, because in one or another, kuna vile imesaidia kupunguza accidents, ndio sikatai, for people commuting from Mombasa to Nairobi. Imesaidia kupunguza upungufu wa mabasi barabarani from Mombasa to Nairobi and back. But then the question is the legitimacy of the money that was spent to that extent on that project makes no sense. So kuna pesa nyingi ambazo zilifujwa such that the many other projects that could have been done were not able to be finished. Now, as to whether now we can call him a liar or not, because he has made promises and there are Kenyans that are saying that he has not fulfilled them, I think it will be very, very early and very premature for us to preempt that and say kwamba eti yeye ni mwongo hata achieve.
Should we judge?
Because now with the budget reading coming in soon, you see this budget that is coming in soon is what is going to reflect all his promises that he made to us. Upon the reading of that budget, then we can tell what their plan is, the government plan is. Now, tutaona kama ni kweli alipokuwa akisema anataka kutufanyia hivyo ndio itakuwa ama sivyo, kulingana na budget plan ile ambayo itakakuja kusomwa bungeni hivi karibuni.
Should we judge him basing on the promises he made on during the Jubilee administration, or we should forget about that because he was not the president and judge him basing on him as the president? On your submission,
to be honest,
I feel like
yes, go ahead.
yes, on your submission, I feel like you are trying to say the president did not let him or did not want to do the projects that Ruto had promised to the people because they came to party ways or something like that.
You see, to be honest with you, yes, to answer your question, it is best to judge him as the president, which he is now. That would be only fair. See, like Kibaki was the DP vice president for Moi. We know what Moi's regime was like. But when he became the president, the outcome was different. So tulivyokuwa tukipima, tulikuwa tunapima Kibaki's regime and Moi's regime because Kibaki was the president at the time. So similarly now that Ruto is the president, you can use now proper weighing scale because they're on the same level as president as to who will achieve more or less than the other. So that's what I was saying. I'm really keenly looking forward to the budget reading that is going to happen very soon, and as well follow up on the implementation because there are certain things that are very close to my and dear to my heart that I want to follow up with, and I would also urge the same to my viewers because, like I always say here, I do support KKA. That's a fact. Everyone knows that. But as well, I do hold accountable my government as to whatever they promised. That's how to be a proper Kenyan. I'm not a psychopath. Being a Kenyan is when you have to point out wrongs where there are wrongs and to point out rights where there are rights. That's why I pointed out the rights that were the goods that were done in the previous regime. That is, many hospitals were built. Far much larger infrastructures came up, that is roads and connectivity of electricity. So I said all the goods that were there, and I also mentioned the bad. So in this case, I'm looking forward to, I want to see the dams that he said is gonna build 100 dams. So I don't know how many is gonna be able to build or rather construct in the next 5 years, or at least in this first year.
He
I want to
promised
also
how many?
100 dams.
100
So I want
dams.
to see how, yes, I want to see in this next financial year, because the budget will now reflect all the promises that he made, because the budget will then now reflect his manifesto.
But this is
as it was.
Black. This is what this is the question I asked Mzalendo. Must the president keep making these promises, or he should keep quiet?
Yes.
And
No.
do these things for people to see instead of telling people
all campaigns.
I will build 100 dams.
All campaigns. All campaigns. It's all about promises. Any leader that comes in, it's a promise. They have to make a promise. It's sort of, that's the only thing that gets you a voter, right? Nikiingia hapo nitakufanyia hivi, nikiingia pale nitakufanyia hivi. So that's normal. It's nothing abnormal about it. The question is the implementation. Will you actually implement what you have promised? Now that's where the whole issue comes in. So that's why I'm saying the number of things that I'm looking for after the budget is read, the implementation. The key is the dams, because I know if the dams come in and if the rains do come in, because it's one thing to have the dams and it's another not having the rains to fill the dams. So nabaki to the zero. So I'm praying that the government will build those dams as they promised, and we get the rains that God will provide. So Zijai, and so that we can have agriculture going on all year round. That is number one. Number two, I would like to see the industrial parks, which he says that is going to be happening in all 47 counties. That is also very dear to me, because it would mean my county
industrial what?
Would have industrial parks. That would mean my county. It would mean there is an area where they're going to be setting up factories. For example, you see these what do you call them? Value addition factories. For example, one like the one that Tarati has done in conjunction with the British Commission, High Commission, avocados, whereby wakulima wanapeleka avocado zao, zinaenda zinakuwa pressed, zinakuwa oil, right? So each county is going to have an industrial park. So I'm looking for that. I'm mentioning the things that are dear to me that I'm on the lookout for. I'm also on the lookout for the housing project. When is it going to start? Because as it is, they told us that it's going to start, but when? When exactly?
Mzalendo, has it started?
So perhaps pesa ikishatolewa, I would like to see
The housing
when.
program?
Yeah, I think most of he has launched
launched them. He has launched them.
But I
But
don't
the
think
actual
the
groundwork
construction has not begun.
Yes.
But
yeah, so that's so I want to see the actual groundwork begin. You see, so there are a couple of things that are far much important, and those are the ones that I've just mentioned.
Yes, even as you continue discussing Black, this is what is coming in my mind. I have no problem having the manifesto, which indicates everything that you plan to do. But why should someone give timeline, then fails to meet those timelines? Don't you think he should avoid telling people in 100 days, in 6 months, I'm going to do this, then
it is
when
normal.
that time elapses, what do you tell
even Raila, when he came in, he said,
in a very awkward situation, trying to
even Raila, when he was campaigning, he said in 100 days he would achieve some certain things. So that is normal. Kibaki came in, said the same thing.
But
So
right now
it's something that is normal. Now, as to whether or not he had weighed up the possibility of actually achieving those promises within the 100 days or not, now that's a question that at this point right now would add or remove no value, because those 100 days have passed and he's not achieved it. So we look at what is ahead of us and what is achievable. So
It's
from
like,
that we can hold him to task with now the fact that okay, here's the budget, it's being read, inasomwa kulingana na zile vitu kwa umetupromise. So right now there's an excuse, you can say that whatever he wanted to do, the budget did not reflect that. But now the question is, the next budget that is coming up will reflect everything that he said that he wants to do for us. Now, what excuse would you have?
But
you have the budget there.
Black, do you know the president has continued to promise things and giving timeline to the people, even when he's the president, and telling people on this time we will have done ABCD. Do you think that is what a leader should be doing? I'm just asking, and Mzaredo, maybe you help. Giving timeline. I have no problem somebody saying we are going to build dams, but the moment you say we are going to do it and by this time you have it, then people don't see it. Don't you think that one is putting him in a very awkward position?
You see, Jeff, the government has got ministers.
Yes.
Yeah. Ruto, any president, not even Ruto, any president, there are things that they can launch.
Yes.
Through their ministers. Yeah. That is the work of the minister.
Yes.
This pronouncement made by presidents, that they are doing this and this, they should leave it to the various ministers.
Yes.
Who he has appointed. For him, we should see him on other issues. Other than promising Kenyans that his government is going to do this. Let his ministers work. All right? Let his ministers work. When it comes to the issue of housing, do you know the Minister for Housing? You see, we are all guessing. We don't even know the Minister of Housing. So that is now Ruto is the president, and the Minister for Housing is again the president and the Minister for Roads.
Yes.
You know, that is where he's spending a lot of, he's wasting his energy on trying to articulate, and people are judging him on these particular issues. If his handlers are listening somewhere, they should know why they have cabinet ministers and cabinet secretaries, and even now he has even assistant ministers. Yeah. So he should not go out pronouncing government policies. Let that be done by his ministers. When he's dealing with the issues of farmers, he has got his minister for agriculture. All right. When agriculture is failing, let that minister fail in his duty, not the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Wow.
And when he has failed in his duty, that is what Moi used to do. All right. You see, Moi gave his ministers roles. Yeah. Look at very, very recently when Matiang'i was the Minister for Education. Well, that job was that his good work was it accredited for was it accredited to the president or to Matiang'i?
The president.
The president at the end of the day, but who did the job? The minister.
The minister. Yes.
The minister. So the people you choose in this position, let them represent what the government stands for. So Matiang'i did very, very well. And Kenyans would say, you know, kama kulikuwa na minister mzuri, alikuwa ni Matiang'i. Kama kulikuwa na minister mzuri wa transport, alikuwa ni Mituki. They are not talking about Kibaki. They are talking about the
minister.
The minister. So most of these ministers are not doing their jobs, and that is why they
don't even hear them. We don't know
you
them.
don't even hear them. You don't. I've just asked you one of them. You don't even know the minister for housing. We don't even know. Look at his minister for foreign affairs. He's so quiet. We don't see Mutua doing any kind of diplomatic shuttles. You know, even where there is war in southern in Sudan, we don't hear of the minister. We don't hear him, you know, talking about his next move. You know, in the tourism sector.
But on Sudan,
you have very good
Sudan,
and strong points. Yes.
In Sudan, kama if unaweza kuniruhusu, pole niko kwa audio.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I said, in Sudan, I think PS, is it Rosemary Njogu, had already said that they had airlifted some Kenyans from Sudan war, the war conflict, and that she had even issued a number through which if anyone has a friend or family that is stuck in Sudan can call. Otherwise,
that's black.
PS for diaspora. That is PS for diaspora. Rosalie Njogu. Yeah.
Yes.
Alisha Sema. So there's something that's being done in Matters Sudan about Mzalendo, my brother.
But the concern, yes, but the concern of Mzalendo.
I just wanted to clarify on that.
That
I just wanted
of his cabinet secretaries are so quiet.
Sorry,
they are not doing their job the way they are supposed to do. What do you think about that? Holistically, not just one. Black, are you there? Yeah, we can't hear you. Mzalendo, you can proceed.
No, before, I mean, whatever I was saying is what Black is actually repeating exactly what I was saying. So he has said that there's a PS doing something. So he's able to know that the PS is doing something and not the president, all right?
Yes,
so
yes.
The people you elect in this position should be able to articulate the government policy and the government stand. Other than the president each and every day is saying, serikali yangu tutafanya hii, serikali yangu tutafanya hii. Ako na mawaziri pale who are supposed to be doing this job. In fact, we don't need to see the president every day on television. I don't think it's necessary to see him every day on television. It is not necessary at all.
We want the Kibaki style of government.
Although Kibaki was ill at some point,
Yes.
it was not by choice, but Kibaki was at some point, I felt that he was incapacitated in a way. And he had this a lot of memory lapses during his presidency. That accident really affected him, and we didn't get the best of Kibaki in his presidency. I keep on saying that if we got Kibaki before the accident, then we would have been in a better place than where he left us. All right.
Yes.
So the accident really affected Mwai Kibaki. So some of these things, African leaders, they just love the microphone and TV. So they need to get out of it and work because they have appointed so many people around them. He has a government spokesperson. Yeah, that is his work. Each and every day he should come. You see, during Kibaki's time, we used to see Mutua until Mutua became a national figure. Alfred Mutua did his job. You know, anybody, I don't think there's anybody who has performed that duty better than Alfred Mutua. Alfred Mutua, although most of the time he would be lying, but he would take the blame, not the
Nobody
president.
would say the president is lied to us.
Yes, that is the thing. Nobody would see, but now Ruto wants to take all the shit. Yeah, he wants to take all the baggage. So
That's a
his
very
problem.
positive criticism, and also I think it will help the government to know where they are going wrong. I totally agree with you. Yeah, let's hear what people on the that are watching us, what they are saying. Please, if you're there, you can put down your comment, and we'll be in a position to read your comment to the people. We have Nixon Tanui is saying that one I will not read because it's abusive. We have Christopher Nyabengi is saying, all I know is that even if you give Raila the presidency, Wakenya ni seri wake, they will still complain because everything was messed up as for the start of 2013, and therefore it will take a long time to do so. And we have Daniel Kenywa, Captain Kip kabisa bro, wanasiasa wamekuwa wakitubeba ujinga, siku moja tutawaonyesha sisi ndio kusema wajue Kenya ni mali ya Mkenya, sio wanasiasa waongo watakuja kutujua vizuri. Acha waendelee kutudanganya, acha waendelee kitu kama hiyo, wacha waendelee kutugandamiza na ahadi za uongo na ukora na kuzorotesha uchumi wetu mpaka inafikia Kenya iko mahututi juu yao na hawaoni hayo. Huyo ni Daniel Kenywa anasema hivyo. Tuko na MC Daido anasema, I think about Amazon and creating job is nonsense. So far we have Kilimari, Jumuiya and China Square also. I am not saying they are not good, but hawatamaliza shida ya kazi Kenya. They will shine for a period like we do Kenyans, how we receive new companies in Kenya, then wawe normal. Huyo ni Mac ama MC Daido. Karibuni sana, kama uko na comment weka hapo chini, tutaweza kuisoma na Wakenya watasikia vyenye unasema. So Mzalendo, endelea.
Oh yeah, nimeona somebody saying down in the comment section that
yes,
Amazon coming to Kenya will not help Kenyan. I mean, first, you don't have Amazon, so that is already a plus. Coming into Kenya, there is at least one person who will be getting a job that they
Yes.
didn't have. So that is already an achievement. So some of these critics, you know, they are neither here or there. If you have a big company like Amazon coming in and then you start equating it with the small players, maybe the small players should be complaining that with the entry of Amazon, maybe their niche will their profits will go down. But that's a very, very good opportunity. And with the entry of Madonna creating a vaccine that is tailor-made for Africa, that is also another plus for people in the medicine in science and the pharmaceuticals companies that operate within Africa. So it will be cheaper for them, and it will create also meaningful employment for graduates who are doing medicine. So this is a company that we didn't have. So Madonna coming in, it's also a research company. Will be researching on various medicines that can treat various illnesses that affect Africans. So this is a plus. This is a plus to me,
Okay.
and it's a good move by the government.
So, Black, I don't know if you are there. Yes, there is somebody who is saying that Amazon will not do anything good to Kenya, will not finish the problems that we are having, the unemployment and the like. They will just come, they will shine for some time, and then they will be just like any other company. What do you say about that?
You see, that's what I said, because Amazon coming to Kenya, I repeat, yes, they are not just like any other company. This is Amazon, one of the big companies in the world. And they are the big players in logistics and distribution. And they have got one of the biggest warehouses in the world for storing products. So how many people who are jobless right now are going to get employment in Amazon? I say they are in thousands, and they are not only in Kenya, but are in East Africa. They are going to get jobs as a result of Amazon entry. So this is something that you didn't have. So even if we are going to only offload, bring in 1,000 or 2,000 people out from the streets to get jobs at Amazon, that is something that is significant. The government has created an opportunity. We want government to create opportunities for the youth. If you don't see that, then I don't know what else you can see to that listener.
Yes, Black. Can I hear your view, Black? Because I know you are there.
Black was so sleepy. I don't think he's even there. We are Melala.
Okay. Now, away from Amazon, Zarendo, I have a question about the cry of Kenyans. Because indeed, as much as we may try to defend the government, when you hear people crying, it means they feel the pinch. There is a saying in Kikuyu that says, ukisikia ikipiga duru ama ikilia, ujue imeumwa. So when you hear Kenyans crying and saying things are not good, it means indeed very tight for them. Do you think it was prudent for the Kenya Kwanza government to tighten the belt abruptly, just at once? Why didn't they maybe come up with a strategy of tightening the belt slowly by slowly? Yes, we know we have debts. Yes, we know we are in a economic crisis. but should it be done like abruptly or drastically in such a way that people feel a lot of pain and feel like they don't trust the government?
Unajua Mburu, first of hii ni nchi ambayo serikali ilichukua na madeni.
Yes.
Ilikuwa na madeni kibao. How is you know, Ruto is trying to implement this project at the same time pay the debts that the government is owing. By him being the president, he already has got debts that he has to pay, whether they are from Kibaki's regime to Uhuru's regime. Those are debts that the government have to really pay. So postponing some of these actions will mean that we are postponing a problem. When the IMF looked at Ruto's economic plan, they said it's very, very good, and that's why he was able to borrow money. Remember, it reached a point where Uhuru could not borrow any money from the World Bank or the IMF because they didn't have a strategic plan on how they were going to pay back the money. All right. So I think this regime has got a strategic plan on how they are going to service their debts, and even if they are going to borrow domestically or borrow from the World Bank, then they have got measures. And that is why some of these things that are being proposed by Ruto's government, sometimes you might think that they are his own ideas, but these are ideas of economists who have sat down and told him, you know, this is the way to go. This is the only way that this government would be able to achieve whatever it wants to achieve, all right? So the president does not wake up just one day from Karen and say, you know, nitawaongezea ushuru kwa kitu kama hii na hii. He must be advised. And there are also development partners like the banks or countries that are giving the government money. They want to see what they are going to do with the money. All right. So some of these things we have to look at them in that angle.
Mzalendo, as we are nearing to end the show, I have this question that keeps ringing in my mind. In Kenya today, we have a debt of around 9 trillion. If an audit is done, do you think we would get value for our money, that the development that we have are equal to what we borrowed? Or what do you think? Because 9 trillion is a lot of money. We are not talking of billions, we are talking of trillions.
Yeah, you know, if we can only curb corruption by just 40 or 60%, just stop corruption, then we'll be able to get that kind of money. Because the money that is going into West, you know, this is a country whereby we saw somebody doing business, Mburu, and one individual making a profit of 5 billion. You know, Kenya you talk about figures. Can you imagine an individual making money one day ati ameangukia biashara na akapata 5 billion? Mtu mmoja.
It's very crazy.
I mean, it is crazy. It is crazy, the kind of money. So the kind of money that inaporwa in procurement na mashirika zingine ni mingi sana. Ni mingi sana inaporwa. So if we just tufunge hizo mamrija kidogo, then we are going to have a good country. At the end of the day, we are going to have a very, very good country. What I emphasize is that people who support William Ruto or people who are on the other side
Yes.
of Azimio, they look at let them look at our country positively and criticize when it is necessary. So there are some projects which are very good, like somebody criticizing something like Amazon or Madonna. Then you look at that kind of reasoning is pathetic. All right, that is pathetic. So mtu kama huyo, how do you even argue with them?
So, yeah, my question clearly was like this. If we combine all the projects that Uhuru did or the Jubilee administration did versus all the money they borrowed, do you think it will be equal? The project is equal to the borrowed money?
That's why I told you that
Yes.
there's a lot being lost in the borrowing. Yeah, unajua when you borrow money, kuna wengine wanangojea hii pesa hivi, wamefungua macho na mdomo, wanaingojea tu ikifika kwa account namna hii. It is not going for the projects. Ndio unasikia Aurora Dam, sijui nani, pesa imevujwa mahali fulani, SGR, pesa imeongezewa, so hiyo nyongeza ya juu inaenda kwa mfuko ya mtu, unanielewa? So at the end of the day, the money borrowed by the Kenyan government is not equivalent to whatever infrastructure Uhuru Kenyatta created. Yeah, because corruption was rife in Uhuru's government. Just remember, Uhuru is one of the guys who asked Wakenya, mnataka nifanye nini jameni? Mimi hii kitu imenishinda, mambo ya corruption. Yeah. Akainua mkono bwana, yeye ameshindwa na hii vile atafanya kwa hii story ya corruption. So unaona,
you know, Mzalendo, one of the most annoying thing I have been listening to is good that right now I'm a moderator. I can criticize freely.
You criticize. You be your normal Mburu. We are only the two of us.
Yes. I have heard the deputy president and sometimes the president saying that all the money were stolen and they found the granary with nothing. So what are they doing about it? Because the one speaking is the president and the other one is the deputy president, telling us that they found there was no money. The controller of budget has told us a lot of money was withdrawn without proper procedure. What are they doing about it? Why are they telling us? What do they want us to do? You know, sometimes I ask my questions and these questions and I feel like I can tell them, please keep quiet if you don't know what you're supposed to do. Because telling us those things, what do you want us to do? And we gave you the job. You have formed the government. Unataka tufanye nini sasa? Yes, Mzalendo.
Swali mzuri, unaona, ungeuliza hii swali. Watu wale walikuwa kwa serikali ya bwana Uhuru na Raila mwisho bado wako katika hizo maofisi. The controller of budget is he still the same person? Is he still the same person? The guy who was at KRA, is he still the same person? The guy at Central Bank, are they still the same people? The guy at Treasury, are they still the same people? Then ndio utajua tuko katika shamba la wanyama. Ama tunachezewa ile mchezo inaitwa musical chairs.
Is he not supposed to remove them from office? Because obvious, if they feel that
and ask yourself, why are they not being removed from office?
Kenya is so annoying sometimes.
Yeah, so unaona, now you got your answer right there. You got your answer that there, because they are the same people they want to use to steal. They are the same people that they want to use at the end of the day.
And also the same people can be used against them to sabotage their projects and their plans.
These are guys who were selected by the same people. When Uhuru and Ruto were forming the government, so unajua walikuwa wanachaguana, wanaenda wewe una name squad yako, huyu pia na name squad yake. So these are people who know each other, si ati wajuani. And some of them probably it is William Ruto who recommended for that particular position. Hata akisema ati vitu ziliporwa mzee, anakwambia ai na bwana wewe ziliporwa ukiangalia wapi, atakwambia manze sasa ningefanya nini? Na wewe unajua president alikuwa ni nani? There's nothing I could do.
So you feel that we will not know who stole all this money we hear?
No, that one is out.
So
I don't think Ruto has got
you
the
have the
capacity.
feeling that nobody will go to jail. And
Yeah,
nobody
nobody will go to jail because of stealing a few billions in Kenya. In fact, they will walk scot-free. The next thing, they will be in a political office, vying for either becoming the governor because they have got a lot of money. And the Kenyan electorate pia wananunuliwa na pesa. So ile pesa Mburu atakuwa amepora ndio atakuja kuwanunua tena. And they will protect themselves like that. Mpaka siku ile Wakenya wataamua, hey, enough is enough. All right?
Wow.
Bado hatujafika mahali tunasema enough is enough. We are still encouraging these people to go on.
So I don't know if our viewers are as confused as we are, because sometimes we don't know what to say, we don't know what to do, because the president and the deputy president, they told us that billions of money, a lot of money, has been stolen from the treasury, authorized sometimes through a message, a WhatsApp message by the former president and so many people that were in the previous government, stole billions of money. Then now they are telling us, and they have kept telling us, money was stolen. We haven't had any investigation that is going on. The question we are asking ourselves, what should we do? Why are they telling us that if they themselves can't do anything about it? When we talk of billions, yet they're telling us there is no money. Why can't they recover the money that was stolen? That is the question that keep ringing in my mind. I don't know what you think, you as our listener, as our viewer, what do you think we as Kenyans should do? Because our leaders leave us at a very awkward situation. When they tell us of such things, but they are not telling us what they are doing to recover the stolen money. Should we believe them, or should we just say they are also playing just politics to get sympathy from us? We want to hear what you have in mind, because we don't know what to do. But I don't believe the huge debt that we have is equivalent to the project that we got as a country. So we did not get the value for our money. So Mzalendo, your closing remarks? I think we can edit the show. I see we have so many viewers that are watching us, but
it's unfortunate that we have to end the show at this particular time.
Yes.
But I want to tell Kenyans from my viewpoint is that I have got very, very high hopes that William Ruto will succeed if he does the right thing. If he does the right thing, he will succeed. So what do we really want William Ruto to succeed in?
Yes.
I want him to succeed in technology. I want him to succeed in creating new industries that will help our youth. and create meaningful employment. I
Mhm.
also want him to succeed in housing, in creating affordable houses for the hardworking Kenyans who cannot afford decent homes. Then I'm praying that our country succeeds in the education sector, because without education, then we are not going to have development. We need people educated in modern technology, yeah, and bringing the big pharmaceutical companies and researchers into the country will help our medics, get better training facilities and open up the country for employment and growth. Yeah. So we really want him to succeed in those areas, especially ensuring that we have access to internet services in the
Yes.
rural area.
Yes.
And affordable. We move from the 2G or 3G to 4G to 5G in the rural settings. That will be a very, very big plus to youths who are interested in acquiring knowledge. Yeah.
Yes.
So some of the jobs right now are people work from home. You can be doing support services for companies that are based in Europe,
Yes.
and you're working somewhere in Karatina or in Ndiwa, where I come from. So some of these opportunities are available,
Yes.
and it needs a government that understands where the world is moving towards. Yeah. So I have got very, very high expectations for this government. What I urge Kenyans to be patient
Yes.
and let us give them at least one more year and see if whatever they were saying they have implemented. So let us not be in a hurry to judge a government that has not even done its first budget in parliament. So watch as we give them time, tuone kama watatimiza yale waliwaahidi the Hustler Nation. Then now we can come and say, we have an alternative government on the side that will implement better infrastructure, create more jobs for our youth, create markets for our goods and farm produces in throughout the world.
Yes.
So that is what we want. We want growth. We want development. We don't want to be politicking here each and every time in Mutembei,
Yes.
talking about politics without any meaningful or tangible benefit that the youths can see, or you and myself can see. But already you have already seen some of the benefits yourself. You are now able to renew your passports from whatever state you are, other
Yes.
than coming all the way to DC. That's the plus. So some of those baby steps are the things that his spokesperson should articulate properly that they have done. Otherwise, thank you, Panamburu, for staying up late on the show.
You are most
See you again tomorrow. And for our listeners and viewers throughout the world, barikiwe popote mlipo. Welcome to the show once again. This is our country. We want to leave it a better place than we found it. Probably you've got a very, very good idea. Let us talk about it. There is somebody in government who is listening, to you tonight. Otherwise, thank you very much. Asanteni sana na mbarikiwe.
God bless you too. Thank you so much for being in the show, and thank you for your wonderful contribution. Our viewers, that marks the end of our show today, but in the next few hours, we shall be back. This is Mzalendo Mutembei show, and we don't have special people that come to make their comments and to give their views here. Everybody is invited. Subscribe to Mutembei TV, and you'll be one of us. We are so proud of you. Without you, Mutembei cannot be motivated to continue airing our show. Thank you so much. God bless you. Let's continue supporting the government, praying for the government, and doing what we are supposed to do. And I know Kenya will be a better place. Thank you so much. So if, yes, I see Nyagaka, we are ending the show. Maybe you have something you want to say before we end?
No, I will have to say one word, and that's very good. I remember Mzalendo from the other show. Mburu, you come here with a very good energy, and I like the question you asked me. And most of those people that are criticizing Amazon, they just don't know how business works. Amazon is competing. When FedEx started competing here in America with the post office lost a lot of money. Now Amazon is really competing with every one of them, and it's new education, new knowledge, new things to how the system works.
Yes.
So the people that are saying that Amazon cannot come to Kenya to solve all our problems, we have to solve our own problems. But as far as adding jobs and doing good things that are positive, that are competitive, that's good. That's really great. And that's even showing that how much the West, not only the government, the business respect the government of Kenya. My friend, don't think that they don't study what is going on before they come there. Personally, I'm about to quit working for one of the largest companies in America for a long time. And Mburu, you asked me that question. I have to talk to those guys tomorrow. Because here in America, you can talk to anybody, anytime, anyhow. If I want to talk to Biden, all I gotta do is make a phone call. And that's anybody, not me, just anybody. So Amazon, if I want to ask them whatever the question is, I'll have to ask them, and there's no problem. They will get me somebody who will give me an answer. So if they are thinking down, okay, if not Amazon, then who? If not Amazon to come to Kenya create jobs, then who? So let us really be self-indigenous, solve our own problems. But if there's somebody coming from somewhere to try to help us, let us put standards up there that they have to meet, or we have to meet them most of the time, because companies like Amazon, their standards are way up there. That's why they are competing the way they are. These companies like BMW or Mercedes-Benz, they don't get that just for nothing. They have to build the product perfectly for the people to buy it, be it in Kenya, be it in America, be it in China, anywhere. So if we in Kenya, say for example, if we can start our own company to compete with Amazon, and we can start up long enough to compete with Amazon, that's good. But don't just criticize it without giving another alternative. That's cheap. But this is a very good show. Congratulations. And the stuff that you guys talk about is what we want to hear. Because if we don't hear this, we are going backwards to where the people are stealing money. Mburu, what did you say? One word.
Sema.
For a long time, Ruto has been accused of stealing, or being a thief, or being corrupt. But ever since he took power, I've never heard of that. Now they are saying he's a liar. But back then, before the election, he was a thief and corrupt. Now there's a new one that is a liar. But those people that are talking about like that, they're wasting their time. What else is good that they can do? Now, Wacha nikwambie Buru, mimi natoka Kisii. Huwezi kuibia Mkisii mara 2, mara 3, mara 4. This guy, come Muzarendo, I know where you come from. I grew up there. Daromora gyoto tuto. Sanyo rar.
Iga jaga maber kabisa.
Daromora gyoto tuto sanyo rar. But let us be very clear that we don't hate each other. Yes. If we have to have somebody as a politician to tell me to hate Mburu or to hate Muzarendo, then that's a useless politician.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Personally, when I finished high school, which was in the 70s, I ended up in the Roland and I hid over there till my mom looking for a police car to come looking for me, because that's how comfortable we are with each other. There's no problem. You know, if it's we share the stuff with my friends. They came to my place, we shared stuff. I went to their place. There's nobody killing anybody. But now the politicians are teaching us how to kill each other, how to hate this, we can see it. We're not fools. Thank you very much. I have to come back.
Thank you. You came with a lot of fire. Thank you. God bless you. God do you good. Thank you for talking more about Amazon. And the person who had made the comment about Amazon made some clarification here, and he said we are not criticizing Amazon, but trying to say that haitamaliza jobless Kenya. We have to be focused more, which we agree with you. Our brother Mark Dido, we agree with you. I do not take all of our problems. We have to be focused. Let us continue criticizing our government positively. Like our brother said here, don't hate your brother. Don't harm your brother. We are brothers, we are sisters, and these politicians, sometimes they confuse us. And sometimes we think that we have great differences. Let us also support the government by working very hard and paying our taxes, and also give the government time. Avoid any kind of distraction that may destroy properties. And no, this same president is the one who supported Uhuru Kenyatta until he became the president. He supported Raila Odinga until he became the prime minister. They should now support him because he is the president of Kenya. He is the president of all. Thank you. God bless you and God do you good. Jakes, if you can hear me, please come and help us add the show. Thank you, Penny Nyagaka, and God bless you. Thank you so much. You can add on your side. I also do it on my side because I think Jakes is not available. Thank you. God bless you.